to the official UFC stream here on Twitch. Kicked her in the head and dropped her.
You gotta shoot, brother! You gotta shoot! You gotta shoot! What are you doing?
Welcome back once again to the UFC Esports League. Tonight, 8 of the best in the world will enter the UFC Octagon to compete.
This is going to be a very hard uphill battle for Game Room. Oh, what a straight head kick.
This is very bad for Game Room, but he lands a right hand, and he's coming forward. Rear uppercut, double up again. Right hook lead, uppercut again. Now has him against the cage.
Bing! No!
As always, on the Weigh In Show, I'm joined by Borisenko, the former champ over there polishing his belt. Our spelling bee champion.
His eyes are starting to water.
What is this? Oh my God!
You're giving him so much power in this video.
I just can't. I'm losing. I'm out of here.
Extra Rounds, live from the Fight Pass studios.
It is me, TJ DeSantis, along with Pearl Gonzalez. The show is Extra Rounds, and it's from UFC Fight Pass. Appreciate you joining us live here on the Twitch channel.
Shelling up, withering the storm, then pop, pop. 1, 2, 3.
Right there, that shell.
Nice.
Wow. The shell is working, then he boom, boom, boom.
Was that 5 minutes already?
Fans, by following UFC on Twitch, interact with your favorite fighters as they break down past fights, preview upcoming matchups, host live watch-alongs during UFC pay-per-views, and of course, games.
Friend, you're a big Twitch guy, right?
Huge on Twitch. What is it again? Video games and much more.
I know Jen's Pulver is real big on there.
Would love to have you in our community of hardcore UFC fans. Follow the UFC on Twitch. I'll see you in chat. So we're breaking down. Is this what's up, everybody? How's everybody doing? We were just talking about the thing. Aspinall, he doesn't look as big as he is.
Okay.
I don't look at because he's 6'5".
Oh,
and Volkov
wow.
is 6'7". So
that's a big
he's
part
huge.
of it. Yeah.
But he doesn't.
Yeah, go on,
But because he doesn't look so big, right? That he doesn't. That you just don't
He's got
realize
more
that
of an
he's
athletic build.
He's athletic. Something.
I met I saw Matt Aspinall on Thursday, dude. The guy's big.
He's a giant.
He's
Yeah, I mean,
huge,
if he's
but when you
6'5",
look at him standing there, as you can tell, what's up, everybody? How's everybody doing? We got another fight night overseas across the pond.
Oh,
thus we are early. I want to introduce my guests really quick. We are lucky to have my man, Mr. Vis.
What's up?
I don't know where he's at above me. And then, of course, I'm really excited this voice. He's got this soothing voice of education when it comes to MMA. Mr. Bayliun, how you doing, my friend?
It was great, man. Thank you very much. UFC London. You had to have an Englishman, of course, on this one. So I'm happy to represent tonight. Let's go.
With that podcast voice, man.
Yes. Let's go.
He does. He has that voice. So, and the one thing we were talking about really quick, chat, was just how Aspinall, he just does not, what is it? The athleticism, the way he moves, the speed, Bayliun, something. What makes it look like you don't realize he's 6'5"? He's really big.
Yeah, he's a big guy. He's really thick as well. Like, I mean that in a nice way, of course. But like, yeah, I saw him on Thursday. If you don't know, he's a big guy for sure. He's got a big, strong chin as well on him. A big, strong chin. So
I just looked at the stats on it, and you know, you got Volkov. He's so tall and everything, but Aspinall actually outweighs Volkov, is what they just said. Aspinall weighed in heavier than Volkov.
Volkov had that period where he put on a bunch of mass. I think it was after the Curtis Blades fight, because he got taken down like 14 times or something in that one. So he kind of built up mass. And then I think he won those 2 fights. Everyone was real hyped behind him. And then he fought Garn and then lost. And then, but like he did beef up. So maybe he's dropped down a little because Aspinall's a fast guy, you know?
Right. That makes sense.
The thing is, Volkov's going to be excellent on the outside. We know that. Obviously, if you've got a reach disadvantage as a shorter guy, you want to get on the inside, blah, blah, blah. Unless you can compete at kicking range, which we've seen Tom do a little bit, but Tom's been training with Rico Verhoeven over in Holland, right? So he's just been getting, training with the best, arguably heavyweight kickboxer in the world. So I'm sure he's been working on that side of his game as well.
And would it be to be comfortable so that you don't have to panic, you know what I mean? And you can handle the kicks, you're not ready to, is he like, it's not time to become a kickboxer, but you are working on, you know what I mean? Giving some tools, but more than anything, probably learning how to deal with those kicks offensively, defensively, and turn that into your offense, right? And get inside. I would still like to see him get inside because just again, I can't get over that elbow. We were just watching with that overhook.
Well, he's done 2 of those, right? He's so good in that inner clinch range, especially with his striking. So yeah, I'm sure that will be the game plan. I don't know. I think Tom's kind of ready to go 5 because we've never seen him go 5, and all week people have been asking him like, "Oh, you've never been 5 rounds." I'm pretty sure he's ready, but if he sees an opportunity, he's definitely gonna look to put him away quickly.
Right.
And yeah, I think those clinch positions, right hands over the top, elbows. We saw him drag with that tight underhook, right? He's just got good positional control. He's basically a prodigy, though, of the UK combat sports scene, because since a child, his dad's one of the best, black belts in England, and then teaches the whole Cowbond team. And then he was training with Tyson Fury growing up, and now he's going over to train with Rico Verhoeven. He's just like this UK MMA prodigy that's like finally here and, ready to go. So
stepping up and doing a great job. Like we're watching that elbow the way through that, just the athleticism, the speed. He knows when to explode. Yeah, it's something. It'll be a lot of fun to watch. But this first fight that we'll have coming up here in a second, Mokaev. Everybody keeps talking about this Mokaev, and I think he's going to be the first. So this IMMAF, correct? IMAFs, and it's a really big thing over across the pond as opposed to here in the U.S. So, and he's won it twice, I believe.
Yeah, he's won championships over there. I mean, like the amateur scene in the UK is, I'm sure in America it's obviously insane, but it's really good over here. Like you can go watch any regional show really, and there's going to be a couple of guys that just look phenomenal. So if you can reach that point in the IMAFs, which is literally the amateur championship, it's kind of like a body that was formed to govern all of amateur MMA. I think it might do all of Europe. I'm not actually sure. I have to have a quick Google on that one, but certainly in the UK, and it's kind of trying to push towards the Olympics as well. That's where they're going in terms of like.
Not to cut you off, because I'll show you just real quick. But if you notice, Vince, look at the gear, the puffy gloves, everything that I wanted to do in amateur, something that you can do on the weekends, right? Get where you can do this on the weekends and
there's no elbows, and there will be no knees to the head as well.
See, take away the damage so that you can compete every weekend, getting back out into that live scenario, and just the amount you learn it. Well, he's won it twice. Whatever that national, that kind of tournament.
Yeah, so he went 22-0 as an amateur, which is insane.
Wow,
and if you look at who he's fought, he's fighting some guys that are like 4-1 or 8-1. They don't have crazy records because no one stays amateur that long. But he's beat legit guys, and he literally had to go pro.
Insane shape too. I'm looking at this guy right now. He's looking absolutely. Yeah,
so he came over from Dagestan with his family as a refugee.
Man, dude, those guys out of Dagestan.
Yeah, he moved to Manchester, and then he's basically dominated every wrestling competition in the UK. But we were talking about this earlier, Jens, right? Because he's not fighting a UK wrestler or an Eastern European grappler, which is kind of where all the big wrestlers come from in Europe. He's fighting an American wrestler, a collegiate wrestler. It's a different thing. He's walking out now. This guy's been called the most hated man in the UFC, by the way, which is the easiest to dislike, basically, I think, as well. I don't know. He's kind of a whatever.
I get you. So he's got that face. He looks like he's automatically talking smack right now. I think he made some
comments in a post-fight interview as well that were a little like not very nice.
And it's his last name is Durden, right? Tyler Durden. The whole deal.
So man, yeah.
But so yeah, I mean, we'll have to see. So he's getting ready to walk out. Chat, what's going on? How's everybody doing? Yeah, Bayliun is killing it on the knowledge. That's why, I'm gonna sponge. I'm gonna be sponging off the Bayliun knowledge. I love it. I love it. But yeah, so Durden's getting ready to walk out right now. But yeah, so that's the thing with that Western style of wrestling. I know across the pond internationally, we have wrestling, but over here in the U.S., because we have that collegiate based wrestling where we're in elementary school, junior high, high school, state championships, college level, but we're also that's why for the longest time, a little behind the times, especially in Greco-Roman wrestling and freestyle, that international style. And of course, we don't even really mess with Sambo except in the AAU leagues. So, and that'd be more of what they do over there, in Dagestan and stuff like that is their Sambo left and right. We don't do much of that.
Yo, break that down real quick. Sambo, how does that compare to like a folk style, freestyle, a Greco-Roman? Like how does Sambo compare?
Well,
Go ahead,
Jens.
No,
I was going to say Sambo. There's a lot more sort of like judo incorporation in terms of trips and throws from clinch positions.
Right.
Greco-Roman, there's also those positions, but it's a lot more from body locks and things like that.
Okay.
And obviously Sambo, is like judo in a way in that they attack submissions as soon as it hits the mat, the idea is to attack a submission immediately.
They have a similar like timer, like isn't it like 15 seconds in judo from when you hit the mat you can attack?
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, there are other organizations that do that and blend rule sets, right? Karate Combat's a bit like that. There's a ton that do that as well. But yeah, everyone knows Sambo from Fedor. Obviously, it's probably the biggest proponent of Sambo. The guitar.
They do the gi tops, right? They don't do the pants. It's just,
you're right. Yeah, they do.
That's the biggest thing is you don't have. You wear a gi.
That means okay.
But that's the judo aspect coming into it. But I'm sure there are people who know like all the ins and outs of Sambo. It's much more complicated than that. The good thing about Sambo, though, when the UFC started, the idea was what's the best martial art in the world. Obviously, the Gracies started the UFC because they wanted to prove their martial art was superior, and that's why they started it, and they did basically. And then you had guys in Pride like Big Nog who were fantastic jiu-jitsu guys, and the Brazilians. And, oh my God, jiu-jitsu is amazing. And then Fedor comes in with Sambo and just never trained that much jiu-jitsu, I'm sure, just a Sambo guy, and just smashes through him and smashes through everyone. So Sambo kind of came along almost as a second wave because there wasn't much Sambo in the UFC in the early days, right, Jens?
Yeah, there's just not much Sambo in general, at least, like I said, in the US aspect of you can go find the matches that you can do and stuff, and the AAU would have, but there's not much offered, not even Greco so much, in actually. As far as you can go to the tournaments, but there's not much in training and stuff, at least back in the day. This kid walks out. By the way, he's the youngest fighter in the UFC.
Mokaev.
Yeah, Mokaev.
Born in the year 2000, boys. Born in the year 2000.
That's crazy.
Yeah, it is.
And as he's getting ready to walk out, I mean, now you look at him, he's hyped up. He seems ready to go. He
seems really calm too. It doesn't seem like it's like a nervous moment or anything. Like he walked out, he seemed like he was cool.
Well, I mean, he's 27-0 technically.
And here's
he's got a lot of experience.
He's finished 4 of 6 wins, 2 knockouts, 2 submissions. UFC debut here, coming out there against Durden. So this is going to be. I'm excited. Go ahead.
It's just definitely a step up in competition for him, and obviously he knows that. Obviously he's been prepared for that, and I think he's ready for it. He's not getting some crazy, elite. He should be able to handle Cody. I'm really excited. It's gonna be a grappling matchup. We'll see who shoots a takedown first, where the takedowns come from. If Cody starts running like the pipes on the singles, or if Mokaev
like a youngster, he walks right in front of Durden, gives him a dirty stare, rolls up. And here's the other part: as a 5'7" kid, how are they making 126 and 125? They're both 5'7", 70-inch reach on Mokaev, and it's 67-inch reach on Durden. But 5'7", 125, dang.
These weight
big
cuts.
Boys. Oh, he's 21. Excuse me, I thought he was 22.
No, he's 21. He's the youngest one. And then of course I can't remember who's in front of it. And the first thing I'm gonna say is, look at that jacket. Look at that jacket.
Buffer looking good as always, man.
Let's go, baby. UFC London.
Who's Buffer's suit guy?
We're back.
They need to hook us up. One night we got to have all Buffer suits on for the watch along.
There we go. So I think this one is it's about who gets top position, if you ask me, Jens.
I think the first thing I'd really like to see is closing the distance, how they close it, and what they do when it comes to utilizing your hands from that distance game. Utilizing from the reach, and just see what happens.
Durden, a plus 360 underdog.
360. Yeah.
That's a pretty big odd difference right there.
Cody's quite good at range. He uses his length well. He picks from distance, leg kicks, long jab. He's not really like an inside fighter, so it will be interesting, I think, who closes the distance, Jens, and how they
I'd like to see the youngster. He looks like look at the way he's grooving. He's if he just goes popping in right off the bat and just comes blasting through like no hesitation, right? And sometimes that works when you kind of have that you have that it factor. It's like you just boom, you either hesitate or you just explode, and I'm
he's
curious
loving this moment right now,
right? And everybody says it, man. The first 30 seconds, I'm excited for the first 30 seconds. See what happens.
Well, I mean, that's in amateurs at least. You never know what's going to happen in the first 30 seconds in amateurs, right? You can be as trained and prepared as you want, but the other guy can just windmill at you, and then
as they get ready to start the round, that's one again. I'm just curious. Like Durden, of course, he's got that USA Wrestling just literally tattooed on his right shoulder, but the way that I'm telling you, the way this kid Mokaev is just feeling the vibe. I'm impressed. Look, you go straight out to the center.
They're going right off the bat, man. Quick.
Yeah, good lead leg work from Mokaev already. Showed him the teep and then flicked it out there. Went high with it as well.
you know, the one thing I've noticed, you know, if you see that, now Durden is kind of keeping that distance. So he's staying out of kick range. Now, what that'll do for both of them, you see how far apart they are. That's definitely going to make it hard when it comes to the wrestling side of it.
He's already taunting him, man. Lots of lead leg stuff from Mokaev, right? I mean, the thing about that is when you're orthodox, that kick a little easier to catch for some people if they're right-handed, right? Because that left leg goes under the right arm. So I don't know how Cody wants to try and get this to the mat, but if he keeps using that left
a knee coming in. Mokaev
lands a knee, the switch knee, and now he's locked up a nice guillotine.
Oh, he's
very tight on Durden. Durden stuck. He was going to lift him up, slam him for 1 second, but Mokaev still has the choke. Durden's trying to get his guard back. He's trying to
just roll off the hands. Wow.
Wow, Mokaev, man. He grabbed that guillotine off the slam as Durden lifted him up, and then I think he just rolled him over the top with the pressure of the choke, right? And then he just kind of stuck a guillotine on side control, took him out. I mean, that's a great performance. That flying knee was beautiful. That flying knee into
a choke.
Amazing, man.
Yeah. That was quick snatch.
Get off to a good start with the English boys.
This kid lives up. So look, so he does this flying knee, and it dropped him.
Perfect.
But two things happened that was really cool right there. Let me slow this down. So the flying knee, it sits Durden down, chat. It sits Durden down, but on the sit down, he does a single leg. He snatches a single leg, recovers. He goes in, and he goes to lift him up. Mokaev locks in, and that's the downfall of the wrestler. When the wrestler goes in and they're fully committed to a leg, and they're picking you up, and then Mokaev locks in a guillotine. It hits the floor, and it was so tight that there was a no arm. Obviously, both arms. See, that's the downfall, you two. When you go in on that shot, both arms are committed to that leg. Durden was committed, and Mokaev had the wherewithal to lock up that choke before he hit the floor.
He put his head on the outside as well of that single leg, so it was
which makes it even worse, right? Because you can submarine. If you single leg snatch inside, you can submarine and lift up. You got to worry about an inverted triangle, possibly. But that's where the wrestler, Bayliun, always gets in trouble because the proper technique is head outside, close to the hip, driving across, which feeds right into a guillotine.
Yeah.
Can't tell you how many
He's
times.
Very happy. That's exactly what Paddy's going to do, you know, just same thing.
Have people land a guillotine in jiu-jitsu.
Well, it's just, again, the one thing I liked about Durden, but the way he timed the knee, you know, I love this youngster. He's feeling it, you know, he's loving it. I'm watching him do his little celebration, but how fast everything moved. What I really liked about him was how quick the transitions were. When he fired that knee, it was a jump knee. Durden sat down, but he was already squaring up, coming back around, and boom. But Durden recovered really well.
Yeah, he did great.
And then he snatched up that guillotine.
He tried to elevate and you know, land on top in side control, get on the outside of the legs, but he just couldn't.
You know, that's impressive. The support this kid's got. He's screaming 50 G's, 50 G's. 7-0. And
I hope they're paying.
He's bringing the hype, man, dude. He's loving this right now. This is definitely a great way to make your debut.
Yeah. Look at he's hilarious. He said 4 years. He's 4 years. I'm gonna be UFC.
Dagestan. Yeah. He loves everyone. Came as a refugee, representing our country. Yeah, that's what we want to hear, mate. UK,
I love it.
Made up of all kinds of people. Love it.
So that's just, but again, this jump knee that showed just the accuracy of it, right?
That's amazing. Beautiful knee. So here he elevates and tries. So he would have landed in half guard had he not given up the top position there. So he kind of got halfway up.
Once he had that neck, there was no getting him off that, dude. He had that snatched up, and Durden was trying the best he could to change the position, but Mokaev just.
Well, when you're fully committed, like I said, you're fully committed to that single leg, head outside, both hands are locked. You're gonna lift, and that was it. All of a sudden, he realized, wow, this is on tight. So when he tried to slam him to the side, it's just the way that he didn't even bail off it. I mean, he just tightened it up. And that's the problem, is if you panic too much, you know, I mean, it's that rabbit in the snare, the harder you fight, the tighter it gets. And that's he just cinched it up when they hit the floor.
I wonder if the lift also left more room for him to
100%. Well, because think about that. The arms are dropping, the head's going up.
And
always say living.
That's how you shoot, right?
Yeah, you
Keep your head up.
follow the head and you keep it up, and it's 100%. You know what I mean? What's available at UFC Fight Pass? Coming up at UFC Fight Pass, back-to-back doubleheaders starting Friday. Live events include UAE Warriors, LFA, UWC, Polaris, and Fury FC. Man, all kinds of things happening on Fight Pass.
Mm-hmm.
We had the Masvidal's Fury, I think. Fury.
No, it's Gamebred. It's what he calls it, right? Gamebred.
I don't Icon or something like that. There was something on. I think it was Icon. No, not the.
Actually,
He's got a bare knuckle, and does he have an MMA as well?
Like I can't remember the name of the promotion. I remember he did a show, not that long ago. I think that's on Fight Spot. I know that is
Icon, right? NK MMA, MMA.
I think so.
Icon FC. It's the FC
Icon
sure
FC.
exam that I forgot. So yeah, he's got this Icon FC that was live last night on Fight Pass, and check it out.
He's trying to fight the
Okay,
hand.
there it is. My bad. You can go ahead. I'm moving over here.
All right,
So
what
now
we
we've
got
got
next here?
I'm working on that right now. This is one delay on me.
We've got Corey McKenna versus Elise Reed.
Great matchup. Yeah. Do you guys know who Corey McKenna is?
I don't. I actually don't know a lot of the people on this card here.
Corey McKenna is also very young. I think she's about 23.
Right.
She's from Wales. I think she was on the Contender Series.
She was a contender. Contender.
Yeah.
Okay.
But she's really, really good crisp boxing, but a fantastic grappler as well. And she's been training at Alpha Male, I think, as well recently. So
It's like a short choke. He's trying to fight the hand.
I don't know if she's undefeated. She's been doing really
6-1. She came
6-1.
off her last fight was a win. So and it's crazy. They're both 5-3.
Hard fought win.
Yeah, she's got her hands are really good. Elise Reed is 4-1. She's coming off a loss, but yeah, McKenna, she's mean, man. Little Poppins, yeah, she can box. It's pretty impressive.
Her left hook. I mean, obviously yours was a different side, but her left hook's so good.
Yeah.
Her left hook's real good. It's a different kind of left hook because she chains it off she throws a beautiful 1-2-3. So yeah, I think she'll try and stay tight, take it on the inside. I expect her to keep it on the feet for as long as she needs to, but it'll probably end up against the fence in some grappling exchanges as well. But this should be a good one. I mean, like there aren't that many. I don't think there's any bad fights really tonight. They're all great.
Dude, the best thing about the UFC, and it's just getting better and better. The talent's better and better. And even all these names that you don't know, they're just up and coming stars that you don't know yet is the thing. Because it's insane.
My
the
fight
level of
nights
talent now.
Well, that's it. My fight nights have been, without a doubt, probably the most exciting. Obviously, we've had some really cool pay-per-views. We've had some big, iconic, grudge matches or whatever. But what we've been seeing on these fight nights, they just don't disappoint. And, it's been a lot of fun breaking them down. And it's just everybody, they're just getting so good. And the youngsters are coming up and everybody's just trying to get to that level. I want that, everybody wants the title shot after their first fight.
Yes, that's the thing about the fight nights is like the big main card pay-per-views, like those are going to be the names that right? They've already gone through all of the trials and everything to get to that point, but these are all the newest up and coming talents, right? So you get to see some really exciting fights, new fighters on these cards. It's the thing I love about them.
Yeah,
a lot of action.
Level is so good as well these days. Like
everybody has their skill set. These youngsters, like I say, I mean, I keep saying it as the old man, but back in the day, to be able to be a youngster and go, I want to be an MMA fighter. I mean, I was literally I was in college. I was like, what's this MMA stuff? Yeah, I'm going to give this a whirl. Where now, even as a youngster, they can start, they've been watching it. They understand it. They can do their version of training and mix match, and putting things together and getting their own, their combatives in, getting their MMA training in, and not be so one-dimensional. Work on being able to move it even as an amateur-esque style, like what we're watching with that IMMAF. I mean, look at how advanced that kid was. Again, repetition. The downfall is right now is amateur, at least in the US stuff, is still basically pro rules. And you know what I mean? But you don't get paid. So people do 2 or 3 of them and they're like, why am I getting punched and kicked for free?
Yeah. Over here, it's 3-minute rounds. They don't do 5-minute rounds. And there's no knees to the head. There's no elbows. You can't do, there's certain, I think you can't do heel hooks and stuff like that. So there's a lot of
Well, see, there's these rules I've
been
been talking about, Bayliun, for 5 years.
Yeah, I mean, the IMAFs are a big part of why that's been put in place as well. But like I said, the amateur scene in the UK is absolutely fantastic, especially at the lighter weight classes, like 125, 135. Like, there's so many good guys in the UK right now, and they're coming. Some of them are already here. So.
Oh, yeah. So real quick, though, hey, chat, I want to take a second and say thank you for tuning in. And if you're watching this stream over on YouTube or Facebook, pop on over here to Twitch TV/UFC and hit the follow button. Following is absolutely free. So you got to hit the follow button because you know what we're doing. We're doing things all the time. We're on here dang near every day doing something. But and we're trying to hit that goal, 200,000. We want the 200,000 followers. So help us out and make sure you hit the follow button. Plus, that's really the only chat that I get to see. So make sure you come over here and be nice. Be nice. You know what I mean? But I also want to mention subscribing is never required to watch the content here on Twitch. But all subscription proceeds do go to the American Cancer Society. So if you have that Twitch Prime available, put it to good use and hit that sub button. Really quick over there, Juicy Goose. Hey, Jens, just wanted to say I appreciate how you commentate and describe what's happening during these streams for those of us who can't afford pay-per-view. Love and appreciation. I love doing it every time. Plus, I love talking. But at the end of the day, this is for all of you. Time. You give us your time. I can't thank you all enough for tuning in and allowing me and my guests to be able to sit there and entertain you. And that's one of the things that we do, you know, is try to talk enough, but don't want to talk too much. But I tell everybody, we're watching this on the radio, right? As old school, we're watching on the radio. So you got to be as colorful and as descriptive as possible. So that means a lot. Thank you very much. How's everybody doing out there in chat? Hope you're doing well. All right. So now, because everything happened so fast, we have this lull in action, I suppose. Yeah, Bayliun?
Do you want to make some predictions on the main card? We could go through the fight card just for some people who also aren't maybe aware of everything.
That's another thing real quick, because you just reminded me about those predictions. Exclamation picks. If you got them in, make sure you get in there, hit exclamation picks, and you can pick up all the fights. This is also a really good place for those channel points. Make sure you use them. Get in there and let's bet and have some fun. Continue, Bayliun. Apologies.
Yeah, well, I mean, the first fight on the main card is Jai Herbert and Ilia Topuria. And poor old Jai Herbert, I mean, he's an absolutely fantastic striker, but this is such a tough fight because Ilia has been killing people already in the UFC. Jai's had a bit of a rough start, rocky road, but when he's on point, he's fantastic. But Ilia's had this scuffle with Paddy, right? So it's a question of, is he going to be distracted? But that is an absolute banger for lightweight. I mean, Vis, do you know either of these guys?
Don't know either of them, but I'm looking at the stats right now for these guys, right? Herbert, 6'1", Ilia 5'6", an 8-inch reach disadvantage for Ilia in this fight. That's kind of crazy. So I would assume Ilia is a grappler. No, am I wrong?
No. What he is, if I may, he's well rounded. But what he is he's a liver bombing son of a buck. Boy, he will pop that left head and destroy your liver like it stole something. But this, I'm glad you said this, Bayliun, that plus 435. This is my long shot. This the one that has a chance to win. Jai, because of his reach, because of his range. This would be the one at a plus 435. You know what I mean? That's it. But yeah, Ilia gets inside. He's fired up. So do you think, Bayliun, do you think, how much did it piss him off to have that altercation with Paddy the Baddy? And can he drop it, you know?
I think he went out looking for it, right? I mean, the guy probably feels like he maybe wants a bit more respect than what he's getting, just considering Paddy's just arrived. He's obviously very, very much been taken in by the fan base. He pulls massive numbers. Ilia's a crazy fight, amazing guy, and he's got all these finishes, but probably feels a little bit like maybe he's getting stiffed in that regard. But I don't think it matters to him tonight. I think he's going to just be fired up to put on an even more dominant performance. And he's looked really good. You say he's the liver shot. He loves it. I liken him to John Lineker, right? You remember Hands of Stone?
Of course.
Body, head. That's Ilia all day. A hook to the body, hook to the head.
Upstairs,
the body,
downstairs, get those hands. Get those hands moving up and down.
Cracks people with it. And he's got really good ground and pound as well. It's devastating finisher if he can get the top position. And we saw what he did to Ryan Holt, right? He just smoked him. Once
you're going to like this kid.
Established. Jai, though, you make a good point, Jens. I would definitely, I'm going to side with Jai anyway, because he's an Englishman, okay? But Jai has every weapon you could want. He's got jumping switch kicks. He's got knees up the middle. He's got front kicks from both legs. He's got elbows. He's got everything you could ever want. Full toolkit. And against Ilya, that's what he's going to need to use, I think, just to upset his rhythm of the entries to those body shots. And those knees have to come up the middle, gents. And that I think is going to be the key point.
That's it.
Jai's going to know that.
Yep, those kicks, those knees, and then again, we'll catch it, maybe get a takedown timed, but that'll be something. How is Ilya going to get inside that? Because of what he does throw, the way that Jai does throw those knees up the middle, the switch kicks and stuff like that, it's going to be tough you can't just bowl straight in. So it'll be fun to watch and see how Ilya is going to close this distance,
Okay, cool. They're walking out. Should we just go on to keep moving up the card and break?
I got one quick question before that, because I didn't hear about this little altercation between Paddy and Ilya. What was it? Was it a press conference behind the scenes?
Apparently, no. It was in the lobby of the Fighter Hotel.
Okay.
I don't know if it was in the lobby. It might have been like in a kitchen area or a back area. I don't think it was by the bar. But Ilya, came in, apparently had his team with him. That's not like a given from the video footage that I saw, but that's what Paddy said. And he basically came in and just started shouting shit at him, and then he swung at him across a table, which is, you
that's
could go
interesting.
around. I don't think he's trying to fight the guy, and Paddy threw a bottle of hand sanitizer at him.
Okay.
It was just a shouting match, really. So I don't think it was much, but it happened, I guess.
Real quick, Elise Reed, former CFFC strawweight champion, Taekwondo black belt. This is her UFC strawweight debut. She does have a serious face on it, making that debut. Oh, going out there for the first time when you've been waiting your whole career to get into that UFC, it's got to be. She looks composed. Go ahead.
I don't think this is her debut because she fought, what's her name? Sajara Eubanks, didn't she?
I'm not 100% sure. I was just reading off what they did.
She fought Sajara Eubanks and got TKO'd in the first round in her debut. So
well, maybe that's why they're saying this is her debut. She's reinvented.
Yep.
Yeah.
And so now they're saying that the stat is this is her
the
debut.
comeback. I see.
Maybe.
Comeback.
Hang on, my mic's buzzing at me.
But that's the one thing, Vis, that first time walking out there, even the second time walking out there, regardless. But if you're coming off a vicious KO, it's like you got to learn how to let that go when you're going against somebody like
that in your
this.
head.
Yeah. I mean, how do you imagine what that'd be like to go out there? It's like, all right, this time around, I'm gonna get this. I want to do this. I want to make sure I do this. It's like that was only a fluke, and now you got to go out there and prove it, right? And hopefully you don't have too much pressure.
She didn't really get to fight either, Jens. I mean, the fight started, Sajara pressured, and in about 40 seconds she had a body lock and took her down, and then 2 minutes later she TKO'd her. So like, she didn't even get the debut. She didn't even get to fight. I'm sure I don't know if you've had fights like that. Maybe you have, but like, you feel like you don't even get to perform.
Oh no, I've had that happen. Yeah, a couple times. You're like, oh, I want to redo it. That's what I'm saying. This is my rebirth. Okay, now I'm gonna go out there and make a statement. I got caught. Justify however you have to so that you can get to and practice and keep pushing the pace and But this McKenna right here, she's on a 4-fight win streak, youngest female fighter in UFC roster, 22, and was awarded the UFC contract on Dana White's Contender Series season 4, I believe.
Youngest fighters.
So, but the confidence, again, back-to-back youngest fighters, and again, 4-fight win streak. Let's talk about your opponent. Again, we were just talking about getting knocked out in your first fight or your debut, but getting knocked out in your first fight, as opposed to somebody that's on a 4-fight win streak. The momentum has got to be through the roof.
Yeah, some fighters are like confidence fighters, right?
Right.
I think I was watching
Momentum.
a breakdown. Yeah, it might have been. I think it was the full reptile breakdown. Maybe not. I'm not sure who it was, but they were talking about Makwan Amirkhani, who's fighting later tonight, and discussed him as a confidence fighter, right? A guy who thrives on like his ability to be a showman and stuff. And he's on a 2-fight losing streak right now. So I feel like that conversation could come up later tonight, but we don't know what Elise is right. That was her first loss as well. So yeah, I think it's like in a very similar situation.
Well, when it comes to that confidence fighting, I always like to say, it's you don't hesitate on the combinations. You don't hesitate on the things that you're throwing. And as you're confident, you have to start setting things up and you throw it with a little more and a little more, it's going to get there, as opposed to this touching the electric fence like, this is going to shock it. Man, I know this thing's going to hurt, but it doesn't hurt that bad.
Right.
Kind of confident.
You'd say that would come through mainly your experience, your training though, right? So it's like if you get knocked out, the question would be afterwards, what was the problem? What was the issue? Why did I get knocked out? And then it's like you go through your training, you start building back all this. Okay, this isn't going to happen again. We're improving all these things. That's going to bring the confidence back.
Not unless you get beaten up in training, and then you don't even want to go.
True.
To the gym,
so it's
right?
like you better be doing well in your training. Yeah. Well, it also depends on the level, though, because it's like you're going against someone who's like a top level person, and you get beat up. Like that's kind of expected as you're building. But
it depends how you're getting beat up, and if you can go really small, just little things, inches. Well, hey, I managed to land I landed 3 jabs today. Yes, the last time I couldn't even land that. Then it's like, hey, I got 3 jabs and a cross. You know, so you got little things. Yes, it's just like going against a black belt jiu-jitsu. Hey, I actually held on for a minute, right off the bat.
I survived a minute and a half.
Elise walks right out, though. I like that. Reed walks right out and fires a straight right hand, a second right hand.
Baby.
That is catching McKenna from at a distance as she's trying to get into this combination.
Good eyes to land that straight right, like fading back over the top, because McKenna's pressuring a little here. Even though she's got that left hand really high, that right hand is still landing. So McKenna's already slowing down, trying to fake her way in.
Throwing a nasty head kick there.
See, that side kick she just threw is what got her backed up against the fence in the Eubanks fight. Sorry, go on, Jens.
No, what I'd say, if you notice, so see, the problem is, and what she's capitalizing on is, again, when you got righty versus righty, lefty versus lefty, you're firing your power shot over the top of that. I always poke her, right? You got a pair of 2s out there with that jab. And when McKenna's trying to reach, you can tell Reed is doing a phenomenal job of firing that cannon right over the top of it. And see right there, cracked her again because it's in her bones. McKenna wants to jab her way in, and Reed is just posting and firing that right over the top of it. She's done it 3 times.
Yeah, and she's keeping the fight at kicking range as well, which gives her more time to read that shot because she's got to cover more distance on the entry, right? So it's easier to see McKenna when she's advancing. Like
she's just trying to time that right hand. Anytime that she
and the beautiful thing about it is not to cut you too up, but because it's trained. McKenna is trained. We are trained, right? To lead with the jab, lead with the jab, lead with the jab. If you notice, she hasn't been able to defer this. She hasn't changed it up. Maybe throw in a feint and get Reed to throw that right hand first. But Reed is patiently timing. And this is what I would do. This is why fighting a southpaw is my favorite thing to do in the world, is I feast under jab with my power cross all day long. And she's doing it to the T. And McKenna can't change. Look, she's always, because it's like that natural instinct to throw that jab, and Reed's firing over the top.
I wonder how long it'll be before McKenna goes for a body lock or throw some leg kicks or something, right? Just to try and chop. She's not catching her, and she's circling out to the away from that right hand that McKenna's trying to pitch back. She's just nowhere near it.
And I like how she gets her head off the line right there when she fires that right, and then comes back. Now, if she can come back with that left hook, you know what I mean? But McKenna's really, I love how McKenna's up on her feet, bouncing around. Really good job. Little switch kicks, little stutter kicks. You know what I mean? But if you go back to the scouting report, and Reed is falling to
McKenna landed a nice one there, though.
Nice counter right hand by McKenna. So what happened? Remember what I was just saying. She's firing that right hand over the top, connecting. Reed is firing the right hand, connecting. But then she's not offering that left. And so McKenna's figured out and is hitting her with the right.
Now.
Man, yeah, Reed's getting ahead off the center line. So they're just exchanging straight rights, but Reed getting a little bit better in those exchanges. I like McKenna was switching to that hook, though. Reed's just got such good head movement. Beautiful footwork. Hands are really low as well. Which
if
is
she comes back with that
she's
hook
expecting
right now,
that right now every time she goes in.
If Reed can come back with that left hand, it's gonna help dividends because that's when McKenna is firing that right. If she's moving off the side, that left to the liver, that left to the head is sitting there, but firing off that straight right. But she's gonna need that second punch. Nice shot by McKenna to go in on a single, step up, get a body lock, push up against the fence. How close did that look to a knockdown?
I don't know. It looked like she just
did you see the way it was timed?
Yeah,
I think it was just perfect. Yeah.
It's not around the back. It looks like, I like the way Reed's framing off the face here, trying to create some space, but McKenna's still got the body lock and the double unders. She's got the leg in between. She's going to try and pin her against the fence a little, but we'll see how good. I mean, Reed got smashed on the ground against Sajara. This is kind of danger zone for her. She doesn't want to give up this, especially. There's only a minute left in the round, I suppose, so it's not too bad.
Yeah.
But she definitely looks like she's got a traditional martial arts
There's the
background
underhook.
in the way she moves, which usually those guys have really good bases, right? Because they've really good, strong legs. So when you're chasing like these takedowns against the fence, you got to go for a single usually, because if you let them base out and defend that double, it's usually really hard. Oh my God.
McKenna lifted her
off power. McKenna to pick her up. See, I was going to say, I wish that Reed would have bailed on that underhook and there's a level when the body is, if you're bound about the waist level, you push down on the head downward. And if they're above the waist, you start to pull them up. And there was a time where I wish she would have pushed down more, but again, props to McKenna to keeping hold of that mid level. And she finally got the weight to change just a little bit and was able to lift Reed up. But Reed is doing a good job. Got her guard back.
Yep.
And
back to guard.
Yeah, she's striking a little off the back. Nice elbow from McKenna right down the middle from postured up full guard.
Kicks it away and stands up and fires the right
hand.
But
McKenna with a big
by McKenna coming back.
The side kick's still there for her. Oh,
another
dude, like
McKenna.
She's like so reckless with that side kick. Oh, hip firing, Jens.
I'm telling you, she's on with that right hand. So Chat Reed is firing that right hand right over the top. Vis firing right over the top. But now, if you notice, McKenna, and now she comes back with the right hand of her own. That's what I'm saying is I wish there was a two and come back with that left because that'll be that space that you need. You got the time. It's there. But you can tell they did their homework. And what I like more than anything is she's listening and she's remembering, you know what I mean? Because that's not easy to fire that right hand like that. She's listening, remembering, which is great.
So it would almost seem like in the game plan, if you're Reed's team, right, and you're timing that right hand every time she steps in, you have to expect that your opponent's going to make an adjustment at some point, right? So what's the follow up from there, right? Because now McKenna's following up and landing that right.
That left hook. She needs to bring that, like you think Bayliun, the left hook. She's got to bring that left. I'd be like a 2-3-2 or something like that. But we need that left hook because you can catch McKenna. Again, your head's getting off the line and you're already loaded to come back with that hook. When you fire that right and you lean to your left, you load it on your left leg. Here's your left hand. Pow! Time to fire.
She's really coming off the center line as well, which is why when
that's what I mean.
You get that in some like Taekwondo tournaments when they actually get in punching range and both guys will just throw the straights as fast as they can. It's almost like she's got that a bit programmed in her. As soon as the distance closes, she's off and she's throwing those straights. So that'll help her as well. But I agree with Jens, the left hook behind it. I love her lead leg though. I mean, she's throwing side kicks, hook kicks. It's really nice. And she switches stances. But
Wonder Boy-esque.
Yeah, but she went southpaw there for that. And now she's camping back on this right hand from Orthodox.
I noticed that she did switch her stance up. And for a second, maybe for the, again, her favorite, her better kick. Yeah, lead leg. And again, Vis, you look at it right there. See, if you're McKenna, if you notice, look at that. See, I like that there. See how the double hook, how do you close this distance? You know, and that's the one thing she's trying to do is try to get inside and throw these punches.
Hey,
gosh, she's got some crispy hands.
Reed's kind of like second guessing a little bit on that right hand now because she's thrown it a couple times now and just getting clocked.
McKenna's firing back off it now, though. She's like rolling with it. Even if it doesn't hit her, she's rolling the shoulder and then returning. But McKenna's got a really good left hook and she snuck it in. There it is again.
Another one.
Lead hook.
You know what? If you notice what McKenna's doing is she's firing the lead hook to the right hand. Reed is now Reed isn't trying to parry the jab and throw the right hand. She's throwing a straight right hand, and McKenna's coming back lead hook right hand of her own. And again, bringing in that left hand. See how she's not. See, she was trying to time the jab, Chat, parry it, and then fire over the top. Now she's just trying to throw that straight right, and it's allowing McKenna to step in, whose hands are a lot faster, and she's cracking these shots.
She's real crisp. Trading on the inside here, both just throwing straight punches. This is a great fight. Like
this has been a really good fight.
Great boxing from both these women as well. Like really, really nice. Boxing technique, well, not specific boxing technique, but just good hand technique.
No, the movement of McKenna, the way that she's bouncing in and out, I love that. Throwing a little feint.
She's got like this tie bounce as well, right?
Up on her wheels, moving around. See, there it is again. Double jab, right hand.
Nice job by McKenna.
And see, now if you notice, that was the adjustment we were talking about is she's capitalizing with that double jab, getting her to lean out. She's leaning off to her left and running into McKenna's right hand.
Yeah, it's a good way to stop that parry. Now she's going jab lead hook as well.
See that?
She can bait that parry, come around the outside when the hand comes down.
Now, if you just noticed, did you see what Reed just did right there? She landed two left hands. She just made that. Look, she's landing two left hands. Now she's trying to do that jab lead hook back. There it is. A 1-2 down the pipe.
Feels like she just barely made an adjustment like a minute ago in this fight where she's like, okay, this isn't really working as well. I need to start coming forward with something different.
I mean, the left hook, I think, for McKenna's going to land again in a minute because Reed's dropping her hands a lot. And like we talked about Reed's confidence coming into this, but she looks so swaggy right now. Like she's dropping her hands. Oh, nice.
Did you see what happened
there.
when she fired straight right? What she hit her with? The left. After she just fired a 2-3-2, a 2-3-2 again, hit her with the left. And Reed started, see, it's that left hand's going to get through there. But like you were saying, Bayliun, the confidence, what I love about it is how do you get confidence? You get a game plan. How do you know what I mean? Then that game plan, that's what feeds off whenever you're nervous, that repetition, that autopilot, having a game plan, having a good thing put together with the coaches.
Success.
And then when they start working, then it just, again, pushing that ball up the hill. And then all of a sudden, boom, down the other side, momentum ball's rolling.
That's a great analogy.
And that's one thing. If you notice, though, the difference, and she just made this, Reed just changed this up as McKenna made a change. Ooh, high kick by McKenna.
Yeah,
is now Reed is starting to throw that left hand afterwards. See, there it is.
Good left,
2-3.
Yeah,
I told you, throw the hook.
Oh, another right hand. Yeah, Reed's closing the distance really well with, and then firing that right hand. And McKenna's definitely just trying to counter off it.
Reed is a lot more on offense now. Back in McKenna.
Firing that straight right, coming back with that left, and now it's in her confidence game. Now come back and add that right hand in, and you'll catch her with all three of them.
Question. That was close, dude.
Almost came through. Nice work. I like the fakes of McKenna. I really feel like that's definitely letting her still compete on the feet right now. Those stutter steps in. But I still think Reed's still getting the better of these exchanges.
Oh, yeah, I believe she's absolutely. But see, that's the thing is McKenna's standing too far out. She's moving. She's doing well. She's up on her wheels, bouncing around, kind of just, fainting. But it's Reed walking her down, moving forward. And you can tell, there's that straight right again. It lands, but I think she's not putting anything. It's almost like she's shadowing out in front, just throwing that jab lead hook, but at a range, it's not reaching anything.
She needs to put like the right hand behind it,
Yes, sir. Ooh, goes
down trying to shoot a takedown here at the end of the round.
Got the hands locked.
Yeah.
Suck.
Oh, she's a power takedown. Yep.
Always at the end of the round, but Reed counters.
Reed gets back up and lands
the right hand.
Good right.
Oh, she took it back from her.
Yeah.
All right, chat. Let me marinate this. She shoots in. McKenna gets the takedown with 5 seconds. Reed rolls with it, squares her up, gets her legs out, gets up, and fires 2 shots at the end of it.
Good, strong right hands of 2 at the end. It felt like McKenna came out there and she still had that momentum for the previous round. At least from my perspective, it felt like McKenna won out on that first round. Comes out the first 2 minutes, has momentum, and Reed made a little bit of an adjustment about 2-minute mark into that. And from there on, she just had it.
Well, and like I said, I mean, you can go back and watch it, and I'm telling you, she added in that left hand and it didn't miss. It was that same straight right, but then that left, it was kind of like almost a straight, like a little bit of a hook / straight. I don't know how you do it, but it was kind of boom right in between the two.
Nice Ngannou shovel hook.
Yeah, something. Yeah, right.
A little shoveling.
Just kind of boom, shoveled up, but it was landing. But what it did is having that 2-3 that killed the counter of McKenna, and now you're back ahead to have that 2. So it froze her up, and it makes now she's getting stuck. She can't do it. As opposed before, you just throw the right, she would lean and fire the right hand back. Well, now that jab is messing it up, if that makes sense. So I'll be curious how this third round starts.
You guys got this 1-1 going into the third here?
No, I got it.
I got 2-0.
I don't know. I'm feeling 1-1. I see a lot of 1-1s in the chat right now. Chat, what do you guys think, man? 1-1, 2-0, what do you got?
The best weapon McKenna had really across this fight is the counter right off the right hand from Reed. She's landing the jab lead hook, but it's just not landing a lot. It's really only when she's firing back. But the problem is because she's firing back so much. I mean, Reed's the one coming forward and landing the cleaner shots and dictating when the exchanges take place. And McKenna's not able to catch her on the feet because of this beautiful lateral movement. So she's just playing catch up. And even when she is returning, it's just not with the same impact that Reed's landing right now. So she has to change something, but it's a little too late to start shooting double legs. So I don't know what she's got to do, Jens,
Well, and that's it. She does the double, but if you look at just, again, confidence, and I try to tell people all the time, it's right, that generalship, you're selling yourself to these 3 people in the, these judges. Look at the way she's bouncing. And every time McKenna, like you said, McKenna seems to punch from just a little too far out. She's getting ahead of the jab now, but Reed is doing the right thing. She's pouncing on top, firing that right. She just looks in control, if that makes sense. And that's what you got to look at when it comes to these judges, looking up and paper eyes. Look at Reed. She's got that confidence. McKenna's backing up. Now she just counted that double.
Takedown.
She goes in on a double.
Reed, good elbows on the takedown. Oh, this is.
Oh,
this
she should have got her legs away
submission.
first. Should have, would have, could have. But now she's trying to hold on to those legs. McKenna's trying to get this takedown. Reed is trying to kick her away. McKenna's
Reed
like
is trying to power through. McKenna trying to power through Reed's guard right now.
Yeah, you got to imagine Reed's going to be very flexible in this position. We'll
Yeah,
have no problem
yeah.
getting stacked. Ooh, so
almost
close to
got the
passing
pass,
on the
though.
opposite side. She recovered guard.
Reed
Wow,
gets her
nice
guard
work
back
by
every
Reed.
time here.
Really good hits
Nice.
there because she had to switch from left side to right side.
now
Really
I
good
need
by
to see
McKenna.
Reed to let go of this guard, and you got to start trying. You got
Yeah.
McKenna's content. Get the head up high and just throw body head and not move. She's been waiting for this. She's been getting outboxed, and this is a good way to steal this round. If you haven't won one, you need to get up off the ground, Reed. She has to open up that guard and start moving. But McKenna's doing a good job of pressuring forward.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and she's she's opened a guard there for a second, but McKenna's
She's got the
head
space
position,
though. She's got the
well,
space. She could dig in like a knee. And
She
poke-
is creating
There it is.
space. Yeah, she is. You are right about that, but she does have to worry about McKenna because she's trying to pass. But I think McKenna's doing a good job with the head position. She's keeping it so tight on top of Reed's. It's just not.
Yeah,
gonna
just
give her any
constantly
space.
moving forward and smothering head in the chest, head in the chest,
head to head,
constantly pushing and just keep grinding. You know, throw a little body head. Like I said, back in the day, this would just make the crowd go crazy. They would hate this, but it's working in this aspect because every time guard open or close, she's constantly moving forward and put.
Needs to be
pressure,
careful with that right arm there. She's trying to
you
pass.
see that? She's
and
trying to mess with that.
needs to be careful because she'll try and throw up a triangle if she can control that bicep. She's opened the guard as well. Oh no.
I think she
Both
was
hands in.
keen to the idea, but I think Reed would have
Committing,
to
isn't it?
disguise it a little more.
She's still fighting on that side though. Not going for wrist control. I mean, McKenna hit her with an elbow off that side as well, though, so she's not worried. Oh,
You see the
almost ramped
issue
it
of
over.
why look, she able to kick away and stand up, Gigi.
There it
And
is.
she was so far forward, it was hard for Reed to get the triangle, even with that arm back, because she was pressuring, constantly moving forward. But now they're
That
back.
head position in full guard is so important, you know.
Capitalize that right hand. Now Reed walking her down. McKenna's trying to move around on the outside track and just kind of bouncing,
She's got
look
to
for that
come
counter.
forward and land something big.
Oh,
that
clipped
right
her
hand
right
got
hand.
a balance issue.
Rattled McKenna.
I think the right hand rattled McKenna. McKenna's grabbed the head in the plum. She's going to try to dirty box to an elbow. Sick. Plum the top. Boom.
Yeah, look, McKenna got the takedown this round, and she's still only
Yeah.
landed 4 significant strikes. So this is a great performance by Reed because she's showcasing something a little different in this division as well. You know, at least within, with outside of the top 15. You know, she's showing she's got some great
that's
lateral movement on the
another good
outside.
right
She can
hand there.
avoid the takedown attempts, and she can throw kicks at outside range and counter on the inside with tight hands. So Reed, look,
There it
pretty
is,
tough to
that right
beat, you know?
hand again. What she's doing that I love is it again for righties, lefties. When you're fighting when you're fighting another righty, the way she's picking on that jab hand and firing that right over the top, it's beautiful. Look at
Oh,
it, it's
another
landing
right hand.
over another
Clean
right hand
right.
and another right hand with
hand.
McKenna pushed up against the fence. It's not going to help her cause when she's trying to feign back from these shots. Nice, we got underhook. She just got to, if she could change up her head, Reed's got to get her head in the pocket and control that. McKenna's going to get a body lock, and she's too powerful in here. See how she's got head control pushed into the side of the neck and driving Reed up against the fence.
Yeah, the thing is, McKenna's had so much success getting takedowns along the fence line, but I feel like it's hard enough in this fight to pressure Reed against the cage because she's doing so much lateral movement, right? But whenever she got it here, she was able to find success. It's just, unfortunately, too late. And that's the end of the fight,
Nice fight. Wow.
A good performance to learn from.
The only way you
early in
can
your
do
career.
is 2 takedowns. If you can't give it that takedown, there's Reed looks defeated, and she shouldn't. She should look ready to go. She looks defeated right
Maybe
there.
she wanted to stop coming out of that, I feel like it's going to be a 29-28, but
It's going to be a split decision. They're going to go down.
I feel like McKenna got that first round with that takedown and the ground and pound, but
You might
don't
be
know.
right. It was a
It's
close
so-
fight. I think either way, McKenna has to learn from this, because it's kind of like she didn't go into the next gear when she maybe should have done or had to. And it's not an easy thing to do, but I think if you're 6-1 and you're that early in your career, Jens, it might be like, it's a lesson you got to learn, sometimes the hard way, right?
Well, 100%. And that's the one thing when you look at, again, you look at what she's doing. But I like about with Reed and that was the other thing is Reed was coming up, and like you said, it was a really fast knockout her first fight. And you could go out there right off the bat and just demoralize her. You know what I mean? Take that momentum instantly. And now she's stuck, but McKenna didn't and kind of allowed Reed to go out to start cracking that right hand. You got 66 significant strikes, but you have 3 takedowns by McKenna. But again, they were at the end of the round, last seconds, and she got away on that third one. Either way, this was a hell of a fight by both of them. This was a great fight.
Great fight.
Yeah,
it's a great division.
It's a
right
tremendous
now as well.
fight.
Like women's strawweight is just such a good division. So many good talents.
All right, here we go, chat. We're gonna
115, 125, just stacked.
3 rounds.
(30-27).
30-27 McKenna. Wow. 29-28 Reed. Reed.
I'm so surprised about 30-27.
That person needs to be fired. There's always the 30-27. I told you she won 2 rounds,
That's
no
insane,
problem.
bro.
Who's got a 30-27? Fire that person.
Insane, man.
Was that Derek Clearly?
I was 100% the 30-27 was for Reed because that's the only way I could possibly see that. 30-27 McKenna, they're crazy. They are crazy.
That's a crazy score, man.
They are crazy.
Heartbreaking.
Right, Jack Shore.
Ooh,
Oh
Jack Shore, Valiev. All right, hit me, Bayliun. Hit me, Bayliun.
Have you seen Valiev fight? Have you seen this guy fight? Forget Jack Shore at the moment, because Jack Shore's a legend and he's fantastic. Oh, I like
Jack in his hands. His hands are sick.
He's so crisp, so clean, makes no mistakes. There's like no unforced errors in his game, and he's just like, he's one of those guys who'll just literally work out the best way to beat you and then just execute that. You're not safe anywhere. Like there's no safe position to take a fight with Jack Shore because he's gonna try and dominate every position. But is it Valiev? I can never remember his last name because you don't hear it that often. This guy is absolutely insane, man. If you haven't seen this guy fight, he throws every single technique from either stance. He'll just throw like running body kicks, flying elbows. He throws Superman punches off the cage. It's just a non-stop offensive assault with every weapon you could think of, and he's so much fun to watch. If you haven't seen this guy, by the way, chat, then watch this fight because you're going to be blown away, I'm sure. I mean, it's a great fight because Jack is like undefeated and this massive prospect coming out of Wales, and
big prospect,
he's so good. But this is a tough fight for him.
I like the fact that plus 110 and a negative 130, so it's really close.
Yeah, close fight here
for both of them.
Another one out of Dagestan, man.
Yeah, man.
They flipping just make him over there, bro.
Yeah, this guy's much more of a striker, though.
Well,
I mean, he's kind of like Zabit.
You say that, but he's got to have like
sure.
They come out of there.
He's kind of like Zabit, if you've seen Zabit.
Right.
Zabibi. Yeah, that's right.
Zabibi,
I love
but
Zabibi.
He's smaller. He's kind of like Peter Yan crossed with Zabit. That's how I look at it because he's got forward aggressive.
So he's a super striker. If he's a better guy,
he's crazy.
Zabibi. Crossbreed. Bayliun, that's a bit all right. Then I'm okay because there's so many fights and so many fighters. That's the one thing that is just so much fun. Again, I love these fight nights because this kid's on a 9-fight unbeaten streak, 8-0, 1 no contest, 5 wins by knockout, 5 first-round finishes. So he doesn't even like to leave the first round. My man wants to get this done. But against Jack Shore, oh, this is gonna be nuts. These undercards already. I love fight night.
Yeah,
I love fight night.
I think Jack's probably going to find a body lock and he's going to look to take this down after a scramble. But let's see what he does on the feet, Jens, because you mentioned Jack's boxing. He's very good on the feet.
Oh, that should be okay. He beat Ronnie Barcelos. And see, trying to remember, there's so many fights and
I mean, it's not easy, you know. Here comes Jack though. Let's go. But, another Welshman. They have a dragon on their flag, guys. Okay, yeah, deal with
that's
that.
pretty sick.
Yeah.
Let me see. I'm gonna look this up right now.
The dragon on the look at that. Yeah. Ooh.
I'm just gonna grab a
I'm not Welsh, and I'll tattoo that. You see all the beers hanging out on that thing? I like that a lot. What's that name? Toast Allen? You better be good out there, brother. How you doing? Oh my goodness. So yeah, but Jack Short, these hands. This is gonna be a sick fight. I can't wait. Oh my, this fight. Look at, see, I'm getting fired up, moving around in my chair.
I feel like Jack has to take this fight down because Valiev is just, I mean, I don't recall a fight where he's been backed up, you know, like he's just coming forward like a hurricane, you know. And
then confidence as those punches land, you just keep going further, and you know what I mean, you just keep moving further in. But so Jack Shore is undefeated, by the way, BT, 15-0. He's 15-0 UFC takedown ratio, kickboxing, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu black belt.
Oh, baby.
So This is no joke. This fight's gonna be.
It should be fireworks.
I'm telling you.
Yeah, let's have a look at Jack Shaw's last few opponents here. Just to see who he's fought in the UFC.
Ludwig,
yeah. So, and that's the other thing about Jack, right? He's really not for Aaron Phillips. He's pretty good. Hunter Azure came off the Contender Series. I don't think he's in the UFC anymore. He may be, but this is definitely the hardest opponent Jack's fought. Right here. Yeah, this is a test, and he's got a long way to go. He's 15-0. But he has a long way to go to work his way up this division. And this is a very tough division, the old bantamweight division, isn't it? So,
oh yeah. I mean, maybe back in the day you could try to make an argument, but there was an easy division. But nowadays with the talent, there's no every division is so stacked.
Yeah. This is interesting because Jack's a bigger guy and he's got that reach with the boxing, but Valiev will just throw kicks like a maniac. Jens, you'll love this, mate. He does the old left kick to the body, right kick to the body. Like if you're drilling Thai pads, just
of course, boom, boom,
throw
real
those
quick
in succession, left, right, moving forward. It's kind of like just the kind of stuff people don't really do.
Yeah, just pop. It's like I always love when somebody throws Bayliun, when they throw the same way they throw it on the pads. Because some people, what I mean by that is because they're so comfortable and it's just pads. Like they'll try boom and they'll spin and they'll throw these things. But when you have that confidence and that repetition going on in your head, like we were talking about before, Vis, and then you go out there and you throw it, it just makes you that much more deadly to see people throw exactly the way they train, that there's no barrier between the live scenario and the comfort of your own gym.
This fight's going to be crazy. If you haven't seen Valiev fight, you can't really describe it. So,
and those of you out there, like I said, out there on the YouTube channel and the Facebook, let's go. Pop in here, check it out. Twitch.tv/UFC. We need to hit that follow button. 200. We're looking for that 200,000 followers. Hope everybody's doing well. Let's go.
They showed Goddard there. He's got the EMMMA on his shirt, which is the English Mixed Martial Arts Association. It's kind of like a new governing body that we're bringing together in the UK, and Mark's one of the founders, I think, as well. But I mean, it's nice to see that logo because it's really doing a lot for the regional scene. Anyway, boom, let's go.
Now you look at now look at this. Now again, you got Valiev moving on the outside track, kind of moving around trying to fight, but Jack's going straight in.
Short's thinking about takedown right there.
That's the thing, and he's doing it right. He's as Valiev tried to throw that right kick and a right hand by Jack to counter it, but that's it. You get to that point. Look, he's trying to walk him down, and now they're both throwing kicks at a distance. But if that first time when you try to walk him down those punches, and then when he freezes, go in for the shot, because that's when Valiev's going to kick or do something like that. There's only so much you can do once you're backed up against the cage.
Yeah, Valiev will level change a lot as well, because he'll level change and then throw the head kicks off, fakes to the body, which are beautiful. But Jack caught him right there on the exit with a lead hook, I believe. And Valiev, because he's throwing so much, and he sometimes drops his hands for balance because he's darting around so much. The fact that Shaw's already caught him with that left hook on the exit early, that bodes well on the feet for Jack.
Man, Shaw looks like he's a full weight class above Valiev.
He's a big boy.
He does look bigger. He's definitely
Valiev has missed weight previously. He's missed weight. He's had catch weight fights. I don't know if that was because of an injury. I just know he's had a catch weight fight previously.
That was a good
I like
kick
how
right there
he's
from Shore.
Good kick by Shore, but what I like is how Valiev stepped in and fired the right hand, right? Jam it at the hands when someone's swinging that bat. Step in, jam it at the hands, throw that right. Now he's trying to catch the leg. He throws a hook and then counters with the leg kick like Valiev. I like that when Shore threw that lead leg.
So if you watch Valiev's last fights, he throws so many kicks. He's not throwing any, so you can only assume he doesn't want to get taken down in this fight. He's throwing the leg kicks. That was probably the safest kick you can throw. So I'm really surprised Valiev's not throwing more kicks. If you go watch his highlights or his any fights on Fight Pass, you'll see him just throw an arsenal.
But I like
of stuff.
that he's content to throw those hands. He went in there and he landed. He threw a jab and a lead hook with that right hand. He's fainting a little bit right there. You know what I mean? But Jack he's confident. Jack is composed, standing right out in front of him, kind of just cutting him off a little bit.
Jack is just pressuring him, man, the whole time here.
Yeah. And Jack's using that leg kick, which is going to work so nicely for a guy that's constantly stepping in or bouncing, because as you bounce and commit or lunge forward, Jens, you'll know this, that when you eat a leg kick in that motion, it does a hell of a lot more damage. So that's a great way to slow down a guy that's
it hurts bad. And the other thing, what I like is how Valiev has let go of the kicking. He's catching the legs.
Got a low blow here.
Firing the right hands to try to maybe take away and intimidate Shore from throwing leg kicks. Every time I throw a kick, he's catching it and he's punching me. He's catching me with the right hand, or
Yeah. Oh man, that was right down the pipe, man.
A knee to the nuggets.
Telling Mark, help me.
All right, but now we're back at it. We're back in the center, and here we go. So again, the leg kick, and then now Valiev fires the leg kick back. Boom! See, look at that.
Yeah,
you see
that was a good leg kick there. Shore felt that one.
But I liked it because it was off of Shore's leg kick, and then as he brings the leg down, Valiev's already countering with that power, the power right hand. So again, picking on the lead leg with your power leg.
Ooh. Yeah, Valiev is covering a lot of distance with that lead hand as well. It's quite impressive, given the reach of Jack. You know, he's really darting through and landing that left hand. So, but this is a leg kick. Well, nice.
Oh, there's a
job
takedown
right
from
there.
Valiev.
Yeah, caught the kick, took him down. But I honestly don't know if he should be down here with Jack. Jack is an amazing grappler. Look at that body.
Jack's got the
lock.
body lock, immediately back up, taking him to the cage.
Love it.
This is
power
kind of where
move.
I thought he would get a takedown is from these body lock positions along the fence line, because he's really good there. But he caught the knee on the way up. That's very crafty. Usually you don't do that on the first one.
I like it when you get in that clinch, you try to fire a knee too high, you catch it, hook it, and throw the takedown. But over under position right here against the fence. I love this. That's Valiev's trying to keep that overhook side. Jack's got the underhook and that. See that head in the pocket right there, drilling. Nice job, good right hand. They break. Now they're back to the center. You see that?
It's what I mean about Jack. Like, he will literally beat you, whatever the best way to beat you is. And grabbing this guy and dirty boxing him against the cage is a great way to take away a guy like this.
You can tell he's got the strength.
Yeah, so
The
Jack's
strength
happy
advantage.
to do that. I'm sure there's points on the board, But this is a close round and it's nearly over.
It's that big overhand right that Valiev keeps throwing. Jack's got to just make sure, you got to be weary that bomb is coming. Don't let it catch you. So he's been able to block for the most part. You like that jab. I like how he switches his stance and moves.
I think it's because he's so low when he's throwing it, Jens. It's coming right up the middle. He's not seeing
No,
it.
he's popping it straight up the eye. But that's another thing, though, when you're giving off, see that takedown, that there's a, that takedown vibe, that leg kick by
He's
Valiev.
loaded up on that leg kick.
He's slowly, it seems like he's slowly just kind of picking Shore apart right now.
That was a nice body kick at the end.
It's a hard round to say either way.
I think you got to take Valiev. What did Jack actually throw offensively that was as big of a weapon that landed, like, compared to Valiev? He landed a bunch of kicks to the body. I mean, I guess the leg kick game from Jack was pretty back and forth. Did control him against the fence. I don't know, man.
We got a 30-27 crack smoker out there still kicking off. Who knows what they're seeing?
Who knows?
So I don't even know I don't even know what we're going to be. I mean, I give up. I mean, we've got two that understand it. Again, why should we be showing the score after every round? So they can get stuff thrown at them. So we can start. I mean, I told you should be showing the score, the judge's scorecard after every round. So we could all be going, what are you looking at? To hold it up. He'd be like, look, they'd be scared. They're all scared. They don't even want to hold it up. They're like, I don't want, you know what I mean? I can't. 30-27.
A very good point that one of the UFC mods made that a lot of people sometimes don't know. The judges are chosen by the athletic commission, correct?
Yeah, it's not a
Nothing to do
UFC
with the
thing.
UFC
So people
thing.
need to stop. They always say, thank you, Vince, because they always say, Dana, it's got nothing to do with the UFC and Dana. All right. Everybody's always,
Yeah. I mean, there is a video coming out on the MMA on Point channel called "The Problem with Judges Scoring" right now in MMA. So that will, if you want to enjoy a discussion, there's a video coming out over there.
Yeah, I know the problem. They need to show the score, so there's no accountability. No accountability. Good catch of the leg.
Takedown by
right hand.
Shore.
Nice takedown by Shore. Now we got to see how Valiev's going to be. Valiev's going to be off of his back.
Yeah, Valiev got a
flexible guy. You
butterfly
got to expect a high guard.
Trying to get his back to the cage.
Yeah, he's wrapping that arm really nicely. Well,
Creating space. He's going to get up here.
Nice job. Over under up against the fence.
And
there
he's
you go.
off.
Break.
Oh,
Valiev landed some good body shots.
Two body shots. Leg kick in with the double leg. Nice takedown.
Way to work through a fight. Nice butterfly hooks from Jack.
Yeah.
Let's see if he elevates.
He's going to pass off that 1 foot and get back in there. I like that, though. That's what it is. Valiev, the way to put that combination together, he step back, pop, step back. Hey, nope. Takes a shot. So he's really mixing it up. You don't know where he's going to attack from.
You need some energy to do that, though. I'm sure he's taking a little rest.
It's a good time to rest right there. Well, that and he had to get those
sure.
hooks out from underneath him. Now he gets inside Jack's guard. Now Shore's going to try to come off to the side.
It's also a great adjustment to a game plan where you know that your opponent is trying to transition some takedowns in. So it's take them down first, you know, don't even give them that option. He's trying to pass it, nearly past that right leg, yeah. Jack's not doing too bad from the bottom, staying calm. No ground and pound.
Yeah, he's going to get up here.
From Valiev. He's trying to base out.
Still got his hips.
Yeah, you're right.
I like how he's got that right. He's got that right leg on the hip, pushing on it and stuff
there
like that.
It is.
He didn't break the hands though. Got to fight the body lock.
Oh, yeah. He not really. Instead, it goes for the face. It's like, you're going to keep your hands up. I'm going to just punch you in the face.
Maybe that left arm looked trapped behind the fence. He's got an overhook on the outside actually as well. So he's probably trying to hold that whizzer, you know. Valiev might let the kicks go a little more now if he's felt the ground game and maybe feels a little more confidence in it.
Yeah.
I like that how he's moving around. See, Jack's got to figure out, like, at some point, it's not desperation yet, but, you know what I mean? It's got to be frustrating because Valiev's starting to kind of just dictate the pace of this thing without a doubt. Whenever you start getting in close and then he shoots that takedown, he's got to see what Jack's trying to walk him down, throw those good hands. But every punch, Bayliun, that Shore throws, Valiev's throwing too.
Yeah, and Shore's walking into, you know, the range of Valiev as well. It'd be nice to see him try and pop a little bit. That jab Valiev has covers so much distance, so he can just explode on the entry.
Look at that big right hand right there. You see that? And that's it. Like his in and out game, you know what I mean? Valiev's really bouncing in and out really well.
Valiev's still so fast. He's got so much energy still at this point in the fight, and it feels like Shore's kind of slowed down a little bit.
Oh, lovely shots by Jack there.
Right
Landed the straight right, but again, that jab, but Jack's parrying that a little now as well. If he can just time that right hand over the top, but he beat him there with a jab, exited nicely, did Jack. Going to recircle to the center. I like how they're both kind of throwing the same techniques, like they're trading the leg kicks, they're trading the jabs, they're trading the left high kick.
Twinning, right? They're shadow sparring right in front of each other. Now Jack's got him pushed up against the fence. The pace of this fight is going to be really tough to keep up, especially if you're adding in all this dirty boxing, this grappling, you know what I mean? It goes back to what we were talking about. He's got a body lock and again, pushing Valiev up against the fence. But the thing is, if you notice, Jack can't let go because the second he lets him go, Valiev's going to there's a combination waiting.
He's trying to drag him down off the fence here.
Yeah, he broke quite well from the fence earlier. You can see Valiev's concerned about keeping them hips away right now, right?
Yep.
He's trying to step through. Lovely job. Snaps him down, but back to the feet. Oh, cheeky knee by Jack.
He's got double underhooks. Jack, there you go. Throw some knees to the body. Push him up against the fence. Head in the pocket. There you go. See, push on that face.
Dug that underhook now.
There's the trip. Oh, he tried for a trip, but it ended up being a head and arm
he takes him down.
Dang. Nice reversal into a half guard. Oh, come on now, Valiev. That was nasty.
Yeah.
All right, now Jack's got to try to work his. You notice the fatigue on Jack's face. Now see how Valiev's driving that head in there and smashing him.
And you could kind of tell from, you know, once Valiev broke from the cage, you know, that double body shot leg kick straight into the double leg. You know,
nice switch. Nice switch by Shore to get him pushed up against the fence. This is the best cage fighting I've seen in a couple shows right here. GG, you two.
They really are. But I think Valiev is up 2 rounds. This is the only thing right now.
Yeah, I think you're right.
I don't know. Crack Muffin probably has it the other one. Crack Muffin's got 30-27. The rest of them see that Valiev's up probably 2-0. But we'll find out.
I would definitely give Valiev that round. That first round, I really think you could kind of argue either way.
True.
It's kind of, I always like to, instead of when it's that close, I'm always like, that's round just hanging there. Like, who knows? And then it's like,
leave it at a 0. And
it's kind of just like, man, that one was at either side right there. I can see the judges give it to either one, especially with, like we just were saying, Mr. 30-27 out there.
I feel like Jack needs to try and hunt for a sub a little bit. He's got to hunt for a finish, you know. If there's a lot of scramblings, you know, try and find a neck.
Yeah.
But on the feet, it's just, they're both kind of canceling each other out. It's going to be hard.
True. If you're Shore's corner at this point, you got to be saying, hey, we need to finish. Because you really don't know. It could be 2-0.
What I will tell him is GG on the conditioning. Look at them both, man. They've been the pace of all these fighters so far has just been insane, except for the first one because he was just an explosive little buzzard. But these guys, I mean, they're throwing down, going to the 3rd round, ready to go, and the pace has been off the wall. But you know, even odds wise, this has been the closest fight. Now you're watching it. This is extremely close, and this is a prelim. And these guys, I mean, these are great fighters at a level like just the level of fighting you know, I mean, the level of fighters is unreal. Here we go. 3rd round. Right out there on the Monster Energy. They're moving around a little bit. See, Jack's coming forward. Now, did you see that? Okay, so Jack fires the right leg. Boom, it lands. Valiev throws counter 1, 2, boom, and finish with leg.
He stunned him.
Drops Valiev.
Jack short
Now
drops
we're on top.
Side.
He's got his back. He's got a hook in.
Neck. Yeah, he's going to do the old Colby Covington. You know, just keep one
He's got a hook in and
cage.
just keep him pressured. Now, look, that's a beautiful thing. If he keeps that outside leg, single leg pressure on his head, Valiev's trying to get up and get out the back door.
Didn't strip the base away with the hands though when he planted, and so that gave him that tiny second.
Able to wrestle him back down though.
But he's got to
strip
hook
the back
base.
home.
He's keeping the body lock though. Oh no, he's giving it up now. That was a beautiful right hand by Jack though, but I mean that's not going to win the whole fight. He's got to stay on Valiev.
Quick there.
Look at Valiev is pips now. He's trying.
Yeah,
he knows he's got to make it up. He's walking him down a little bit. But that's the thing is, though, Valiev, you have to understand is you've been doing your best going forward like this, standing back and allowing Shore to have his range. He popped you. Nice hand right there when he's breaking off the fence.
Nice.
Valiev's now starting to come forward a little bit. Is he too tired?
Yeah, it did. I mean, you got to assume that's why he's getting tagged with that 1-2. You know, lose a little bit of that movement.
Shore getting a single here, but
leg. Yeah,
he caught choke on. He threw that choke on.
He's got to get it. He's cranking.
Side control. He's got him back in his guard now. Oh, man.
He's got it in the guard. He's trying to crank it up pretty hard. Shore's trying to fight it.
Yeah, Shore's trying to elevate here, stack, get the hips as high as he can.
It seems like he's still good in this position.
He's got that arch going, Chad. He's got
he's got
the
hips
out of his neck. He can't get out the back. He's making it tighter.
Now it's
Shore, you're making it tighter. It's like you got to hold your breath for 2 seconds so your head can pop out, but then all of a sudden it doesn't pop out, and you pass out. And he's like, I got to go back up front. You know, when you try to squeeze out.
He's good.
You got to just grind this out, man. You got to just live in the uncomfortable.
I don't think he's got the inside of the neck. He's definitely got the outside, but he doesn't have the
good
inside.
hand fight pops up. He's got half guard when he pops up.
This could help Shore here. Valiev might just gas himself a little bit with that squeeze.
For sure,
he does a good job of getting his guard back.
Yeah. Jack needs a finish, man. Bisping just said it.
Well, we need Valiev to get up. He's got to open up his guard. And if he can, take a breather and then get back up, get to your feet, get moving. He's got double. Has he got the butterfly, or did Jack jumped off to the left side of it?
He's passed, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, he's about to go
guard it. He gets out of there.
Good scramble. Everybody's back to their feet. We're all back to our feet.
Valiev just going with this 1-2, a kick after.
Another good take. He's got the single leg, run him to the fence.
That
like Shore's done really well against the fence.
Yeah, he does a really good job of catching that single. Valiev, get that foot down, fighting off the left wrist. Peel that up, lift it up, make sure you can't take him down, but he's going to have him pushed up against the fence. Now, was that a knee that did Valiev come in and throw a knee?
Yeah,
Jack caught
like
it and
a
took
lead
him
body
down
to the knee. Yeah, it kind of, if you ask me, it looked like he wasn't sure what he was going to do. He just kind of walked forward, you know?
Yeah, like right there. He just literally walked forward and just ran into
He might have a little bit of a headbutt.
Ever since he got dropped by that right hand, if you ask me, he's just kind of been throwing whatever's out there, you know?
Yeah, kind of just going after him.
Leg kick, but double left hook from Jack there. Nice work.
Oi, look at outside.
Yeah, that's what I mean. He's kind of on autopilot a little.
Valiev's getting tired now, bro.
He is getting tired.
A little more reckless.
He's got those loopy shots. He throws those loopy punches, and Jack with that straight down the pipe. And he needs to stay straight as Valiev's trying to come in. You need to give me those straight shots.
Yeah,
see that straight jab right there, but Valiev bouncing. But they're kind of those in close throwing hooks, and he's got to utilize that to utilize that range. But the clock is being eat up, so you need to throw this combo.
Man. Shore needs to put it on the gas pedal right now. This is a shot.
Oh, Valiev catches the leg, but nothing comes of it. They're both the pressure.
There it is.
He's out on it. Nope. He's back up on his feet. He's hurt. He's wobbled. Shore doesn't feel he has that. It's that third punch.
Uppercut lands on the chin
Shore
for
just
Jack.
nailing him.
Another right hand as well. Valiev calls him on. Another left hook from Jack.
Dude, Shore just put him together.
He's got to throw this. Don't throw the shot. Where's that shot? Boy, they are so tired. Oh, he tries to spin one
back
by Shore. He takes him down.
He looked so out there when Valiev got caught by that body lock. He just looked out of it. And Jack,
pure will, man, just determination.
Valiev threw up an armbar here with 20 seconds left.
He's going for it too.
Will it put him on a defense? You think it's going to save him? No, he doesn't have it. But he's going for an armbar with 10 seconds left. Ooh, look, try to throw an elbow.
Land nice little short elbows here.
The thing
He's
is,
just stacking him.
Jack knocked him down twice this round, but
Right.
Valiev was throwing stuff back. He had that submission attempt. It's like, it's not a 10-8, is it? That's the thing.
It
this
was
is
something
just-
where
well, I
it
don't
could have
know.
been close. It could
We'll
have
have
been
to
close,
see what
but I
that
think you're right, man.
30-27 partner comes up with. But what a fight. Dang, this
The
card is
question is
nasty.
who did that first round go to? Because that was definitely short.
Very
Like that
close
was the
first
most
round.
dominant round of the whole
Boom,
fight.
come back with that
Left
third
hook.
shot.
He did
Love
that
it.
early
I
on
could
as well.
see one of the judges do a 10-8. I could see it, but
Nice.
Yeah,
work by
30.
Jack,
We got
yeah.
a 30-27 partner out there.
He was
Yeah.
scooping him into that right uppercut with his left hook, and he did it a couple of times there towards the finish.
it
But
seemed like Valiev kind of started to gas there. He got a little bit more reckless, and Shore just started landing those hits on it.
I love
You're
that.
saying
one.
it, Jens. He was throwing those big loopy punches and leaving himself open.
Yep, they just come back that third punch, come back with that hook. That was perfect by Shore. But
yeah,
I don't know, man. He kind of threw that takedown at the end. I don't know. I mean, did he have him hurt enough?
Yeah,
Shore
you-
keeping him on his feet. It was close. Good
Right,
fight
yeah.
though.
I think Valiev's movement really slowed down towards the end of that fight.
Oh, he
compared
was-
to
It
And
was
then
after that squeeze,
spring.
man. It was after that he tried to go for that guillotine.
Yeah, I think you might be right.
Oh, just melted his shoulders. Melted. That's we got to be careful, right? You have to know when to hold him and know when to fold him. You got to know when you have that. You can't just eek until you have nothing left,
Yep.
and then find out that my man pops his head up. It's like, okay, now you're gonna catch a beating. So you got to know when to squeeze and not squeeze. And I'm not sure if but yeah, we'll have to figure out with the judges. Chat. This is gonna be But I like the pay. I like the fight. That was this fight's
Great fight.
insane.
It was a great
right now.
Two just like really good bantamweights that aren't ranked and are like both really good. I mean, it's just killers.
Adding
across
to the
board.
super stack of 35
Yeah.
pounders, all the while. That's why I cannot wait for this interim title fiasco to get situated and taken care of, so
Yeah.
we can get back to starting to go after title fights and do what we got to do here.
Yeah, we've been waiting since Cejudo
Oh,
won the belt. Really,
Too
haven't
long.
we?
I've
It's
never
like-
seen anybody never defend a belt and hold on to it for so long. It's crazy.
29-28, 29-28,
All 29-28.
2 rounds to 1. Jack Shaw, your
Wow,
winner.
there
2
it
rounds
is,
to
baby.
1. All right, there you go. I mean, like if you score it as a fight, I think he won the fight, right? It's just a question of did
Yes.
he win one of the first 2 rounds.
Yep.
Why am I struggling? Okay, thank you, UFC Mod 2. Why I'm sitting struggling on this 29-27. Somebody popped a 10-8er up in there.
Yeah.
Oh, didn't hear that? Yeah, the last round I said it might have been a 10. He got 2 knockdowns, didn't he?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, somebody
could see
dusted a
it.
10-8er up
I
in
can
there.
see it. It's close, and it depends on the
Dude.
scoring, right? Like it used to be so much harder to get a 10-8. They changed it so that the 10-8s are a little bit easier now.
Yeah,
so.
but he didn't finish him, but that guillotine was tight, right? So it's kind of like it's hard to score a 10-8 if the other guy is also getting a fight ending.
That's exactly how you get. This isn't boxing. Just because you got knocked down, not in this game, it's different. In boxing, they stop it, they give you a standing 8 count. I get it. And this though, we had a guillotine.
The
on
thing
same
is,
side.
though, is like
an armbar.
how much can you score that when it was like it wasn't there and you're just squeezing? Like if I'm just squeezing some dude's head, and there's never a choke threat.
If you have to give up any kind of offense and go to defense, start trying to fight it off.
Okay,
it's like a catch, right? Catch. If you have 2 or 3 judges hold their hand up, we've got a catch. That's like a knockdown, right? You can score the points. But again, same thing with those knockdowns. When it's a flash, you pop a knee, then you go right back into combinations and you continue fighting. You know what I mean? There's the difference in like in boxing. But I mean, either way, heck of a fight. So is this what do we got here? Oh, Nikita Krylov and
against
Paul
Craig,
Craig, who is
baby.
not pumped
Oh,
for this fight.
this is gonna be a good
Let's
one,
go.
man. Dude, I love Craig, bro.
Did you
Craig
watch
is
our axe throwing video
savage.
we did with Paul Craig?
Oh, we did an axe throwing video?
Yeah,
I'd love to see that, bro.
We went up to Scotland and we filmed him and we got a target and we put each like different faces from the light heavyweight division and he had to throw axes
let's
and what he
go.
landed on. He did a little breakdown. Yeah, it's on the MMA on Point channel, but you should watch it. It's good. And Paul Craig's on a 5-fight unbeaten streak right now, man. Like
he's on fire.
Yeah, I mean, you know the story of Paul Craig, right? He was 1 second away from getting dropped from the UFC, basically.
Really?
Because he was
Let's go
on
into
a
that.
2-fight losing skid. It was the last fight on his contract. He was fighting Ankalaev, who fought last weekend. Ankalaev.
Yeah.
Lost the entire fight. Tough fight. And then with like 5 seconds left, he threw up a triangle. And then, taps Ankalaev. And on Monday morning, he got a new UFC contract. And now he's on a 5-fight unbeaten streak. It's like crazy.
Let's go.
The game is serious, man. The game,
This
it's
man's
just
straight up William Wallace
every
in here, man.
aspect of it. That's the one thing is You never know. You can just turn it around. One fight, things happen so fast. I mean, I can't stop. My man's out there in that kilt. I want that kilt. Oh, give me that thing. That thing is bad. Well, I like that.
He always comes in with the face paint, man.
Oh, this is gonna be a heck of a fight. Krylov, though.
I was going to say, I mean, I've met Paul as well. He's like such a nice bloke. Just really, he loves the game, knows so much about it. Before, I mean, he didn't even know what the UFC was before he started doing jiu-jitsu. So it's kind of like it all came out of nowhere for him. And, you know, it's one of them classic stories of being a teacher. But he's a really big, strong guy. And his jiu-jitsu is probably one of the best in the division. I mean, his last fight, you'll remember, he broke Jamal Hill's arm, right? He just snapped it in half.
It was nasty.
It's nasty, and he's done that to a ton of prospects, like as well as Jamal Hill, right? I mean, you've got Injetsuku as well, who's coming up in that division. You know, tapped him, and Ankalaev as well. So, and Enrique de Silva as well before that. So he's just sneakily beaten so many of these guys in the division. And yeah, if he wins now, I mean, it's top 5 for Paul Craig. Really, he's on his way up. So this is a big fight for Paul.
Krylov, Craig, here we go, baby. This is gonna be a good one, man. Let's see. Man, Krylov been at this for a while. This man been fighting the UFC since 2013.
Yeah, so Krylov came in undefeated and heavyweight, I think, and all of his stoppages, all of his fights. I think that wasn't Krylov. I remember when he made his debut, though. I feel like because he was. Let's see.
The triangle, boom, 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 throwing shots.
You're right. It was heavyweight. I'm looking at it right now.
Crazy.
Soa Palele, yeah, because he came in super hyped up and he fought Soa Palele Hulk. And yeah, it was like a really grueling fight. It was really impressive because this guy had basically only won by stoppage. Yeah, so when he made his debut, he only won by stoppage. He had 14 stoppage wins. And yeah, I remember Soa Palele just sat on
Krylov has fought some
some
damn good fighters so far through. I'm looking at his career, and he's fought some really good guys all the way through.
Yeah,
the last 5-6 years.
He's definitely better at 205. But yeah, he's
making his way out. We got Paul making his way out. How's everybody doing out there in chat? By the way, Facebook, YouTube. If you're out there watching, much love and appreciation. Drop on in here, twitch.tv/UFC. Hit that follow button. We're going for that 200,000 followers. Plus, it's just a lot of fun. The water is nice. The water is nice out here in the chat room.
Yeah, man. I'm really hyped for Paul, man. I think he can get it done. It's just going to be a case of dealing with the awkwardness and the unpredictability of Krylov, right? Because Krylov fights on the outside and he can throw a whole different arsenal of kicks. But Paul's a long guy as well, so I feel like he should be able to see them coming. But Krylov, sometimes it gets a bit chaotic in there. This fight, anything could happen, really. It's kind of hard to predict this one, to be honest.
Chat, 78% has Craig winning right now.
Right. I mean, these guys are
Chat
finishers.
is going off on Craig.
They're both finishers, so I don't think it's going to go the distance. I definitely think Paul can sub him. I think, did Krylov get Von Flood? I feel like he got Von Flood by OSP. Oh no, did he?
1 second though. We use on a 5-fight unbeaten streak.
Yeah, he submitted OSP second round.
Second most submissions. He's got the second most submissions right now. 5-fight win streak right here.
Yeah. Paul's a couple of wins away from that top 5. I think he can do it, man.
Yeah, I'm excited right here with Krylov. Get him out here and go after that. Chato, look at that. He's not. Look at that. Is he getting booed?
He's getting booed. Yeah, man.
No boos.
Number 9. I mean, that was Paul's 11.
Gotta do it, I suppose. Yeah, he's number 11 and number 9. Oh my Lord, the crowd. Oh, but chat, they're booing him. Eyes closed, relax.
Yeah, I mean, Krylov has been fighting all over the place recently. So I don't think this will be like his last fight was in Vegas. Before that, he fought Johnny Walker in Brazil. So you ain't gonna not get booed walking out against Johnny Walker in Brazil.
Yeah.
And then he fought in Canada. So he's probably no stranger to fighting, being the bad guy as well.
Being in enemy territory.
Fought in Sweden, yeah, of course, yeah. Fought Misha Serkinov in Canada,
Yeah, he's fought some really big names, over the course of the last 6 years
Well, he's been around for a long time. I remember when he made his debut, it was like a big deal. It was like, here's this here's this guy who's only ever had stoppages. He's coming in from Russia, and it was a pretty big deal, but that was a long time ago. So since then, he spent some time outside of the UFC, and then he came back into the promotion as well. So yeah, Fight Nights Global is where he was fighting for a little bit for Emmanuel Newton over there, who used to be the Bellator champion, right? And Maldonado. So tons of experience. This just should be a good fight. I think most of it's going to be dictated at range. We'll probably see some clinch work.
He
along
finished
the fence
26 of 27 wins, third highest control
about.
time percentage among active UFC light heavyweights.
Yeah,
he finishes them all. You know what I mean?
Should be some good scrambles on the mat as well, because both guys do hunt the submission, of course. So yeah, this is kind of just one of them crazy fights, you know.
Coming off the 3 fights we just dealt with, and that, you know what I mean, you better come in here. It's gonna be tough to live up to. Tough.
Who would you say has the better jiu-jitsu game?
Paul. Yeah, I think Paul's probably one of the best jiu-jitsu guys in the division. I mean, like, it's whether you're talking about grappling or jiu-jitsu, right? Or wrestling, because those kind of are three separate things. Yeah. If you're talking about pure jiu-jitsu, I'd say Paul for sure, but there's a lot of other stuff that goes into that, you know, scrambling and
Oh, now I understand what everybody. Now I just understand. Okay. I was trying to figure out what chat was talking about the. Okay, now I see it. Oh, fighting.
Let's go, Paul.
Oh, let's go, chat. 15 wins, 4 losses.
Scotland.
Let's go, Paul. I'm invested in this one.
Oh, he's fired up. Look at him. He walks all the way
he's
across
staring
the
right
cage.
through his soul right now.
He came on to do a MMA on Point fight companion, and he was fantastic. So he skateboarded to the studio. All right, he was in a hotel in central London. Shows up with his skateboard. Like, yeah, skateboarded him, man. It's like, he's a gangster. Okay.
27 wins, 8 losses, 6'3", 205. He's lacking the flag. I thought it was an error.
This is a great fight for the UK fan base. I mean, like, it's strange that this is not.
Oh, let's go. EMMAA. Oh, shoes. I'm ready. Ugh.
Yeah, man.
Krylov, so, look at that list, though. Ozimir, Reyes, Santos, Smith, Ankalaev, Rakic, Prohashka, Blachowicz.
Yeah, but Paul beat Jamal Hill, but he's ranked underneath him. I get that Jamal Hill just had another win, so, but like, all right, here we go.
Greg running across.
Krylov runs right out there, throws a deep kick, throws 3 punches when Craig tried to catch it, takes him down.
Oh, now Paul's latched on, but he's given up
half
position
guard.
Now. Krylov, on top in half guard, raining down ground and pound. Paul's got a controlled posture here. But it was great. Krylov came out there, a front kick. Paul caught it, took his 3 shots, and immediately was scrambling. So
I love that.
Craig kind of just like ran him off the shoulder.
Yeah, it's going to be some pressure applied from this top position by Krylov. Look at that. Really sinking.
Is he already
working
on that choke? Is he looking at?
Yeah, but
is he trying to get Prue-ish right here?
Paul's got to extend that far leg, maybe. He's trying to stretch that leg out, take some pressure off the neck.
A little bit, but I like how they do that now. They just go across and go out to that Prue and put the shoulder down right on that neck and try to squeeze it up.
It's horrible.
Look at the pressure.
He's trying to pass out of this. He's all that pressure on the neck, try to drag that leg out, but he's got that leg locked.
I mean, Paul's probably, he's been in this position so many times, right?
Yeah, 100%.
He just needs to be careful that head doesn't come on the outside and then he gets put in that arm triangle danger. But yeah, Krylov, obviously, like, you don't want a guy on top of you 1 minute into a fight. Like, there's so much adrenaline, right? And then the guy's super fresh. You're not sweaty. It's a dangerous position for Paul.
But this is Craig's wheelhouse, though, as well. So
it is, but like Krylov is like,
the pressure.
like
look at this pressure he's applying.
Right.
What he's applying to the neck of Craig right now, it's just so uncomfortable.
Right.
He's got his head smashed straight through the floor, and he's just putting a forearm. It's like what you know what I mean? He's just smashing him down and making everything a misery. So now Craig's gonna have to use so much energy to try to get out from underneath this because of just the top pressure of Krylov in that cross body going across. See, putting that shoulder down on the carotid and just constantly making it uncomfortable.
Yeah. Yeah, you can see Paul's hips were literally off the ground because he was trying to stretch him out so much. That's like how much he was trying to alleviate that pressure. But Yeah, I mean, this is great work from Krylov from the top here. Just he's cooking him basically, right? And he's really trying to.
Did you see what he just did by grabbing that hand? My man I think he just tried to do almost like the Ezekiel.
Yeah, Ezekiel. I was going to say,
yeah,
he's doing something.
Big shots from Krylov there. Oh, dude.
Shot by Krylov on the ground.
Oh, man.
Yeah, this is a Paul Craig fight, though. This is a Paul Craig fight. He takes some damage sometimes. He stays in there. Look at that overhook he's got on the left arm as well. And he's got the foot on the hip. He's trying to set it up. Got the butterfly hook on the inside if he wants to elevate and sweep. But nice job by Krylov deciding to posture up and just stack out of that guard. I mean, that's a great advantage you can have as a
there it is.
Oh,
for the triangle.
He threw the leg by, throwing the leg by.
Krylov passing to side. Krylov. Oh, man.
Paul's doing a good job of
got his legs back in there, though.
Did a swim, got his guard back. Start over now, you two.
Yeah, he will start. He's overhooked again. Overhooked that bicep on the far side still.
See, that's the one thing right there. He's like, Krylov's got to be careful. Keep those hands off the canvas.
Yeah.
So he can't get those overhooks. Tie up the biceps. Oof. Good right hand. The ground and pound of Krylov.
Great.
That big that right hand is landing all day, Chad. He's standing up,
trying to tie up
right down the middle, landing those right hands. Go ahead. Sorry, Vis.
No, you're all good. What you were saying, Krylov's ground and pound so far just been vicious.
Yeah, just using the frame.
But Craig at the same time, he's not panicked at all, dude. He's just down there. He's chilling.
I mean, this is kind of like some of what Paul's career has been, being in a horrible situation and then just, slowly working his jiu-jitsu and then finding a way to finish the fight.
Right.
Look how tight that overhook is, man.
Did you see that overhook? He was going to try. I thought he was going to be able to crank him over and get
there it is.
Triangle.
He's got it.
We can't see because the ref's in the way. Oh, that's locked in, baby.
Oh, it is a solid triangle. He's trying to stack him. There it is.
I can't believe that.
There it was. Played a dangerous game.
I can't believe he sat there and just took a beating and snatched it.
That's Paul Craig. That's how he does it, man.
Yeah.
He knows how good his jiu-jitsu is.
Dude, he threw that triangle on so clean.
Nobody
was just waiting for it. He knew.
Nobody gets triangles and stuff like that from guard
ridiculous.
Anymore. Doesn't happen. Overhooked it. We need to see it because I think Krylov tried to pass. I don't know. We need to see it.
I'm not sure if what
Let's go, Paul.
Smothering. He got overzealous and I'm going to smash him.
Let's
and then like right here, look, he was up.
Postures
He was just throwing big shots. He was trying to throw the leg, throw a backhand. Craig, then he tried to pass it by.
This is not
back into guard. And then when he tried to peel off, there it is. The backhand, boom. He just dove in with the backhand and Craig snatched that thing up so fast it was over.
That's beautiful. So he actually, he didn't even attack the opposite side. Just as the arm came through for the shot, he just wrapped around it and already had the arm in position to finish the triangle. So he didn't even have to set it up. He just left his arm in there and he wrapped the opposite side. That was beautiful, man.
That was like literally just watch him just snatch it, boom, just shoop, just snatch it. It was over.
You'll see him do that a lot. He'll do like two hands on one and feed that arm into the submission position. Like he almost doesn't worry about because usually you set up a triangle from the opposite side, you manipulate, and then that opposite leg comes across. But he just took it and fed it. He does that a lot.
He was just waiting, man. He was just setting up a little trap. He knew Krylov was going to go into it eventually.
What I mean, go on.
Oh no, I'm saying Krylov he was in such control, but it's just crazy how fast one boo-boo.
I like chat. Some people are saying, Craig just got beaten for 4 minutes and then caught a triangle and won. That's it. That's his career, bro. That's what he does, man. He's a 6-fight unbeaten streak.
I mean, that's martial arts.
Tapping people. Yeah.
Right there, that's UFC. It's like someone could be winning the whole fight and get caught with one punch and get KO'd, right?
It's also like if Krylov was holding position, kept his elbows tight, he wouldn't have done any damage, probably wouldn't have got submitted. Like Krylov's the one raining shots and leaving his arms in there. So.
Krylov knew the game he was playing too. He knows Craig's jiu-jitsu is nasty. So it's like he was taking the risk the whole time and staying in there.
That's the thing. He was way too overzealous, too confident. Like you're not going to catch me in this, whatever it was. Go diving in, throwing a backhand. And I don't think he truly grasped how fast he could snatch that thing on.
Yeah. Boom.
Most finishes at light heavyweight history. He's got 8.
Yeah, 8's crazy. I like look at him just rolling with those shots.
Yeah, dude.
Pulls that one.
He just ate him.
Boom. Then right there.
He takes the shot fast. And grabs wrist control after taking it and gets the tap. So it's like, man, I love Paul. Paul Craig is a maniac. That's it, man. You got to love it.
That's sick. It's because, and that's the one thing you have to be careful with. Like, you almost don't even want to ground and pound at all around him. Just get away from him because you know he's going to snatch that triangle. Those damn triangles, dude. All y'all with those triangles, it's crazy. But
he's talking about UFC Glasgow as well in the post-fight interview there. So,
oh yeah,
yeah. So go back to Scotland. I'm down for that. Yes, Paul Craig getting the rest of the boys off. I mean,
I like it.
We got a clean sweep. Corey McKenna lost, but you know, Mokaev won, Shaw won, Paul's won. So you know, the UK, we're up right now. We're up 2-1. I'm good with that.
Abdurakhimov, and Pavlovich, Sergey Pavlovich, the heavyweight. We got heavyweights coming up.
Yeah, this is kind of an interesting fight that's kind of just inserted itself onto this card because neither guy is really in a position where they're doing like super well. Like Sergey Pavlovich is very good. He's like super explosive for his frame and his build. He kind of looks like Brock Lesnar, but he's really tight and really accurate. Well,
huge, man.
Manages his movement well. Doesn't really overswing, but you know he got absolutely smashed by like Overeem. So it's kind of like it's kind of, there are some weak points to his game. If he's on bottom, he's not really showing any ability to get back to the feet or reverse position. So when he's the hammer, he does really well. But when he's the nail, he doesn't really do very well at all. He really only has a right hand. So it'll be interesting what Shamil does because Shamil's just a bear. You know?
They've known each other. So
kill that guy.
They've known each other. They know each other pretty well.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I mean, and that's 11 first-round finishes, though. Yeah. MMA record 14-1.
Yeah.
So if he can't finish in the first round, he just can't do it now. He doesn't. He's only got one loss, my man.
Yeah, that
look at the size of him.
Yeah, I was saying, he looks like Brock Lesnar, dude. He kind of looks like Brock Lesnar, but he has a great right hand. Like, it's super accurate, really fast, and it just like knocks people out, man. It just like does hellacious damage. But it is really only a right hand. But that also means,
but it is really just the right hand.
But okay, I shouldn't say that.
I know, I do like. No, it makes sense. That's why. No, I get what you're saying when you say that. But it's just the right hand. There's nothing superhuman about it. It's just it's a right hand.
Exactly.
It's got to have technique. It's it isn't that Mike Tyson just concusses everything and it's got kryptonite on it. It can destroy Superman. But it's just the right hand. I
should just
Derek Lewis.
That's what Maurice Green said. That's what Maurice Green said going into the fight with Sergey, because I remember the pre-fight interviews and Maurice Green was like, that's the only thing I have to worry about. Maurice Green, he's an athletic guy for a heavyweight. He throws a lot of different techniques. Still got hit by that right hand and knocked out by that right hand.
Of course, but that's what I'm saying. But it's just, but in your mind, you don't get that. And we kind of go back to like what just happened with Krylov. It's just a triangle. I can do this all day. I'm never going to get put into it. I just got to, like, what do we always learn? If they're pulling your hand down, be careful. It's a triangle. It's coming. Yeah. You know what I mean? Don't go diving into somebody's guard like that. You know what I mean? Because that triangle can come from anywhere. And if you feel this and the hand start, you know what's about to happen.
Yeah.
There's only one reason they're pulling this down. And that's literally it's an 100% fact. There's only one reason they're grabbing your hands and going like this when you're on the ground. They're going to throw that leg over the top. They're doing it. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. So, but to go diving in so it's the same thing. It's like there's only one thing to just block that right hand, and then all of a sudden it hits you. And I like it when you're here and it hits your glove, and then you hit yourself. You're like, wow, that's a punch. And all of a sudden you realize that thing is superhuman. Like, okay, this is no good.
The guy's 14-1. Like, he's knocked out everybody, you know. But Overeem, he hit Overeem with that right hand, but Overeem got him down and just annihilated him with ground and pound. So, and I think Shamil could do that. Shamil is like, nobody knows who Shamil is, but he's inside the top 15, and he's just like a really rough, gruff. You know, he's kind of a bit Randy Couture-ish in the way he fights, and he'll be there all night as well. So it's either going to be a first round finish, I think, for Sergey, or Shamil is going to make it a grind fest and wear him down.
He's fought and beat some big names or some good fighters, and even when he loses, though, he grinds out those fights. Like, I remember his fight against Derek Lewis, and like Derek was hitting him with some big shots.
Yeah,
but he survived all the way to the 4th round. So
yeah, I remember that one. That's a good fight.
1 second, chat. UFC, I don't know, but will you watch Volkov now? We're going to watch it and talk to you about it. Yeah. We're going to have Allen versus Hooker. You know what I mean? We got all kinds. We still got the main card. We can't even get past this undercard is so sick. I might have to take a little break. You know what? We'll show the main card later. It's just too much. This thing has just been unreal. This is incredible. And then we still got Grundy and like you said, Makwan and Amirkhani coming. Oh, man.
That's a great fight. Oh, my God.
The wrestling is going to be, this is nuts.
I love that fight. Grappler's dream matchup. Okay, I'm going to take a leak real quick, actually.
Yeah, for sure.
Because we got time.
You do. You got you. You got you. Oh, man. This has been crazy. Look at this kid. Look at this guy, but he throws
massive,
some big,
man.
lumbering shots. Look at him. He's just a big dude.
This is like the brother of the guy from Rocky IV, you know?
Yeah, right? Look at this. I mean, look at the size of the combination, those uppercuts. And that's the one thing I noticed more than anything else is those uppercuts that he throws, Pavlovich. Chat, I mean, they're coming from his pocket. Boom. But then he will throw the hooks underneath, and I'd love that. And that's the one thing right here. So look, Shamil, look at his ground game, but he throws that lead hook. He throws the left hand. Okay, they might. Who knows? Right when you think it's going to be a stand-up fight, these two are going to force.
Someone's getting knocked out.
Somebody either gets knocked out or it's a takedown. It's going to be takedown and clinch. Chat, how's everybody doing out there in the chat world? Y'all doing well? You know what I'm saying? Be Peach 84. I hope everybody's doing well. Remember, again, if you're out there on Facebook and YouTube, wheel on over here, Twitch TV/UFC. And hit that follow button. We're going for the 200K. 200K. You know what I'm saying? Hope everybody's well. Big Lex, Denmark, everybody out there. Yay, let's go. Hope you're all having a good time. If there's anything that we can do for you, let us know in the form of a letter or a message. All right, so my man's making his way out right here. We're off. We're running. We're off. We're running. Knives, what's up, Knives? I appreciate all of y'all coming through and hanging out with us as usual. It's an early time. I kind of like this early time. Go across the pond, different time. Not a lot of fun. A lot of fun. So he's making his way out. I'm waiting for him to. Man, he's big. He is big. Holy cow. And he is not.
Monster.
Yeah. I told you, man. He's like Brock Lesnar. Like, this
look at
guy's
that.
big.
Back-to-back wins, 11 wins by knockout, all first round. Former Fight Nights global heavyweight champion.
Yeah, and there's some good competition over there.
Oh, I love him.
Yeah, Maurice Green was his last performance, so that was October 26, 2019, guys. So we're in 2022 now. It's about, what, 2 years now? 2.5.
So he best been working on his hands or something.
I mean, dude, this guy's only 20. I mean, he's older now, but he's a young guy, 29 right now.
He's got long arms. He looks like he's got a heck of a reach. A heck of a reach.
Dude's got a right hand, Jen. Did I tell you that? Did I tell you he's got a right hand?
Yeah, you say such things. I know, right? I know you. He does got one.
Damn, dude,
he's got reach.
He looks like he's older.
He's got reach big time.
Shamil's been here for a while, right? Yeah,
10th appearance. Hey,
this is a great fight, though. I like that. Sometimes when the UFC goes to different places, different countries, they'll just throw a good heavyweight banger on there, just for the order. Just like
some people that you don't see unless they get into the top 10. Yeah. All of a sudden, like, no, watch this. We're gonna throw this one right here, 10 and 15. But you're gonna love it. You're gonna love it. That's what I love. Man, I tell you what. The dome on my man, it's like, oh, wow.
You don't want that under your chin, though, do you?
No, could you imagine? Look at the way, just by the way it's shaped, the way it looks, just driving into the head in the pocket, and just driving it in there. Oh, just be crazy. I love it, man. He's taking his sweet time. Go ahead.
So chat's going Pavlovich. I think that's pretty sensible. The old Twitch chat and YouTube chat there. I think you guys are...
2 of last 3 wins are by knockout, 9 wins by knockout, 4 by submission. But listen, here's the part. 10 first-round finishes. Did you notice the key word from both fighters? A lot of first-round finishes. So be ready for those first 30 seconds, I think.
Yeah, Shamil has a good chin from what I remember. So I can see him making out.
So Shamil's also, he's 13 years now, nearly 14 years he's been a pro, which is a long time. That's a long career, right, Jens? Sergey, it's a lot shorter. He started in 2014, so, he's getting to 6 or 7. It's usually around that sort of 10-year mark people really reach their, the heights of their career, wherever it is. So Shamil, I don't know, man. If he gets a win here, that's good, but I think Sergey is on the rise, guys, it's that right hand.
The right hand, I love it. The right hand. I can't wait to see this right hand He's gonna light up like a
He's
torch,
probably gonna
like
knock him
like
out
a
with
Thor
it. I mean,
hammer.
I really think he's
Yeah,
gonna knock him out with it.
So that's one thing too, by the way. 40 years old, 6'3", 258, 76 inch reach. Now look at this though. 29, 6'3", 84-inch reach for Pavlovich.
It's John Jones's reach.
You know what I mean? That's crazy.
Yeah, that isn't some insane.
Now, if you utilize it, is the other thing, right? Shamil coming forward. Are you moving back? Are you range finding? Are you keeping it and sticking that 84-inch reach out there and utilizing it and making it work for you? Otherwise, when you're getting balled up, those longer arms, learning how to tie those little short punches definitely feed on the shorter arms. You know what I mean? So that's why you get inside on that tall fighter, and maybe they don't know how. Now, if you do know how to throw with those long arms in close, then you're super deadly.
The thing is, we've seen his ground defense. It's not the best, you know. Like, so I expect if Shamil does get on top for everything that Sergey's good at, I think he'll be a fish out of water. I'm sure he's been.
That's probably what Shamil's looking for too, right? He's probably going to be like, I'm going for the takedown right off the rip here.
Wants to grind him out.
Oh, I can't. That's what I'm saying. The first 30 seconds, it's my favorite thing ever. First 30 seconds. I'm telling you, it's my favorite part about every fight. Right when you go out there, you walk out, you got
another one out of Dagestan, man.
Yep. Are you ready? Are you ready? Let's go. Boom.
There, bro. Look at those fighters just churning out.
Oh, big time. Big time. Dan Mokaev.
MMA.
I'm seeing a lot of that. Don't mess up. Pressure's on. Oh, chat. Here we go. Who's the favorite out there in the chat points? Why can't I see that thing? I gotta find it. All right, here we go. Round one. All right, now.
Inside leg kick, the classic, easy, safe way to start a fight, you know.
Feeling out process.
Yeah.
Feeling out process right here.
Yeah, so that right hand is coming. And he does throw it straight as well. It's not always loop, but he does throw a mean overhand right over the top of that jab as well. So
I tell you now, the widening of the stance, make sure your stance don't get too wide. Both of them. See, that's the one thing when Pavlovich is walking in. See, he's really extending that. So if he throws that jab, there's not going to be much for that too. I like that.
Jab to the body by Shamil, trying to establish a level change already, perhaps.
Yeah, and he just switched up that stance for a second. I think he just got hung out there with that right hand, sticking out too far. But 87% for Pavlovich. GG, chat. GG. All right.
Still just feeling each other out right now. Minute gone by. Nothing really happening.
I like how he's walking him down, though. I like how Pavlovich is kind of walking him down.
I feel like that right hand's just going to time that inside.
Someone's got to let it go, right? Someone's got to let the right hand go here in a second.
Oh, nice jab by Pavlovich. Long, clean, elbow, super tucked.
I love it. That's that thing. I like the level change by Shamil, the way he just kind of
the jab to the body.
A little bit. Yeah. Now he throws a right leg in. I mean, he's been throwing left leg. He throws a right leg real quick. Trying to move inside. So again, Pavlovich, he's walking forward, but for what, right? I'm trying to figure out what is it you're throwing.
Scoop him with that lead hook a little, perhaps trying to throw the two right after. But maybe Shamil here, I mean, if you ask me, he's probably just trying to be as safe as possible in this first round.
100%. You know? They both are. That's the downfall. And when they both...
there it was. He caught him a couple. He just threw it.
Wow.
Oh, right over the top. He's got Shamil backing up, trying to get back to his fence. It's like, wow, that really does come from that angle. Right over the shoulder, popped with that left, and they threw a flurry of punches, but you can see just the look in his eye. Boom, see? He's timing it. Don't leave that jab out there. Don't leave that jab out there.
Pavlovich, scoring some damage with some flurries there off a right hook. It was good work. Now he's got Abdul backed up a little bit more, trying to control the center a little. But Shamil's made no attempt to really land any meaningful offense. Yeah, in tight there. Dirty boxing from Pavlovich with the right hook.
Shamil threw that right hand, closed the distance, but he overthrew his punch, and then he was bent over, right? He didn't just snap it out to bring it back. And Pavlovich was able to come in and uppercut with some right hands of his own. So he's got to keep that momentum, right? Go out there, snap it, and get back. Make sure you keep your legs underneath you. Problem was he reached too far, and he almost like he fell forward after the right and ran right into those uppercuts of Pavlovich.
And Shamil's reaching a little bit now as well, especially with that right hand.
I mean, he's
definitely thinking about it.
Right hand over the top by
you
Pavlovich.
can feel the wind. I think everybody got a breath of air. Right, got a rush of air by that right hand of Pavlovich, he peels off.
Yeah, Shamil's just like he's throwing with his head down. You know, he's not even looking. He might be just trying to run into the level change right this.
Right. Yeah. Pavlovich was ready for that uppercut right there when he was coming in. He was starting to load that thing up.
You know, now the one thing I'd like to see with Pavlovich, because he's throwing up he's got a big right hand, but he's got to use that jab for what it's there for, man. Use that thing as a setup. Set him up, bait him into that right hand, bait him a little bit. You know, the way that Shamil does move forward, kind of lean forward, dropping that head a little bit, but use that jab, stick it out there and make him move, and then catch him with that right hand. Shamil doing a good job when he does move. I like when he's circling towards his jab hand and kind of opening things up a little bit.
Oh, there it was.
Uppercut right up the middle by Pavlovich.
Uppercut Pavlovich straight to the shin. He's trying to block. He's blocking. He's trying to hit him. Intelligent defense. No, he's trying to turn into him. Can't do it. 200 back. Don't skate. They got to stop it, but you're in a bad spot. Intelligent defense.
Right uppercut, still a right hand technically. Nice work though. And you called it, Vis. You said he was looking for the level change and time in the right uppercut. That's what he did. Right underneath. It only took one as well. I think it took him off the feet almost there, gents. Like he came straight back after the level change off that. Let's see it again.
Let's see here.
Oh, he caught him going.
It was like quite an uppercut.
It was an up jab.
Right, it was like
an up
nice
jab,
right
but
straight.
it was like an up.
Still an uppercut for sure. But he almost ended in southpaw the way he threw it and switched the hip through as he came through on it. You know, it turned into a lead hand.
Throw that up like that, lift the head and come back with that counter. But what a shot!
Man, loves it.
And just like that. See, and then the problem is, unfortunately, whether he's hurt or not, it gets into the intelligent defense side of things, right? Yes, they're not hurting you. Who cares? You can't just sit there and take 25 punches. You know what I mean? Heavy fists on the sides of the head. You gotta move. You're gonna have to risk it at some point. You always get into that situation. You know what I mean? When do you just stop tucking, take a couple of punches, and improve your position? Right. That's that intelligent side. You know, I know you want to block every shot, but the reality is you gotta take a couple, get up and grab a leg, do something, and create the scramble. They're gonna stop.
Yeah, it's tough from that position when you got a guy like that who's
100%
going to be so heavy as well. On top of you. Like backside is just
strength.
Yeah, and there's no attempt for him to like sink hooks in. He's not doing anything other than trying to pound you out, you know. So that was nice work by Sergey, because like we talked about it jokingly that we said it's just a right hand, but you saw there a beautiful adjustment to like, you know, find a different way to use that weapon and catch him moving backwards with an uppercut, which is usually a strike you wait on your opponent with, right? James? You wait and you time the uppercut.
100%. He threw it from a distance, that range, and I don't think he reached out at that. I don't think Shamil realized. Again, you don't realize how long his arms are.
Yeah,
and then he just utilized it. Like his hands were up, and it just right through it. I don't think he really felt the threat of. He's in. I'm in his range when you don't know what that is. When it's an 84-inch reach.
The elbow was so tight as well that it's literally coming right up the middle. There's no
that
flare
up jab
on it. Just
I love, but to put the power on it like that, that's again, I think that's what caught him off guard a little bit. Is it wasn't like he loaded it, just fired it, but he just boop. But it's how it hit him, when it hit him, and then when it catches you off guard. Yeah, that's crazy. Nice job though. Dang. So now we just move on, and we have that. I don't know. They're gonna have to. Let's see what they do at the time. But all right, here we go.
Another first round finish, though.
I know, right?
So many tonight.
That and these both had so many first round finishes amongst each other.
3 first rounds so far. Here we go. Watch out for him, though. I mean, 15-1 now.
Yeah.
But the thing is, there's a lot of wrestlers at heavyweight as well. So it's like, how's he going to do against those guys?
Good looking heavyweight. Big boy.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, the translator just freaked out.
We didn't hear him, maybe. 12 first round finishes.
The guy's so quiet, he can't even hear him.
This guy has the deepest voice I've ever heard in my life.
He's a beast. Look at this uppercut. Boom, the way he just lunged it, and he just threw it straight out, but he loaded it.
He loaded the hips for sure.
Boom. He definitely threw it from the hips.
Man, that was such a vicious shot, man. Oh my.
Awkward how he got through there. That was sick, though. He likes to punch. My man likes to punch. It happens.
Didn't hear what he said though. The translator.
Not a damn word.
Mo.
The translators let me down all the time.
All right, we got Mike Grundy versus Makwan Amirkhani coming up next, which is just going to be a fireworks of a fight.
I can't wait. The wrestling of Grundy. We got that.
So you know Grundy, right, Jens? You know Grundy?
Yeah. No bit.
So where did you see him? He's a Commonwealth wrestler, right? He wrestled in the Commonwealth Games, I believe.
Something of that nature, yeah. That I know of him. I don't know like personally, but I know that he's been wrestling, looking him up and just checking it out. And that's what I do with that style of wrestling. Go ahead.
Gold at the European No-Gi Championships in 2015, and then bronze in the Commonwealth Games. If you don't know the Commonwealth Games, so you have the Olympics, right?
Yep. They're big.
Yeah, the Commonwealth Games are the same as the Olympics, but they're just for countries inside the Commonwealth, which is basically what was left of the British Empire in a weird way, but like it's got Canada in it, it's got Australia in it, it's got loads of countries in Europe in it. So there's it's like the Olympics, but not everybody. But so if you win gold there, it's kind of like winning gold at the Olympics, just with less countries.
You're a big deal. You're a big deal. I like it.
But he got bronze, but it doesn't matter. Like he's got great wrestling. So he's at Team Calbon, which is Darren Till's team, up in Liverpool. So he's a wrestling coach out there. I saw him 3 weeks ago at a regional event, like coaching guys. Like he's fully involved in the game, and he's on a 2-fight losing streak as well, but apparently not worried at all, because 2-fight losing streak in the UFC, especially in your first run, you take 3 losses. This doesn't usually work out well, but he doesn't seem to be stressed about this one.
You can still like your game and know that, because again, it's little things, right? Just the tiniest little things that you can be losing from. One boo-boo can cost you. One little error can cost you. Again, you got to go back to Craig and Krylov. That was it was just a second. And that's the problem. And I always ask people this, for example, what would you have done differently minus the last 10 seconds? And you know what I bring up was Rose Namajunas and Andrade. Back in the day when Andrade did that slam, when Rose she slammed Rose and it knocked, and it's thunder. But up until that last 10 seconds, that fight was beautiful. She was crushing. She looked incredible. Beautiful fight. So that's what I mean by when you ask, like, you got to ask that question: is what would you have done differently minus the 10 seconds? Nothing. Exactly. Yeah. So it's called shit happens, and there's not much else you can do.
And if you look
when there's so many ways to fight and level, the different levels of this game, and any one thing can end it. Go ahead. Sorry.
Well, his first loss was to Valiev, who is an undefeated, crazy prospect in the UFC right now. Like Movsar Valiev is like one of the best prospects in the UFC, legit. So it's like, okay, that's a tough loss, but and then he lost a split decision to Lando Venata, which was just like a crazy fight. And Lando's fought some of the best guys in the world. Lando can knock anybody out if he lands the right shot. It's like a tough fight. So he's also fighting Makwan Amirkhani, who 100%. His best work is in the grappling department. So I'm sure Grundy probably feels like, okay, I might have had 2 losses, but this is a fight I can win. Get some revenge for UK MMA as well, ever since Makwan got that flying knee on Andy Ogle. You remember that one? European and British
Jiu-Jitsu champion.
Yeah, for sure. So I think Grundy's going to, grind him. But Makwan Amirkhani's super dangerous in the first round, right? He loves that flying knee, but he throws up submission attempts from everywhere. He's like a super explosive striker in that he just launches himself, right? There's no like jab, double jab setup. It's just, here's a strike. It's coming at you. But I think if it goes past the first round, as many people have said, I think Grundy starts to take over.
That first round, though, you got to be tough. He's got, what did it say? 1 or 3 would have 2 anaconda chokes.
Yeah, he loves attacking the neck, which is going to happen a lot if Grundy's going to be level changing, so he does have to watch out for those neck attacks, especially in the first round when they're, not slippery and stuff. So it'll be interesting. It's a great matchup. Love it. 2 grapplers that can also strike.
It's going to be fun. It's going to be a lot of fun. Then we go, this is the last one before the card. Now I'm watching, I'm looking at Paddy the Baddie. All these cool little videos I'm staring at. All chat, you don't see them, but I see them. Or maybe you do. I don't know. But we'll have to see. So we got Paddy the Baddie.
Yeah, Paddy's
60% Grundy, 40% Amirkhani.
What we going here?
Amirkhani's it's kind of sliding off a little, really, unfortunately, because he's such a fun fighter, such a great fighter. He's been in the UFC for a while now, and he's on a 3-fight losing streak. Yeah, he's on a 3-fight losing streak.
So this is kind of like a make or break fight for both these guys.
But the thing about Amirkhani is, like, I mean, I don't know what his contract status is, and we are on the official UFC stream, but I feel like he can do well in other promotions as well. I can say that, right?
Right.
I can say that. Right?
Well,
I think
yeah,
he will do
can
well
be
in other
open,
promotions.
and, it just depends. Yeah, I mean, of course. I mean, it's still MMA. But again, if he wants to be here, if he can't be here, I mean, he can do well somewhere else. But it's just finding it, right? It's just getting your groove. Sometimes you just got to get you got to get the play shook up a little bit before, you know what I mean? You make some kind of change. Sometimes it takes a drastic change or, you know what I mean? To fix things.
Yeah, I mean, he can definitely win this fight. That's the thing, because eventually at one point or another, I'm sure, or more, sometimes you get two grapplers, it turns into a striking match, but Amirkhani can definitely win this fight, especially if we're in that grappling realm. He's got so many different ways to attack from different positions. But Grundy,
it's safer when they get into that kind of chess match. I'm sitting there looking at this fight and I'm trying to figure out what we're focusing on here. The distraction. Don't look at it.
Well, I mean, I think Grundy is going to concentrate on keeping, the biceps tight, keeping the elbows in, not leaving one arm out there, not giving him any way to attack, and he's just going to stuff him, keep the head over him, and just try and control him from top position. That's the ideal way Grundy wins this fight. But Grundy likes to bang on the feet, so it's gonna be a fight.
Give me a little bit of Amirkhani's background. He's more of a striker?
No, he's a grappler. So he's won several Finnish championships or something. I'm not specifically sure.
Right.
But yeah, I think he's a Finnish wrestler from, I don't know what his actual background is. Amateur wrestling background. So yeah, Finnish national championship freestyle in 2010. He got silver and bronze in Greco-Roman.
Okay.
Yeah. So yeah, coming out of Finland, he was, I mean, listen, Finland have a lot of fighters. I mean, he's probably one of the best MMA artists to ever come out of that country. Definitely much more of a grappler, but he can strike it. But it's not like the traditional, I'm going to set things up. Here's my 1-2. Here comes my 1-2-3. It's just like, I'm going to throw, a jumping switch kick. I'm going to, just bomb a left hand. It's a lot more like just explosion rather than like a methodical system to set traps. But he's dynamite. He's electric. He's fun to watch. That's why he's still here and still fighting for sure.
Trying to get this thing. 1 sec. All right. Time kill, TKO.
All right, man.
Amirkhani was
final one on the prelim here before we go into the main card.
25 minutes. Kill time. Talk with chat. Be back with you all. See what's happening. Grundy versus Amirkhani. Hope everybody's doing well out there. By the way, if you're out there on YouTube and Facebook, make sure you drop into Twitch TV/UFC. Hit that follow button. We're hitting that 200K. We're going after that 200K followers. See, I like that shot right there. You try to kick him, you're going to snatch up. It's going to be I don't know. It's got to be a ground fight, right? A lot of ground fighting going on.
Yeah, unless you get that thing where two grapplers just strike. But Grundy will attempt a takedown for sure.
Whenever you expect to see, this is going to be a wrestling match for the ages, and they both stand there and start popping jabs, and they're going to go out there working the Grundy and his wrestling, I just love that. I love his wrestling. I just love his look. He's aggressive, and
Yeah, this looks like a hard nut Englishman, doesn't he? I think Grundy could also just beat him up against the fence line for a little bit. That would be if I was in Grundy's camp, I would make that part of the game plan. The first round, we're just going to control him as much as possible, throw nasty elbows, knees to the body in the clinch, just make it a fight that Amirkhani doesn't get to be free and express himself. So make sure he's not having fun, because when Amirkhani's having fun, that's when he's free. So if you just take that away, make him look like shit.
Stick him in quicksand, drop him down in there, and now everything's heavy and lethargic. You got to make it boring even for a round.
Yeah, you got to make it boring for a round, for sure. That's it, Jens, right there.
Just grip him, close him down, get him into that quicksand, and make him have to work extra hard pretty much in everything he does, and try to, and just try to bust him. But he's got a big smile on his face, and obviously what's that? What I think about Mokaev? Yeah, that's something. I think it was too fast, really, to say anything about that youngster.
Yeah, Mokaev amazing, right?
To do that knee and to snatch that
more.
I was impressed.
Yeah. Let me do a plug there. If anyone wants to know more about Mokaev on the MMA on Point Extras channel, there is a video. If you just put on YouTube Mohammed Mokaev, it should come up. It was done by Pete C. Carroll, okay? If you know Pete C. Carroll, of course, some of you do. There's a great 15, 20-minute little mini doc on Mokaev. If you just stick it in YouTube, you'll find it.
That was one thing.
All right, we got Amirkhani coming out here.
Yep. And what finished last 2 wins by submission. Second fastest finish in UFC featherweight history with 8 seconds.
And the
fifth most takedowns in UFC featherweight history. So we got a lot of takedowns. Go ahead.
That was at UFC Dublin. No, that was Gustafsson versus Johnson. Sweden. Okay, yeah, in Sweden. There we go.
What was that finish? 8 seconds.
Yeah, it's his debut against Andy Ogle. Andy Ogle was a guy who was coming off a tough season, not sure which season. Real tough guy, but yeah, Amirkhani just basically Jorge Masvidal him, you know.
Straight flying
because
knee.
He doesn't care where he lands, you know, after that knee, because he'll just start a scramble and then just make it, you know, like a frantic fight where he can attack submissions or find opportunities to hit sweeps and stuff. So but Grundy, man, I mean, dude, let's go.
Here he comes, man.
From Wigan, Wigan's a tough town. Sorry, go on.
No, I'm sorry. Who's walking behind him?
And you say Eminem?
No, Adam.
Yeah.
Right
Terry
behind
Adam.
him?
Yeah. And to the left, that's
behind him, right? Yeah.
Yeah, the guy on the left, I can't remember his name.
He said Eminem. What? My man said, like, I was say, is that Eminem walking behind?
That's the Cowboy team. That's the team at Cowboy. So that's Darren Till's team as well. It's a great team up there.
I like it. Vince, he said Eminem. I was like, nah.
Right there, Eminem.
Yeah, no, look right there. That's Adam, isn't it?
Yeah,
he's out there rapping behind him.
I can remember the faces, and it's been a minute since we've seen Terry Adam. It's been crazy.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, it's a spinning kick for the most part that we're always watching. So that was
sick, though.
Yeah, no, it was a crazy kick without a doubt. But look at this. My man is jacked and ready to go. It's gonna be loud. Yeah.
All right, what we got here?
8 wins by submission, 7 first-round finishes, European and British Jiu-Jitsu champion. So again, don't give 2 jacks. Neither one cares how they're going to hit the floor. So it should be, right? Should be.
Just looking at Grundy, what weight class would you say this is?
Just looking at him?
Yeah, don't look it up if you don't know.
I'm looking at him. I'd say 155.
Okay, it's 145. But he looks like a welterweight. He looks like Robbie Lawler.
Yeah, he's definitely jacked. I can kind of tell like he's not too big, but he's definitely jacked. I would suggest 155.
Oh,
wait a minute. How did this happen? Did my man just walk over to his corner? Oh no, different side. Okay, I was like, wait. He was skipping around, but I thought Makwan was literally walked over to his corner. Like, yeah, no, I'm gonna take this side right here and make things awkward. I mean, 35 years old, 5'7", 145, 33. Look at that, 5'10", 145. Makwan Amirkhani with but the reach is the same.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy.
Someone just reminded me in chat. So Sleepy Joe Biden in chat. Grundy's dad's there because he's sorry, that's the guy's name. Okay, that's his dad. Grundy's dad's here. I believe he's been diagnosed with I don't know if he's terminally ill but I think he's been diagnosed with something, and so he's focuses on that. I think tonight as well. His dad's there. He's fighting in front of his dad. So
yeah, that's a lot of pressure.
Good luck stopping Grundy tonight.
Oh
okay,
man, yeah. Oh, that's tough. That's tough. Makwan, you could be the biggest jackwagon in the world, but you got to win. But you know what I mean? He's like,
you
oh,
love Amirkhani. He's a character, you know. He's just brought a lot of entertainment over the years. How many fights of the night has he been in?
Now if he can keep his composure.
Here we go.
That'd be tough. You know what I mean? Right? Think about that.
Coming in.
How tough would that be to fight with that on your, you know what I mean, with on your heart, and then to go out there and start this fight? It's got to be tough.
Yeah, that's crazy.
He looks good to go.
I mean, Grundy, like, if you look at his credentials and his team and what he has, like, he could go very far in this division for sure. His dad looks nervous, though.
Oh, they all got to be.
Grundy's gone.
They all got to be.
So England's up 2-1 right now tonight. So let's go. UK, I should say. So let's make it another one here with Grundy.
All right, here we go.
Flying knee at the start. How much
he might do it too. He's coming across.
Oh, Grundy knows.
Grundy was waiting for it.
Yeah, so Makwan's going to go southpaw, and he
Grundy immediately going in, shooting for it.
Oh, but
Amirkhani trying for a guillotine.
Yeah,
he's trying to dig it in there.
He's going to attack that neck. He hasn't got his legs to wrap here, right? So he
can't, it's all arms.
Guard, trying to pull out. See, Grundy controlled that right leg of Amir as he tried to take it out there and wrap. Looks like he's trying to
on his head though. It's kind of bulging out.
Has he got like a DAS grip on that?
Oh, it's looking like he might. Yeah, he does. He does. It is a Darce.
Oh no, Grundy, please, mate. Come on. Elevate.
Oh,
he's got it out to the side.
He got out
Yeah.
side control. Now he's rolling around.
but
That's
this is gonna
not
cut
good though. That's not good
This
though.
just got tighter.
Oh, Grundy.
Oh, he's trying to lock it up. Grundy's literally trying to cage walk everywhere he can. Amirkhani's going cup to cup. You get cup to cup. It's bad.
Looking good for
The
him.
referee's checking for a pass out. He's out.
Slept
him.
Wow, slept him, man. Amirkhani with the Darce.
Oh, goddamn.
One from guillotine
That
into
sucks
the
for
Darce.
Grundy, dude. That sucks for Grundy. But that's those neck attacks. We were talking about that in the build-up, man, you know?
When you shooting in, and it just, that was tight.
That's 30 seconds, Jens, you know? You talked about it, dude. Dude, Amirkhani has not won in the UFC since 2020. Okay, but still, that was 3 fights. He was lost. Now, it's got to feel good for Amirkhani.
Let's see what happened here.
Parries, Grundy shoots from
head in
southpaw,
on the side. He goes
outside.
immediately there.
Talked about the head on the outside earlier.
He swapped into a Darce right then. It was before he actually got all the way down. It was already a Darce.
He was already working on it because, again, the wrestler, like I said, and he did everything. He broke out of the guard. He passed off to the side, got flipped over, got stuck. And now you can tell right here when he clamps down on that arm, Amirkhani, and he hits that leg and you get that cup-to-cup vis, you know it's going to be tight. But, again, think about that, though. When he shot in and with the head on the outside, it's just the worst spot for the wrestler. That's why I kind of wish it's set up with punch, quick takedown, get him down, but you're always leaving that neck out there because you're driving with your head. You know what I'm saying?
So here's a question. Grundy's a southpaw, right? And he shot a single leg from a southpaw. Usually you shoot a single leg against an orthodox fighter, that head goes to the left, but that's on the inside. But when you shoot against a southpaw, if your head goes to the left again, it's now on the outside. So I wonder if that's just an adjustment he's not used to making against another southpaw when shooting that single leg, and his head is usually tucked in a little.
Well, the big thing too is if I power leg forward in wrestling, so then I got to put it behind me. So I'm a southpaw, but if I'd be a right-handed fighter if I was wrestling, you know what I mean, power leg forward.
Yeah.
So
like
again,
Johnny
but
Hendricks.
the way that he drove in and he was trying to lift, but what was crazy was the wherewithal that Connie had with going after that, hitting that choke right off the bat. I mean, instantly he was going after that choke. Instantly, Vis. Instantly.
Yeah. As soon as he shot it, it was this reaction. It wasn't even something he thought about. He just boom, sunk it under there. And it looked like he swapped it to a Darce right when they were falling from a guillotine to a Darce.
Right in transition. It's a great time to do it.
I mean,
so that's his third anaconda in the UFC now, I think.
Is that
fourth anaconda overall? Yeah, third in the UFC.
James, educate me real quick. The difference between an anaconda and a Darce, because is it the same? I don't think it's the same thing, correct?
What, the Darce and the anaconda? I think it's the side that it's on the inside lock, and the other one's on the outside.
Okay.
I think is the only, I believe, it's not the same damn thing. I mean, I'm a jiu-jitsu black belt, none on none, but I believe it's where the lock is when you're sitting on it.
That's as much as I would be able to contribute to that discussion as well, Jens. Yeah, the side.
It's how you lock it up. And then again, but the biggest thing is when you fall, plop down the side, and then you start trying to get, I always yell cup to cup, makes it so tight, right? It just makes it so tight.
Grundy had his feet on the cage as Makwan was trying to walk towards him, but I don't know if Grundy took a second to realize where he was, or maybe he felt safer in that position, but he didn't try and walk away off the cage there, which let him go cup to cup.
I mean, at least from like what I have found from doing, a limited amount of jiu-jitsu, a Darce or an anaconda compared to a guillotine, it's not even close. It's so much tighter, right? It just feels like you're just getting locked up in there and just squeezed.
It's the way that you again
kind of
bringing the body, bringing the body together. The way that you're doing it, you squeeze the body together, and it's a different it's a different choke altogether.
Yeah,
it's
blood
rugged.
choke, right?
Yeah, it's tough, man. But again, it's the way that you lock it up. You just keep rolling with them. You got to try to keep running, and he's got to try to keep getting cup to cup. But freaky, man. So the fights are. So now the question is going to be, because these are all finishing so fast, the fights don't even start for.
Yeah, these have been nuts. A lot of first round finishes.
We got
early on in the fight.
Oh, okay. So 15 minutes. Man, let's get a fight out here. All right, chat. We're gonna wrap with chat a little bit. Doesn't matter. We can do whatever.
We could go into we were kind of starting on the main card with predictions, and we could go back into that.
It's main card.
Since we got some time right here, I need to step out for just a second.
Okay. Should we move on to the next one?
back.
Move on to the next one. So the next fight that we broke down Jai Herbert and Ilya Topuria later on tonight. That's actually the next fight coming up. But after that, it's Molly McCann and Luana Carolina. Do you
just
know?
meatball Molly, man. Those busy hands getting inside, boom, boom, and the idea of just not giving you know what I mean?
Yeah, for sure. Do you know what? Have you seen Luana Carolina fight?
I haven't watched anything close. No, not for the
Let me break it down. So she's a very tall, long Muay. She's a Muay. You can think about the matchup before we actually see it anyway, because you know how Molly fights, right?
Yep.
Sometimes the hands are down, but it's about getting off the center line.
The way that she moves, and
rolling
constantly
over,
using it
pitching
to help her with the movement.
She's going to have a height and reach disadvantage against Carolina. Carolina's a Muay Thai striker. She's got great front kicks. She's got good elbows. So in terms of the matchup, you got the short boxer versus the tall Muay Thai striker. It's a tough night for Molly, I think. If she
can get inside, but then you got to worry about the plum. Go ahead.
Yeah, if she can't back her up is what I was going to say. If Molly can't back her up, if Carolina's able to hold the center and then start to work her range game, I think Molly could take her down. I wouldn't be surprised if Molly runs it to the fence and just sucks the double and sucks her out. It's going to be a tough fight, I think, for Molly. But Carolina's not had too many fights. She's also not had that long of a career because I think she was fighting Muay Thai before.
Yeah, so, she's 8-2, and then they're both coming off wins. But I like, again, circling, doing the circles, right, to close it off, get hip to hip to get in close. And then you just have to be careful of, right? You got to be careful to grab, again, if they grab that plum. So you don't want to be straight in front of her. And that's what you got to be careful of. If you go in there and you start trying to throw those body shots, right? Like she likes to do, pressure forward. But I grabbed the head and throw the knees. Coming off to an angle. And that's the thing. She's busy enough. And I like the way that she moves gets inside. And she got him up. But again, pushing him against the fence, keeping her on her back heel, that'll help Molly a lot. So it can be right back.
Yeah, Carolina's shown quite a fair, decent ability to fight going backwards as well, which is why I think it's quite an interesting matchup because you have a bulldog and you have a matador, you know, someone that's used to controlling. Because when you're a tall fighter, you learn to control the range and to fight going backwards because most of the time you're getting pressured. So she is good at that. I mean, Lupita Godinez, Lupi, that was Carolina's last fight. And Lupi was trying to stuff her against the cage and grab doubles and take it down. And she got some takedowns there, but because she's so tall, it's that wide base.
The wide base.
It's so hard.
A momentum
going the same direction. Like sometimes you can't pull them off that cage. And then, like
you said, you get stuck trying to reach one ankle and feel, but
lift.
Yeah, that's when you're better off. You got again, everything's kind of in transition, right? The momentum, and that's the hardest part. When you get up against the fence and they're allowed to get it to stop. And then they can spread their feet and now they get heavy. Now it's tough. Now it's almost like you literally push against the fence to create that swing. It's kind of like when a car is stuck, right? And you start trying to rock it. And then give it one big shove. And that's what you got to worry about when you're standing there and they've got a good wide base and they're pushed up against the fence and they're trying to throw shots that you can't move them, right? Yeah. You got to be careful because you're not going to just power them up, but you kind of got to just use that cage and get that rocking, you know what I mean? Create that motion and then time it and then you can lift up or pull off and stuff like that. So that's one thing you have to worry about. Plus, when you run into the cage, that initial boom, the reason why we have the cage, right? That hit, bang, and then you bounce back. So you got to be careful that you don't lose your position. Kind of like when you pick someone up and you slam them, Like back in the day, it's funny because you talk about, like, one of the reasons why with boxing rings, people would drive with that takedown and go right through the rope and right out on the floor. So you're hitting with that kind of drive, right? So when you blast it, his pro MMA debut was 2012. Paddy the Batty, 17-3, 10 first round finishes, 6 wins by KO, 7 wins by submission, 3-fight win streak, former Cage Warriors featherweight champion. His UFC debut was 9-4-21.
I mean, we can talk about this because do you want to talk about the Pimblett fight?
I was just reading it. No, that just popped up.
I know, but we can do because we can move on from the Molly McCann predictions because, you know, like the Jai Herbert against Ilya Topuria is up next. But before that, we've got the return of Gunny. The return of Gunny Nelson, Jens.
That's what everybody's back. I'm excited. We got it. Haircut. He's ready to go.
Yeah.
Where's he been? For people that don't know, because everybody is all fired up with Gunny. So Gunny's back
in Mjolnir, right? Managing. I believe he broke his hand. I think that's right. Who was I talking to? He was supposed to fight before, right? So yeah, his last fight was the Burns fight. Yeah. And I do remember that. So if you look at the losses on Gunny's record, it's Leon Edwards, Gilbert Burns, and there was one more before that, Ponzinibbio, right? Three guys that are still inside like the top 10 of that weight class. Two of them like have, are still in title contention. Ponzinibbio's on the way back. So when those losses happened, I know a lot of the community dropped some momentum behind Gunny because he came in like this super hyped prospect, beautiful karate striking, like submission threat everywhere. And then he started to hit walls in the UFC against the toughest of guys. But when you look at the development of Gunny, I mean, like he might come back tonight and look even better because I think he can get better. There were areas of his game that he could improve. And those guys are like the toughest of the tough at 170.
Yeah, 170 is a pretty impressive size. I mean, it's an impressive weight class. We don't talk about it as much just because it's been one champion's been kind of as dominant as they've been. So it's kind of lost its, we kind of like everybody's battling for that second place, right? Yeah.
Happens a lot. Happened at 205, happened at 125 with DJ. So that does tend to happen. But yeah, Gunny tonight against Sato, this is in terms of the caliber of opponent he's fought recently, this is not in the same level. Like Sato's a great karate guy. If you don't know Sato, he's a southpaw karate guy. They're both going to do this in opposite stances and just bounce. And I'm very excited just to see them, just bounce around in that karate bounce. It'll be fun. But Sato is just kind of like the left hand is his weapon. He's super fast with the straight punches. He's like his straight left comes a little lower, like the karate style, like the elbow starts a little lower. So there's going to be a lot of this blitzing into each other. But I think Nelson can do it. I think he can chase that single or just wrap the body lock and whatever he has to do.
Well, and the biggest thing is, again, I think you just have to be careful with the lob, and you've seen it in a couple of the fights earlier, is make sure you set things up. You got to set the takedown up. You can set it off a counter, you know what I mean? And is Sato, you know what I mean? If they overextend on their punches, you can time and change levels and get the takedown, or throw a shot or throw a shot of your own or something to occupy that space, right? Occupy that time. And that's what you got to do to try to successfully get in and get that takedown. It's obviously something you try to figure out too, is with Gunner. And again, I always say the first 30 seconds while things are really fresh and everybody's up, they're bouncing, they're moving, that first initial, you're kind of in that feeling out process, especially when you've got two people with the open guards in the center and they're just kind of flopping their hands together, right?
Both karate guys as well.
And you're looking for that opening. So you need to set them up, and it's hard because you don't have them flinching yet. That's why you throw heavy shots along the way, boom, and let them block them. So now you throw a shot and get them to start reacting, right? And that'll be, so the first 30 seconds will be always is my favorite when it comes into a fight, to see what that first thing they're going to do.
And in some of Gunny's fights, like against Brandon Thatch, if you remember the Brandon Thatch fight, it was the first 30 seconds, the first exchange. Gunny throws a straight right, nails him, and then it sets up the takedown sequence that leads to the submission.
Thatch was so big. He never. How many times do you see that? I mean, Thatch is a monster. I mean, he's a big dude. He's scary to go just to look at.
Yeah, Thatch didn't have the best run considering how credentialed he was as well, and he's got a really good fighting pedigree in his family.
But I'm saying, and just the overall he was the biggest I've ever seen at that weight class.
Remember when Benson Henderson fought him? That was a crazy fight.
Yeah,
right?
It's absolute insanity that's what he had to, and that's one kid that I always thought about. But again, it's tough. It's just tough to be in this game. But let's see. What's up, Viz? How you doing? All right, while I'm gonna let you two chat. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I will BRB real quick, everybody. See you in a second.
Sure. Okay, so
disappear for an hour.
Jai Herbert and Ilya Tapor are about to walk out, but we just broke down a little bit Gunnar Nelson versus Takashi Sato, so we can break down the next fight, which is Pimblett versus Vargas. So what do you think about this one, Vic? Give me your opinion.
So here's the main thing. I haven't seen Vargas fight, and I've seen Pimblett fight and his fights, and I think we even talked about it a little bit earlier. He's just so wild, right? Very, very wild, and his jiu-jitsu's really solid. So I don't really know enough about Vargas to say. I personally think Pimblett, just from what I've seen so far, I imagine he ends up winning this fight. I do notice, I feel like there's some good holes in his game.
Yeah.
But he's exciting. He's exciting, man.
Yeah.
What do you see here?
Well, I mean, we did talk a little bit about it, right? We talked about it a little technically, like we said, Paddy will sit on the outside, set things up with his kicks. Obviously, he loves to throw hands and would explode in there. But talking about where he's going to execute, where he's going to stand in terms of the range, he's going to be way on the outside. And Vargas is probably going to be looking to wait and time with the big left hand as Paddy enters, or he might pressure Paddy quite a lot and get him on the back foot, because I do think that's somewhere Paddy's going to struggle in this fight. If he is going backwards, especially because sometimes the chin's up a little bit, if he's not able to push Vargas back, and Vargas is the one walking forwards and throwing heavy shots, he could be in a lot of trouble. But as I said before, I don't think Vargas can put him out in one shot. And I think he probably might hurt him or catch him with a big one. But Paddy has like built this whole career on the fact that he never quits on himself. He always believes in himself. It's literally one of his best assets in a fight, is that he will refuse to let you beat him. He's like, no, not today. I'm not going unconscious. I'm not going to stop mentality. I'm going to keep chasing this single leg or whatever I got hold of, and I'm going to beat you. And that's a really strong asset. And I don't think Vargas can put him out definitively or hurt him to the point where Paddy's not going to be able to chase a single leg or create a scramble. And I think that even if he does get hurt, that could lead to a submission, or Paddy, again, with the wildness, could throw a jumping switch kick, could catch him with like a little lead left kick over the top. It's an open stance fight, right? So there's weapons for both guys, but if Paddy's going to be kicking, that body kick, that right head kick will be there as well. So I do think Paddy's going to win. It's going to be a fun fight though, for sure. I think Vargas is going to make it a fun fight because it's not going to go away easy.
Overwhelmed. It's just Paddy the Baddy, man. You got to do it.
Yeah.
Now, my man Hooker and Allen. Think about that one. What do you think? Lay it on. Hooker 45.
Dude, I'd love to see that, man. Hooker, I mean, dude, Hooker it felt like he was so big at 55. So it was like, how does he make that weight cut? But from what I understand, it seemed like when he stepped on the scale, he was still looking pretty good.
Yeah, I think it was 2016 was his last fight at 55. You got to imagine, I don't know if you know this, Vis, Hooker used to fight at heavyweight, dude.
Heavyweight.
What?
Yeah, at one point he was a
dude.
He does
no.
not care.
Are you serious?
On the MMA Hour, Hooker was talking a lot about how he feels more like a fighter. You know, he has to watch his diet. He gives more in the gym because he's in more of like a primal mind state, like a fighter's mentality, because of the sacrifices he's having to make during the training camp. So if you ask him, he's not going to care. And I don't think it's really going to affect his performance that much. I don't think it matters because he's fighting Arnold Allen. And the guy is like a human cat. Like his movement is so athletic and really precise. His body chemistry and mechanics flow together really nicely. He can do everything. He can grapple. He can hunt with submissions. He can throw kicks to the head, kicks to the body. He fights from southpaw as well. So I think, man, this is going to be a really good fight. Hooker is much more of a boxer, right? He does have knees up the middle. He has great calf kicks as well, but he stands at distance, at long range, and looks to outpoint you, outstrike you. He's got great head movement as well. But I think because Allen has such a strong kicking game, Hooker's going to struggle. Because a lot of the times where Hooker's lost, it's been when he's established an outside range and fought at outside, and people have beaten him in that range. Barbosa, you want to fight on the outside? Cool. Barbosa's just going to kick you non-stop, and Hooker couldn't prevent that, because I want to fight on the outside. This is where Barbosa is. Hooker could have come in and tried to make it dirty in box, but that's not his game. He's a long guy. So against Allen, I think Allen's going to fire the body kick, he's going to fire the head kick, and Dan's going to have a bit of trouble. But, he's not going to kick constantly. There's going to be tons of exchanges. Anything could happen. I'm going to lean towards Arnold. I think Arnold takes this one. I think he's on the rise. I think we see him fight for a title maybe before the end of the year or the start of next year. He's just such a crazy athletic guy. So I'm leaning Allen in this one.
I got to do the Hooker just because it's super affected. I'm going to go as simple as it's one of my Twitch watch along partners. He's my boy. And just the fact that I think one thing, the way that he's got to feel good and confident, just being back at 45, he's got to feel like he's bigger. He's been in there with a lot of he's been in a lot of tough fights, right? And there's just something about it when you drop down a weight class, there's always that mental, it's like, all right, I've been fighting at, let's say, 155. I've been fighting at 170. I walk around at this weight class, but I'm dropping down. So now I'm going to finally be the bigger fighter or the taller fighter. Unfortunately, Allen is he's a well-built featherweight. I mean, he's big. Right. So you run into that problem, but there's that mental side of it in your mind, especially that first couple times, like I'm shrinking back down. I'm getting back down to my weight class. And you know what I mean? So I'm going to be able to try to dominate with my range. I should be the bigger fighter. And just in confidence alone, you know what I mean? It'll be a fun fight. And I think just trying to derail the other, I always talk about it, but derailing that momentum of the other fighter, again, is always that's why I'll say it 1,000 times over, 30 the first 30 seconds is my favorite thing. But I got to go with Hooker just because it's Hooker. I love him. I'm going just on the he gets my sympathetic vote. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I find it hard to pick against Allen because I feel like if Arnold's losing the stand-up, he'll just try and take him down.
Yeah.
I don't think Hooker's going to have that option. And Arnold's great everywhere, you know?
Yeah.
And who did Arnold just beat, man? I mean, he's passed some tests recently. By the way, if Arnold Allen wins tonight, Sadiq Youssef, dude.
That's a tough one. That's ridiculous.
What an amazing fighter at 145 that Allen navigated his way around. So it's going to be a different set of challenges with Hooker. But yeah, I think Allen's got enough of an arsenal on the feet to avoid the major weapons of Dan, which is like that straight right and his ability to pull and come back.
Who he's been against, and just the who's who of fighting, and he's been right there. And that's Allen's trying to get to the spot that Hooker has been. Does that make sense?
Yes.
And
absolutely.
so there's that whole idea of Dude. I don't know if he's ready to pass the baton. I don't like he still likes, you get to be the bat or the ball. And it's like, I think Hooker still wants to be the bat, man, and knock it out of the park, so.
Yeah. Well, if Arnold wins tonight, that's 9 wins, which is a longer winning streak than pretty much anybody at featherweight. I don't think there's anybody who had more wins than that. I know Volkanovski's got 8. Aldo had like 6 or 7. Conor had like 6 or 7. Yeah. Max is on like 12 or 13. I think that's what his was. But Allen, if he gets 9, that's crazy. Vince, were you trying to say something?
I'm just looking at like the people that Hooker's fought in the last 4 years of his career. He's just fought some absolute killers. Like, I don't know if you could find much more difficult of a lineup of opponents.
Rip some of those names off for chat. Let chat.
We got Islam Makhachev, right? We've got Michael Chandler on here. We've got Dustin Poirier. We've got Paul Felder. We've got an Ally Quinta. We got Gilbert Burns. We got Edson Barboza.
Gilbert Burns, guys. Come on.
I mean, it's just like some killers that he's gone against for the last 4 years of his career.
And the size of, and that's what I'm saying, is he's been there against everybody. And this is that road. He's like, it's number 7 versus number 8, but he's dropped down to featherweight. He's like, now those are the kind of people he was tussling with up there at 70, at 55. Sorry. And just, it's to drop back down. But again, the difference is Allen's big, man. Allen is, they're the reasons why I couldn't even, I remember looking at 155 back in the day doing the Ultimate Fighter going, yep, too small for these guys. And now I'm looking at 45 going, yeah, way too small for these guys too. And that's because of people like Allen, couldn't do it, man. Then you get down to 35 and like, man, I might be too small for these too. How y'all cutting weight around here? What's wrong with you? Everybody they're cutting too much weight. It's killing me. But we're getting ready to get started. We're getting ready to get started on the main card. Hope everybody's doing well out there, chat. By the way, real quick, Facebook, YouTube, if you're out there, how you doing? Hope you're enjoying the show. But make sure to drop over here, twitch.tv/UFC. Come in here and hit that follow button. We're going for 200K followers. On top of that, it's just the water's nice. It's fun over here. Chat is cool. We're having a lot of fun. But I hope everybody is. Who is Dan Hooker fighting? He's fighting Arnold Allen. So like I said, we're getting ready to get this thing started. Man, this has been a lot of fun, you two. I appreciate y'all coming in. This has been fun
too. Yeah, man. Good.
Volkov, Aspinall.
Do we want to make predictions for the main event? Because we've moved through the whole card now, so
save the main,
hold it off.
Save the main and take me back to this number one thing right here. Let's get back and let's mess with Jai Herbert and Topuria. This is again, Jai is my long shot. My long shot, right? It is look, Captain Darling. Jai Herbert is my long shot. Plus 435. And he's got the arsenal up the middle, like we were talking about, Bayliun. Yeah. He's got the arsenal up the middle to maybe do something to Topuria, the liver hunting machine that I love more than anything. So it's going to be a tough fight. I mean, what do you think on that, Bayliun?
I just don't know if Jai can stop the pressure of Ilia Topuria, because the guy's nickname is the El Matador, right? The Matador, but he's not a Matador. He's a bull. Okay. Like he comes forward and he loads to the body, goes to the head. and he'll just keep hitting you with it until you leave one of them open, and then he'll rip it as hard as he can. And he's also got good jiu-jitsu as well. He's a good grappler. It's a tough fight for Jai. It really is. Jai has to be perfect. He has to be on his bike. He has to move laterally. He has to throw those knees, those teep kicks, anything, the nastiest weapons he has, because he has to discourage from Ilya from pushing forward. He has to give him a reason not to come forward, Jens. You know,
he's got to be the Matador.
He's got to. Yeah, he's got to be the Matador.
He's got to beat the Matador by being the Matador.
Yeah.
You know, and that's what, but I get, and again, what are you looking for? If you know Topuria comes forward and you know how he does it, then it's, again, the setup game, right?
Yeah.
Look at this, look at the mirrors, and that's the idea. The smoking mirrors, the highlights, looking at this, feints, getting them to jump and flinch, you know?
Yeah.
You got to play the game.
Yeah, I think Jai could flick up a few head kicks, maybe just to cause some problems, discourage. I think the teep kicks are going to be there to the gut if he can flick him in. But I think he can also just land that right hand if he catches Ilya just freezing, just waiting just a little bit on the outside before committing to the entry. I do see Jai's right hand maybe coming over the top and finding a home, just because Ilya is a bit shorter and there is a reach discrepancy. But
sorry, but every time I see this, I cannot believe Aspinall is just not. He's mad. He was literally damn near looking forehead to forehead with him. He's a lot bigger than, you just don't give him. You know what I mean? You just don't give him that. By the way, real quick, Metaverse Cop with 87,000 points on Topuria. Let's go. And then we got Tank Fairy Tales, 28.6 on Herbert. Oh, let's go. We stream almost every day of the week. Come in and hang. Come hang and chat with Jens and the crew and build those points. You got to build those points up. But we're in here dang near every day. Monday, we'll be in here breaking down the fights that happened on Saturday, right? And then we have an interview, and we're usually throwing that. And then we have the themes. Wednesday, we've been doing WEC Wednesday. And then, obviously, then I just go, I think what we call it, walkabout. It's kind of walkabout Wednesday, so we just kind of dive into on all things Fight Pass, having a blast, you know what I mean? And of course, Friday, we're breaking down the fights of fighters fighting on Saturday. Saturday is the watch along, like you see it now. So yeah, there's plenty of things to do out there with just me alone. I'm like, man, I'm tired of seeing him. Anyway.
What do you think about this one, Vis? Have you seen either of these guys fight before?
I haven't ended up seeing either of these guys fight. So you're saying Herbert, is he more of a kickboxer then?
Yeah, but I mean,
kickboxer style.
I wouldn't call him a kickboxer. I'd call him like a modern day MMA striker.
Right.
He's great at all ranges. You know, like he's constantly aware what the outside game is, what the boxing range is, and what the inside range is, and he has weapons for every range. So yeah, I feel like he's like your modern day MMA striker. Can throw everything, has every technique. It's about choosing the right weapon at the right time. He had a pretty nasty loss to. Oh, who's the Brazilian? Trinaldo, I believe. And he kind of got, knocked unconscious.
Renato Moicano.
No.
And then
it was the Trinaldo
Worthy.
Fight. It was the Trinaldo fight when he got TKO'd. Yeah, the Moicano fight was a. That's what I mean. Like he lost to Trinaldo. Incredibly tough fight. Like Trinaldo's like a vet, right? He's been around for ages.
Right.
And then lost to Moicano. We know how good Moicano is, and that's in the middle of Moicano's like surge to the top, which is what got him that low notice fight. And then he beat Karma Worthy in the first round, and that was a great fight, man. He was clipping Karma with all kinds of punishment, just banging shots off his head. And Karma Worthy's the Death Star. He's pretty good, but
the upstairs, downstairs, the
level.
combination. Look at that. He threw. I'm watching the combination. Sorry, real quick. Herbert just throws 18. He threw 18 shots.
Yeah, man.
Upstairs, downstairs, hook. All just constantly boom, boom, boom. All the way down,
sniper,
finishing.
He's a pure sniper.
And then Topuria, you say more of like a pressure fighter boxer?
Oh. Yeah, I mean, Topuria will throw kicks as well, right? I mean, Jens, you can break down.
He goes to the liver like a boss. That's all I care about. My man bags downstairs, upstairs, mixes them up. He gets those hands moving all over the place, closes in, got the confidence, can grapple. He's an all-around MMA fighter. But like I said, Mar goes out because he just lets that left hand go to the liver. He pops the body, puts work on it. And that's the idea, right? Getting inside and throwing those shots. But Herbert needs to he's got to hurt him from a distance and then make it, how do I put this? You got to struggle in. See, and so Pryor, thank you very much. What I was going to say, though, the fact that Jai Herbert, and I said this yesterday when we were breaking down the fights, he trains with Leon Edwards on a daily. That's just, you can't get better. You can't get a better partner. You're not going to get better looks in general. You know what I mean? And So that's that one thing is utilize. It's that classic utilize that, keep that range. I say utilize too much right now, but be the taller fighter. Use that range, use those legs, throw the knees up the middle, and don't let him get inside.
Yeah, I don't. People are pointing out it could be closer than people think. I don't think we're trying to make the argument that Ilya's definitely going to win. It's just like you got to look at the matchup. Like Ilya's not someone that backs up often anyway, and if he does back up, it's the shortest amount to give, like, you know, for defensive reasons. He's not someone that really ever moves back.
Jai is the one that I think that's my long shot. That if you're going to bet on that long shot that has, I've been saying this whole time, that has the opportunity to win, it's Jai. It's 100% Jai.
I do agree with you, man. Yeah, Ilya's, especially because, that's Jai's best.
Let me do this.
Weapon.
He's undefeated, 11-0 UFC lightweight debut, finished 10 of 11 wins, 7 submissions, and he's a Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu black belt. Why I talk about his hands is because of exactly that. 10 of his 11 wins, 7 of them are submissions, and he's a Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu black belt. And all I'm talking about is the fact he punches the liver.
Right.
Yeah,
but
he goes body head.
Still got some good finishes then. What was it? 7 out of 10 finishes? I mean, still 3 finishes with stripes then.
I think Ilya has like 9 first round finishes, I think.
Something like that. So Cheek Clapper 128 with 109,000 points on Topuria. Woo! Cheek Clapper. All right. Then we got Tank Fairy Tales double down. Tank Fairy Tales is doubling down, chat. 48.7 thousand points on Herbert. Let's go. So, but it's still 80% Topuria to 20% Herbert.
How has to be perfect?
There's no sway in you, huh?
Jay's got to be perfect, man. It's either a knee up the middle or it's like a straight right when Ilya's hanging in boxing range for a split second.
I like it. Pat Q302, how are you doing, man? I'm good.
Or a straight left. I can't remember if Jai's
clapping them cheeks. But stop that. That's hilarious. Well, that's always been the funniest one. Cheek clapper. Okay, last fight, defeated Common Worthy by first round knockout.
Yep.
Finished 10 of 11 wins, 9 knockouts. Former Cage Warriors lightweight champion.
Yep.
So that's it. I mean, think about it. First round knockout. The last fight was 10, 23, 21. Finished 10 of 11 wins by 9 of them knockouts. So he's a finisher as well, which again, this spread is crazy right now between the two. But
what's the spread here? What's the odds that you're saying?
Plus 435, that's negative nuts. 600 for Topuria.
It's a good bet.
Wow.
Jai's a great bet tonight. Yeah. I think out of all the English fighters, Jai has the toughest matchup for sure. This is no joke. But Jai is like also one of those guys, like he's so talented. Like people like him don't come along every day. He's not your bog standard like MMA fighter, you know. He can do special things. So
it's gonna be fun to see.
It's going to be fun. First 30 seconds, chat. First 30 seconds. Right? We'll have to find out. That Captain Darling 07, they're like, we eye to eye on this on Jai, right? I love it.
Yeah. It's just tough, man. Ilya's just like
I'm excited for this.
I'm ready for this one, yeah.
But 33 years old, 6'1", 77-inch reach to 25 years old, 5'7", 69-inch reach for Topuria. I
just see Topuria like a John Lineker, and John Lineker
100%
made that style work so well against tall fighters. Didn't John Lineker just won the one championship? Didn't he?
I was going to ask you. I think he just won the championship.
Wow,
he
with the same thing. Body shot, left hook up top. Yeah,
yep, he smashed. Which he beat. Oh, come on. And he hasn't lost in so long. It's
Moraes.
Bibiano
Fernandez.
Yeah. He beat Bibiano and powered it.
And he's like a 3-time champ or something, isn't he?
Oh, yeah. No, Lineker's no joke. Boy, that dude's he's a tank. There it is. Topuria. Go ahead. Sorry. And he's 11-0. So he doesn't know, he doesn't know defeat. So you kind of got to go to, if you can just kind of start derailing that, I know I say that all the time, that momentum train, right? He doesn't know what it's like. So what happens when things don't work and they're not in his favor, and he's got to knuckle down and try to regroup and figure it out, right? And see what we can do differently. And that's, again, if Jai can take it to him right off the bat. I mean, it's a weird game plan, Vince. Yeah. It's a weird game plan, but 11-3, 435 underdog. He just
This
goes
is
out there and
looking like
says,
it's gonna be a good fight here.
Well, I will say, I think Jai is the best striker Ilya's ever fought. Like, Ilya's never fought a striker as good as Jai. So just because Ilya's been smashing everybody doesn't mean he's going to smash Jai. Especially, again, we talked about this earlier. If you're a guy like Jai Herbert, you've had to make a career of being the slick, elusive guy that fights at range, because the majority of the time you're fighting little powerhouses that are trying to smash through you and take you down. So it's not like he's not had a matchup like this before. But Ilya's not had a matchup like this, at least in the UFC. So, it's going to be a good one, gents.
I'm excited. I'm excited.
About to kick off right here.
Here we go. Here we go. Calm, composed. Look at Jaido. Nothing
good.
like the fact he's that big of an underdog. Here we go. Right to the center. Boom. Look at the range. Now, when all of a sudden, when you size him up and you look at him out there, good Lord, the distance.
Yeah.
Now, see, right off the bat, right there with that jab by Herbert. And
There's
there's
speed. There's a knee up the middle.
Right? He's establishing that you're going to have to come around the sides if you're going to get in here, right?
Yeah,
or time it.
It's going to be out the blitz and the combinations from Ilya, because he's probably not going to go 1-for-1 on the outside. It's going to be step in and throw combinations. Nice right hand over the top.
Jai, a lot of pressure. He's actually pushing into him there.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're gonna have to worry about the eye poke, but it was that overhand right by Topuria, but then it was the 3 punches after. With the kick to the head kick. He drops Topuria's
on the single leg though.
Jai kicked him in the head. Topuria's going in for a single. Jai's trying to
Get
fight
it though.
it
looks like
he might
get
flip
that leg back. Get that leg back.
top.
Cross face. Push up against the fence. He's trying to stand up.
Yeah,
Topuria
on Jai right now.
The fence.
Topuria back to his feet. Yeah, he's got this double underhooks against Jai. Great left head kick though.
What a
Jai has a great
kick,
left head kick,
man. That was
setting
disgusting.
it up with the hands and coming out there with that second, third, and fourth punch, right? That second, third, and fourth punch, and it set it. It was nice and open. Now Topuria still doesn't have his wits about him. He's got a body lock, kind of holding him there against the fence.
Yeah, trying to recover. Tried to take him down there.
Yeah, that's the most we've seen Ilya in trouble, really, and he did bang that off the dome.
I love, look at that, doing a really good job of pressuring that head.
Yeah, hand fighting is good stuff from Jai right now. He's trying to dig. Ooh,
Topuria is in here, man. He's digging for that takedown.
He really, really is. And again, it's a tall guy. Like,
trying to swap it up.
Hard to take down against the fence, man.
Oh, he grabbed the fence there.
Oh, Topuria's got him up.
There was the
slam.
right.
So he got the feet together a little more there after switching from the single back to the double. So the legs weren't as wide. They were a little bit more together. So it was easier for him to finish that.
Look at that. We got side control, and he's already going to put
his hand down.
Crucifix.
Yeah, the crucifix right into it.
Already going for the crucifix to finish him off a little bit. We'll have to see if Jai can work his way out of here, not panic.
He's got to get out of here quick, man. I mean, we saw how good Topuria's ground and pound and top game was in the Ryan Hall fight. You know, he's just like really strong base.
Oh, he's able to get back into his guard.
Nice work by Jai. Getting a body triangle from the bottom.
You see the blood. You know, we got a lot of ketchup coming out of the front of Topuria. We got a Twitch TV / UFC plug right there. GG, much love. Now the other thing is here again, right here, just the ground and pound stuff. But it looks like Topuria is obviously recovered.
Yeah.
Now we got the triangle
ace. He's throwing a leg by there.
Yeah.
Oh, separation.
Like Topuria's a great grappler.
Oh, he jumped all over his
guard.
Damn it! I thought he was getting out of there, but he didn't have enough. You notice what he didn't have? He didn't have enough snap when he to get the push away. But then to have that right chat, to have that to have that core strength to pop up, get up really quick. He seemed lumbered, and Topuria was able to just kind of dive on him and smash him back down. And now we're back in the guard and we're trying to work. But I mean.
Oof, another short elbow there by Ilya. He's doing a good job just controlling from full guard. We talked about this when he was on top position. He's going to just like stay heavy, keep the head in good position, body head work. Jai trying to control posture and lock down an arm to attack perhaps a submission, but Ilya's been really
the space.
good.
Now he's popping up.
He's trying to pop up. He caught him with an elbow. Caught him with an elbow, with the knee. Back to Topuria up. Jai's throwing that combination. There it is. The 1-2 and the hook. He's got Topuria backing up. Backing up. They're going to cause a pause. Let him get his mouthpiece in. Here we go. Jai has got the combination. It's that third punch. I keep saying to Chad, how many times I keep talking about third punches? The third punch is important. There you go. He's setting up. Big 1-2. See that third.
Landed on him.
You see the size of that swing by Topuria.
That straight right of Herbert is going to beat that overhand from Topuria all day. If Ilya doesn't tighten that up, get back to that lead hook to set up the right hand, because Jai's straight is coming right down the middle right now. Oh,
another big head kick, bro.
On the opposite side this time.
Did he block that a little bit? Because he just ate it otherwise.
He did. When you usually kick to the lead hand side, it's a lot harder to land head kicks around the arm and get them on the chin or the neck. So usually the rear, that's why the left kick landed so cleanly, because it's on that rear right hand side.
Here comes Topuria with the, he did it at 2-3-2. Herbert step back. There's that lead hook. Right there.
Nice slips from Topuria on the outside.
Whoa,
there's
that knee
right down the
middle,
center.
knocked the mouthpiece out of his mouth, but he's just kind of, he's moving backwards and he's still loading up a big right hand.
So we talked about this. Topuria does not fight going backwards. He has to go forwards. That's how he wins his fights. And Jai has got him back
big right
up
hand
right
from
now.
Jai.
Oh, but you got to be careful.
Hand,
He's trying to time it. Jai's got to be careful when he gets in close, because one thing Topuria is still doing very well is throwing nasty, nasty little hooks. GG.
Round of applause for those two. Love it.
Wow.
Some adversity for Ilia Topuria right there.
It'll be curious how he comes out of the second round. You know what I mean? Coming out the second round, go back to it, get your wits about you a little bit. And that's one thing. Clear the cobwebs out. You know what I'm saying? But I'm telling you, if I was Jai, other than the one thing he has to be careful, you two, is when Topuria gets his back, right? When Topuria gets his back against that fence, man, he just whips. The power isn't gone, or the speed of that punch isn't gone yet.
Yeah, I mean that's also why Topuria is like losing this fight, right? Because he's giving up the ground. He has to, because Jai is threatening with that knee, which means, I mean, we saw it after the reset there a little bit. Ilia slipped a jab. Okay, I'm back in the center. I'm going to hold my ground, use my head movement. As soon as he level changed right there with the feet planted, that knee came right up, knocked the gum shield out, and he has to go back into retreat. So he tried to retake the center and hold and wait till he could pressure, but Jai just poked him with that. And if he can keep doing that, yeah, it's going to be Jai's fight for sure. Ilia has to find a safe way to come forward and also get some respect back, right, gents?
Yeah, you see that, Vish, how he threw that right hand,
huge,
boom, and then the momentum to come back with that long lead leg right to the face. Here we go, round two. You know, but again, like you're saying, here's the deal. He's coming out right off the bat. He's attacking Vish. Topuria's attacking.
What is Ilia going to have to do here to get like some success in the striking battle? Because it feels like Herbert is just so deadly right now when it comes to the striking. What is Topuria going to have to do?
Yeah,
Bayliun, go ahead.
I was going to say, I mean, one, you gotta enter without subjecting yourself to that knee, that level change. So double jab is a great way to start to close that distance right there. And then you can follow up with that right hand, and then maybe your feet are set in range to load up on that lead hook to the body. But he's got to jab his way in first, or leap in with a lead hook as long as he's covering. But he likes to level change in. He can't do that right now. That knee's coming up the middle.
See, the one thing I like is, and Topuria just did it a minute ago, that overhand right, Vis, when he's stepping in close, when he steps in, right when, again, the hands tend to drop when he's throwing that leg kick,
in there.
When Herbert's throwing that leg kick, and that jab is lazy. There's the right hand.
Dude, just flatlined him. He flatlined him.
I just said it.
All night we called it. Left hook,
right hand. Right over his jab.
You called it, dude.
Unconscious. I'm done. Broke his liver. Kicked him in the liver, knocked him unconscious.
Yeah, man.
I'm gonna just stand here for a minute.
That. Like that's his game. Left hook to the body, right hand over the top.
Wow.
All day.
Dude, what about this fight card so far? So many first round stops.
Second round, that one.
Yeah, that one was second. But so many early in the fight stops, man.
It was just as soon as he started to find a way to come forward as well, right? As soon as he found a safe way to move forward. He needed 1 second.
Here it comes, watch. He went right over the top. There was the right, left to the liver,
right there.
Right to the face.
And
you
I think
tell
that's
that
liver.
Only moment
boom,
he had Jai against the
84% of all knockouts happen. 84% of all knockouts happen when both fighters are in close throwing those punches. Left hand to liver, right when he's throwing hook, fired right over the top of that hand.
So Jai landed a check hook, but it bounced off like the pec area. You know, if that was a little higher, maybe that right hand wouldn't have come through over the top, but that was honestly, that was like the only time.
So here was my question. And this is what I had asked before the fight. It was like, what'll happen with Topuria if you know, because he hasn't lost when things aren't going his way.
Yeah.
What's gonna happen? He just my man
came back there.
He just answered every question I had up to that moment.
Yeah, I mean,
that left to the liver again. 84% of all knockouts happen when both fighters are in close against throwing punches.
That was literally the only moment in that round that he had Jai in any kind of stationary position against the fence. Probably the only moment in that entire fight where he'd got him in that kind of a position, and he capitalized immediately. He knew what he wanted to do, and he just went to the bread and butter, like you said, left hook to the body, right hook over the top, and that's all he needed. It's like,
well, and that's the thing is the speed.
We talked about being perfect. Yeah,
the speed of those hooks never slowed down, even when he got wobbled. The speed of those hooks never slowed down, Bayliun. You knew they were coming, and it was just a matter of time getting over the top. And again, like when Jai, he was on point and he was doing a great job, but the minute you stop,
Unfortunately, that puts England down now. So we had Mokaev gets a win, Corey takes a loss, Craig gets a win, and then we had Grundy takes a loss, and then we've had Jai taking a loss. So we're down 3-2 right now on home soil. So we got to get Molly's got to pick one up, and then if Paddy, we've got a few more chances to even up tonight. But yeah, tough on the old home soil.
What a shot!
Yeah, you can see too. You're saying the body shots. He dug that body shot, and you can see in Herbert's face, like it stunned him just long enough for that right hand to just come clean.
A guy like Ilya, it's the same with John Lineker. Like, if you feel that body shot lands, you can throw everything into the right hand because it's going to land. If you land that left hook to the body, the right hand is 100%. You're in range, and you know enough muscle memory to make it land. So as soon as you feel that, it's like, okay, 100%, it's coming.
Ooh.
What
that kick in the face,
dude!
Man,
that kick too. He came back out of that.
It's on the chin as well. So
that was a nasty head kick.
You'd probably say it wasn't hurt.
He's cussing out all of England. He just told them all to F off.
Wow. All right. Fair dues.
My man ain't playing. He got them all, man. He said, F you, boy. To come in and take his head off was the game plan. He finally got it. I told you to watch those shots when he gets in. The only thing that he still had about him, no matter how hurt he was, those hooks were nasty.
Shoot on him, can't get a hold of the legs.
Oh, look, he's still mad. He's cussing out Paddy. That's right.
Yeah, he's calling out Paddy.
I want that BITC. You can finish the rest. That Paddy, yes, derogatory.
Great performance for him, 12-0.
Yeah. Boom. That was just a 2-3-2 of straight.
That's a highlight knockout right there. That'll be on all of his highlight reels from now on.
And he ate Jai's hook too, chat. Boom. He ate the hook.
Yeah, dude, you're right.
When he was throwing the body and still kept going.
The coaches will tell Jai that, you probably shouldn't have been planting your feet trading with him, really, unfortunately. I'm sure that's what they'll say, because he was completely stationary and willing to exchange with him. And that's kind of, if you look at it on paper, that's not the best route to victory.
It's a moment. Well, not only that, you can watch the fight. Well, you can watch the fight up to that point and know that he's going to, it's just a matter of time. When you're throwing hooks like that, when you're throwing speed like that, it's, that it's just a matter of time when somebody hits like that, and so you got to be careful. Oh, Jeremy Piven. Oh, look at this guy.
Yeah. There's little US celebrities over it.
Brad, there he is, Brad Pickett.
Let's go, Pickett.
That boy's hat. I love the pike.
He's a London, ain't he?
Oh, his hat is gangster. But so that's how you start the main card right there. Good Lord.
Absolutely. Some fireworks,
McCann and Carolina next. Oh man, I can't even. My heart hurts. There's already been too much excitement going on in this whole dang card, man. This has been unbelievable.
Right, Molly. The meatball.
Look how quick those hands are. The combination. I like it. She throws fast. Quick hands.
Throws fast. She throws hard. She throws caution to the wind,
Yeah, I know. She'll throw down. I like that. She just right to the ground. Look, work on the ground.
So you can see the build of Luana Carolina right there. She's got a good couple of inches of height and reach as well. And she's a Muay Thai striker, so she's not like some grappler that's going to take advantage.
I like that. What she's working on right there. The duck from the clinch, come underneath, take the back, kick it out. She's on back-to-back
No one has enough energy to do that, Jens. When you're in a fight and you clinch someone, you're just like, oh, I can't be when you're level check, I'm joking.
You can throw it by, duck it by real quick. It just kind of depends. Not too many people want to move too much, but it's a good way to just kind of hang out and play on that arm a little bit. Duck underneath. Yeah. We'll have to see. Man, chat, I'm telling you. Good Lord. What was the big, I guess everybody ended up winning. There for a minute, that my upset would have made it exciting, right? This, I was excited.
Yeah,
the upset's gonna. He was running away with it there for minutes. So.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, I mean, it's really what Bayliun said, that Jai kind of stood there and had that phone booth exchange with him, and that was what he needed.
Yeah.
The one boo-boo.
The whole time Herbert was keeping it at range there, he was just finding so much success.
Yeah.
By the way, chat, the predictions for the next fighter up. Make sure you dive in. That's why you got these points. Use them. Utilize them. And we talk about it. And then the other thing is, I'll be curious how people are doing on their exclamation picks. And remember, make sure that you put your name in there before you, hopefully y'all put your name, so you're not ESPN fan 12, 15, 64, and the rest of it. I mean, he should have dove on him with the forearms, plumbed it. Don't get into that again. Remember, Chad, 84% of all knockouts happen when both fighters are in close throwing punches. But he hit him with the hook. That was the one thing. He did hit him with the hook, but it was just
a little too short
on that liver. But that right, it kind of spun him, man.
The kill shot, man.
Yeah, the kill shot. My brother,
straight up kill shot.
I call you back later, but sorry, my boy. His timing in prison is horrible. He can't watch the fights.
It's also that thing with Ilya, like that's his move, gents. Like you had a move, right? Like you know, you don't fully commit to it unless you know it's going to land, but you've set it up so many times, you know when it's going to land. And
he's upstairs, downstairs. He knew instantly.
Yeah.
That right, come back that left to the liver, and it right. See, here's the thing. And I'll do it even because the difference is for me is it's not my lead hand, but that left to the liver is so important, you two, that it's risk, right? Risk versus reward. Yes, I'm throwing my left hand, but I'm throwing all the way across because it's my rear, right? The way I'm saying. So I'm reaching way out there and I'm leaving this large window open for a counter hook. But risk versus reward. You're throwing in the kitchen sink, right? I'm going all in on a one-hitter quitter. What's the reward? It's a one-shot knockout.
Yeah.
Right. Now, again, if you're throwing a jab and they're hitting you with the cross, that's terrible. You got your pair of twos. Those are gambles. But when you're going out there and you're throwing that risk versus reward, it's worth it. It's a good shot to have. But my point is that upstairs, get those hands moving upstairs, downstairs. But when it's your lead shot, man, that thing is money. Boom, boom, boom. And then that pulley system, loading the shoulders and just swinging. And that's once it gets inside there, boom, boom, boom. You know what I mean? It's just something. I mean, I love those dang liver shots. I love those. It's a good shots.
defensive tactic as well. Just
that, and you got to learn how to. The other thing is when people start going upstairs, downstairs, easier said than done. But see, you hold on to the visor, pretend you're holding on to the visor, right? And you're literally, the closer you get, the higher your hands go. So you got to block the body by leaning down, but keeping the hand up. You don't. This is what we're looking for. You drop the hand down here to block the body, or you raise the hand up, right, to block the head. And, now I can throw a feint and catch you. But you want to just here and block with the elbow, if that makes sense. And that's one of the things, again, you get in that position, you get in tight, and everything's really tight inside. Man, I just can't get enough of that. I love liver shots. My favorite things on the planet.
That's my favorite technique to use as well. But I throw it from southpaw kick to the body with it. So I got a few setups for it. I got a couple of favorite ones, but yeah.
The left leg to the liver is always fun because jab, cross, hook. And with the hook, Vish, you turn the body. So they turn back and boom, the leg is already coming up, because the other thing is what you're doing is you're shifting the weight. I throw the right hook. What does that do? It automatically loads up. Now your weight's on your left. Boom, here it comes, the kick or whatever. So that pulley system is always a baller. But Jen's like liver shots because it has the word evil in it. Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. You know it, Bradshaw. But she's making she's feeling the vibe coming out. All right. I like it. I like seeing Luana, look, got the vibe going, bouncing, feeling the groove.
She looks relaxed.
Yeah, she does.
But she needs to stay relaxed. She needs to flow. The worst thing she can do is tense up in this fight and lock and get stiff with her techniques, because she's going to have to play the back foot a little unless she can get Molly backing up. But she's got to float around. This is kind of a similar matchup to what we just saw, really, except Molly doesn't have the same KO power Ilya does, so she's going to have to pour the damage on across the distance. It's just a question of how hard can Carolina land things like knees up the middle, or maybe elbows in the clinch, or just counter straights over the top because of the reach disadvantage. So I think Molly is too tough for Carolina. And I think Molly's going to try and walk her down and be successful, but I think she's going to take a lot of damage in the process. She might have to resort to the wrestling. How does her takedown defense hold up? We don't know. But
back-to-back wins. Two-time Brazilian Muay Thai champion. Awarded UFC contract. Dana White's Contender Series Brazil. Week 3. All right. What's that? I feel... So, Vis, how do you see this fight? How do you see this fight coming to play after watching
what Bayliun just said? I think, especially from watching Molly, it was kind of interesting there in her highlight that she was just like yelling in that girl's face and just eating punches. That's like, what a savage, you know. This kind of tells you her mentality going
she's
into
also
this.
in front of a home crowd tonight as well,
right?
So that's only going to feed that mentality.
Yeah, it seems like she's more kind of a bulldog fighter, huh? She's just going to come at you.
100%. Yeah, but you know, Carolina's a Muay Thai champion. Like, that should tell you all you need to know, man. She's got a ton of weapons and she's going to be able to pick and choose them.
Right.
I think, again, this first round's going to be pretty telling here, Jens, because who comes out of the first round more fatigued, more hurt, more tired, and that will definitely, I think, carry out through the rest of the fight, because Molly's going to build momentum, but if Carolina can stuff and hurt her early, it's going to be a lot harder for her to play catch up in rounds 2 and 3.
First 30 seconds every time. I'm watching her.
Yeah, well,
I'm watching
seeing
her
that
walk
tonight,
out, chat.
sure.
I've seen her. She grabbed I don't even know what she did. She yanked somebody's scarf. There was a belt walking around. I'm trying to just look at the composure, stuff like that as they're walking out and stuff like that. So I get kind of caught up in the moment there watching. But
I think she's ready to win $50,000, man.
Yeah, she looks like she is zoned in right now.
That's what she lives for. So she's been in the UFC, I think it's her 8th fight in the UFC now. Kind of up and down, really. Lost her debut in Liverpool, then went on a 3-fight win streak, including Ariane Lipski, the queen of violence, and Priscilla Cachoeira, who's tough as nails. We saw that in her last fight. And then she dropped to Talia Santos and Laura Procipio, who I don't ever remember hearing that name before. And she just beat Kim, though. That was the last fight, right? And that was the fight of the night. So, man, we're just going to see Molly try and walk her down and just get in her face. And,
she's got the 5th highest significant strike accuracy in UFC flyweight history.
That's pretty impressive.
Where I'm 7 and defeated, Kim by unanimous decision, 9-4-21, and former Cage Warriors flyweight champion.
Another Cage Warriors champion, yeah.
No, I'm telling you, Cage Warriors.
Here we go.
It's the way to go. She's getting cleaned up, and now we go. Molly's really stepped up her mentality to career, almost dropped. That's the one thing, right, is her mentality. That's why I'm sitting there watching her. She seems fired up. She seems ready to go.
For sure. There's no quitting her either. So it's like Carolina's going to have to put it out if she wants her to stop, to stop this fight.
Right.
It's just a case
of, does she have the power for that?
So, but the thing is, because of the way Molly fights, right, she's got to do a lot of work to get the damage in. She's got to do a lot of work on the outside to even get close enough, because it's going to be the number 3 and the number 4 in combinations. Because I think Caroline, if she stands on the outside and she's not, I'm just concerned with Molly basically flurrying and trying to move forward and just failing over and over again, and just being sort of led around the octagon as she's determinedly trying to flurry into space or blitz into space, and Caroline is just either able to avoid or clinch or snipe or pick at her on the way, and slowly she just loses the fight. She gets outstruck. I think that's how Luana takes this away from her. But man, I don't know, maybe Molly just slugs it out and makes it really uncomfortable. The
69-inch reach,
not really there.
The 62. So Luana's got a 69-inch reach, and Molly's 2. She's 2, but
Molly doesn't have any finishes in the UFC either. So it's all decisions. So it's kind of like
she's got busy hands. Not really known for that one punch power knockout, but she's got busy hands. She throws combinations.
She's gonna have to stay busy, right? She's gonna have to stay busy and walk her down for 15 minutes potentially, which more than likely is gonna be what she's gonna have to do. That's not gonna be easy. Look how confident Carolina is.
She looks fired up. She looks ready to go.
All of them. I think we're in store for another great fight here. This card's been absolutely fantastic so far.
It gets worse, because then you got Sato and Nelson, then you got Vargas and Pimblett. It just keeps getting, and Hooker and Allen. This is one of the greatest cards ever.
Yes, please.
There we go. 11-4. She's a 140 favorite.
Interesting. She's the favorite, I guess, because Carolina's not very experienced in MMA. And I think Molly's wrestling could be the X factor here. I mean, she's training with Paddy. Everyone at that gym up there, they grapple very, very well. So I'd like to see Molly try and get top position if she can't win on the feet.
Fired up.
But
Crowd's behind her. Crowd's behind her. Molly looks ready.
It's more likely she's going to turn into a gladiator and just try and like smash her, though. You know, like.
Oh, chat. All right, y'all. Here we go. Here we go. Tango Kilo. What? I'm here, James McCann by decision. Parlay begins. All right. Let's see it.
Look at where the hips
Here we go.
start on Carolina. Her hips, like her legs start so far up her body. She's so long.
Long legs. Oh, yeah, she's look. She's already trying to back up.
That front
I like
kick's
look at
gonna
Molly's still bouncing. But see now the one thing I don't like what Carolina's doing is see how she's hunkering down and the wide stance and trying to be like she's almost Molly's height.
Right.
Does that make sense?
The knee though.
She needs to play. Be the taller. Look, be the taller fighter. Be the bigger fighter. Stand up there. Utilize that range. There you go. Big long kick.
Yeah, Molly's trying to stalk Carolina down right now.
Oh, big right hand and stun her a little bit
and
there.
She's now flowing against.
And she's just going off of these
about
punches.
15 punches in a row.
She is headhunting right now.
Wow, that's Molly just flurrying.
She literally, chat, just walked in, put her head on the chest, and just started bomb. And she's closing the distance. That's the thing. Carolina does not have an idea how to close it.
And Carolina is not liking it. She's trying to run right now.
All over it.
Yeah,
trying to hold
Carolina's framing, trying to get away. Molly's still just diving.
Don't take her down. Did she just go for the take? Now peel off, peel back. Now she's got her locked up for a minute. Molly fights the hands, hopefully peels off and gets back. A lot
of energy expenditure at this point of the fight, though.
Yeah, but she does have cardio for days. I will say that about Molly. It's unlikely she's going to gas out. But yeah, you're right, man. But now she's being worked against the cage. Carolina's reversed her position. Molly's got double underhooks, but the Muay Thai of Carolina's enough to keep her against the fence. But regardless, if she's just thrown that many punches and now they're working, now maybe this is going to start to affect her a little more. Because she could have had rest time, but now she's not going to get it, you know?
Right.
Well, and that's the thing. She's got to break up and get those hands back and do what she was doing. Now just aim them. You don't need to throw 17 mad rabbit punches. Just go in there and time them. She's trying to punch herself out. Just throw one or two, change the levels, upstairs, downstairs, and get that third punch and knock her out.
Yeah,
but that's one thing is, go ahead.
Straight right to the body, left hook over the top, and she's done it again.
I love it. To the body, to the head. She's got to get inside, step inside.
Feels like Carolina's getting like overwhelmed by the pressure when Molly really
100 Viz. 100.
She's just turtling up and just praying that she doesn't get knocked out.
Yeah, but it's because she's used to striking at range. So when she's that close, she don't want to strike. She want to play defense because this isn't where I fight, you know? I like how much work Carolina's been able to do from the clinch, even without underhooks. But now she's not even pummeling for them, so she's just giving up this body lock. But again, it's the case of can Molly strip that base gens because it's so wide with those long legs.
Well, and I like just keeping that head in the pocket. I like she got to get back in there and fight for that head position right now. See, that's Carolina's going to try to control the head and that overhook. And I don't know if Molly's tired, if she punched herself out, good spin to get out of there. Now she jogs across, goes up. She looked up at the clock. She's already tired. She's already looking at the time. I think she definitely got too excited and punched herself out a minute ago. But now she's
still going though.
She's still coming forward. But the problem is
pressure.
I don't know. That's the thing is about coming forward, but she's not doing anything when she gets there. So sit back and relax a little bit and take a deep breath and try to land one or two punches.
Ooh, flying knee attempt from Carolina, who looks to be regaining some composure. But every time Molly lands on her, she's backing up. Molly's crashing forward again there.
Molly actually just gave her the finger, like, no, don't do that.
Yeah. Carolina back in the center, though, trying to stay long, snipe. She's switching stances a lot, but Molly's just crashing forward, leading with an overhand right. You know, that's a bold move.
Caught the leg here, holding the leg.
Oh, another left hook from Molly lands. And a right hand again from Molly. Nice work. Carolina trying to snipe, but Molly's rolling nicely. Another right hand. This is a stopping power. We talk about it maybe not being there, but the accumulation from Molly now. More flurries against the cage.
She goes, body, flurry, head.
Like
trying to stay on top of her. Trying to plumb the head,
now
throw
she's
knees.
Clinching up, throwing knees in the body.
GG. Now we got Carolina doing everything she can just to hold on with an overhook and push it up on the head, pushing the head away. Her face is beat up. I think the biggest thing from that, I think the biggest thing I'm taking away from this first round is Carolina's too slow. Her punches are too slow. Her kicks are too slow.
That
and
frame.
Molly's just rolling right through them and just combo. She's seeing
Catching
everything.
kicks
Chat.
as well.
If you're watching, she's seeing everything.
Absolutely.
Oh, beautiful slip from Molly. Yeah, I think she still has to watch that knee coming up the middle, but yeah, she's reading and seeing everything really well. It's letting her enter. It's just when she hangs
every
around
now and then
here.
the train runs you over, but for the most part, you see it coming from a mile away, and you just got to remember to get off the tracks. But every now and then you make a boo-boo, and you don't. But that's
Molly
the fact.
just-
I mean, it's just, Molly's over there. She's doing spin kicks. She's dancing. She's
is
totally
feeling it right
clowning.
now.
She's got
Oh,
the
slip and
speed.
rip.
She's in her groove, and she knows she's just absolutely the faster fighter.
Yeah,
she's
she got some
seeing
extreme
everything.
confidence right now.
Yeah, she's just
Yeah.
putting it on her. Putting it on
Lots
her.
of confidence. Yeah, great first round from Molly. I mean, hurt her, didn't let her off the hook, did as much damage as possible, kept the pace and the pressure high, made it uncomfortable. Carolina definitely did not like that. You know, anytime someone's framing and just get me out of here, you know, she's not even looking to fire back, just literally trying to cover up. But we talked about the stopping power, and clearly, you know, I don't know. The volume might be enough. I don't know. Great first round, mate.
Volume will work because they'll stop it. But I think, like I said, though, Carolina, she's tired. Go ahead, Vis.
What I'm noticing right here, they're both in their corner. Both the corners are talking to him, and Carolina is taking some deep breaths, but McCann is just ready to go. And it's kind of crazy even with all that energy expenditure, all those punches. It seems like Carolina is the more exhausted fighter.
Yeah.
Just about to say she's beaten mentally, she's beaten physically. You can tell she's like, it's time. I just want to go home, right? And go ahead.
And her getting overwhelmed, you got to think of like when she's going back and turtling up and she just has all these coming, it's all that stress, right?
the stress,
and stress tires you out.
That's why
the more calm you can stay, the more energy you can preserve.
And I won't lie to you, it'll make it easier to take that proverbial knee and let the ref step in and end the fight. Because you're trying, look, she's trying. This is her big goal right here. She tried to throw a combination right here. She's trying to tie up the head right here. Molly's got the underhook, but the way she's hooking, trying to throw the knee, I just don't think at this moment she's got to do something to try to, and she's doing it right here. She's doing a good job of trying to stop Molly and slow her down.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Elbow,
Frame the
she
head right
frames
here.
off here, maybe. Carolina
Maybe
gives up
there's a
position
kick.
against the cage a lot when these clinches happen. It's kind of strange. She almost puts her back there intentionally. Maybe she just feels like she can frame out and land from there. But yeah, Molly's still with the pressure here at the start of this round, trying to get on the inside, let the hands go. Carolina's doing a better job letting the kicks fly as well.
She's doing a better job here.
But Molly's got some great head movement, using that to enter there. Big whiff on the left hook from Molly. Knee up the middle again, though, from Carolina, Jens. She's still hunting it.
I almost wonder if she's just like more of a slow starter, and that the how fast McCann started kind of got the best of her, because it seems like she's a lot more in it right now.
Elbow from Carolina.
Yeah, she's starting to get into that groove now. She fired a knee, plumbed the head, threw an elbow. Now you're starting to see the Muay Thai come out a little bit more but also think about it. Molly is also staying outside. Nice pick up,
takedown here.
Pass the guard on the process.
Nice job. Gets
she's
outside.
She's in a half.
Gonna take, which looks like she's gonna go to mount here.
Yeah,
knee on belly. Molly.
There we go. Side control coming out.
And Carolina does not have a very well-rounded great
Bronco.
game. Like, her striking's nowhere near as, the grappling is nowhere near as good as her striking.
And now she's moved all the way around to the other side.
Yeah.
And again, I think now she's just got to be able to posture up. She's keeping a wrestling match. And that's okay. But to get back to what we were talking about before is, the Muay Thai, you can see Carolina using it a lot better this time. But Molly is, I think, not so. The adrenaline is worn off. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
From that first round. And now she's trying to control it. And I don't know if she's looking for a possibility of an arm bar. She's striking out her control. Chat. She keeps moving up towards the north-south.
It looks like she's trying to step over, right? Maybe isolate an arm on the way. Carolina's really done nothing except lift that knee up to stop her transition into mount. She's not trying to fight for an underhook with the left arm or anything like that. She's just wrapping the head and trying to stop more damage.
She's not trying to bring a
really.
knee to the elbow. Now she is
that's usually where you can see the big ground discrepancy. Is if one person is just in defense mode. Yeah, she is kind of triangling an arm, but from the bottom, I'm not really sure what she's going to be able to do with that. Maybe roll her over the top. Oh, she's going to
sweep. It's she's got an underhook and she's got the arm. She's trying to roll her with that.
Yeah, you're right. She does have that underhook there as well, and she's got a good frame there.
Oh, she's going to try.
Could this be possible omoplata out of this? Is there a way that she might be able to if she rolls?
No, she needs
it's
to be
the way that
like,
she would have got the crucifix if she got it to roll through. But again, Molly it's more would help if Molly hops up like she's doing and gets those hips up. easier to roll, but when you drop the hips and sag back, really hard to move you. Now she's doing a better job.
Back in the side here.
You see what I mean? There you go. Sit back, hunker down, get those hips back, and it'll be much harder for Carolina to roll her off.
Yeah.
To roll
Roy
her
needs
over.
to do something here, though. She's got to get some damage off, just to tell Carolina this isn't a safe position, But she's winning this fight.
Possible arm
regardless.
triangle. No.
Oh, she's up.
Up out of there.
But then she's going to make sure she sits right there on the legs and not let her get up, make the referee break them up, buy some time, take a deep breath, stand right there in front of them. Relax, you know what I mean? And let the ref, see the ref will break you, stand you up, gives you a couple, 10, 15 seconds of breathing, and then she comes inside.
Molly straight back on the pressure, banging these left and right hooks over the top, but she's level changing a lot. We'll see if Carolina brings that knee. Nice work, though. Carolina's doing a great job.
Starting to own this clinch now a little bit more.
Yeah.
She's doing a couple of elbows
lot
and
more
a knee.
relaxed.
Edwards, you just get one underhook and you can frame for elbows, knees, so it's a good 50-50 positional control.
I like when she plums that head, keeps that overhook. Now, the one thing is, will this, again, you're starting to see the steam of McCann. You know what I mean? And because now look at she's carrying Carolina a lot. She's carrying her. She's catching up on strikes too. Yeah, look, here she comes.
One of her best things, though. I don't think she's gonna fade. She won't, man. She's fighting in front of 20,000 people, from the UK. She's not going anywhere. I doubt she'll. I think you are right. She's carrying her though.
Now Carolina's doing a good job in keeping that range and keeping her fighting at a distance. See, out of the way of the right hands. Sit back there and stick your shots. Teep kick. You know what I mean? There's the elbows when she plumps the back of the head. There's the knee. Molly's doing it for a double.
Oh, what a slam!
Molly. So
now she just threw it by and slammed her down. McCann. Yeah. I didn't forget I don't have the clock, Bradshaw. GG at the end of the round.
What a crazy slam, man.
Yeah, it's kind of like a fireman's lift, and then she just jumped backwards and landed, on the back. We've seen people in the UFC, though, get that fireman's carry and then jump, and as they go backwards, their head lands on the back of the mat and get themselves knocked out.
Knock themselves out, yeah.
So it's kind of lucky she landed on her there.
I think she knew the time there. It was just I'm just going to go for this slam here at the end of this round.
Smooth transition, but to have the wherewithal, again, and still the strength to still pick her up and throw her. You know what I mean? I like it.
She's still super strong, of course.
Yeah, she's killing it.
Yeah,
you can kind of see Carolina, though, in some of the exchanges. She's got quite a good pull, like a little pull to pull that right hand that's coming over. You can tell that's kind of maybe where she got a lot of her Muay Thai dominance from. She's great locking that underhook in that position as well and framing with the elbow. So you can see where Carolina's had her success as a Muay Thai striker. But the one thing I'm a little concerned about is when they are locking up, you called it, Jens, in that single plum, Molly's now pulling the head down to get away from the elbows.
Which will be the knee.
Go to the knees, exactly, yeah.
Because you're getting tired of them wearing on you.
Yeah, and they're coming laterally, so it's just a case of level changing under, but it's a little dangerous.
Here we go. Round three. Nice kick, left hand.
Carolina coming out with a lot of volume here. I think her corner just said, hey, you're going to have to win this. You're down.
I think Molly's made it a fight. So Carolina's let's go. I'm just going to bang you with everything I have,
As long as she's utilizing that range, she seems to be up on her wheels, you know what I mean, moving around. Again,
that head kick, you got to be careful.
Yeah, she's trying to set that up.
We got Molly doing spin. She's trying to spin a kick.
She landed that one to the liver, though.
Oh,
left hook from Molly over the top, but she caught the kick there. Nice.
She caught that kick. That kick was move.
Carolina now again. See, she kind of she's not giving up that position, Jens, but she kind of relinquishes her back to the cage a little. She's trying to lock up a standing. I guess that's we would talk about that being an anaconda, right? Because there's no arm in there.
Well, I'm not sure what she's trying to lock up right there, and then keeping that head in the pocket. Now, for the first time, Molly's pushed up against the fence, and Carolina, if she can sit there and work the knees, not working the knees. Yeah, I mean, she's this over-under position that they're in. But Molly's, there you go. Again, I think Molly just doesn't have much left in the gas tank, but she's still doing the grind, right? And Carolina seems content to sit there with that overhook and holding the wrist.
She's good in these 50-50 clinch positions, Carolina. She's not bad. Oh, another right hand from Molly there. Oh, Carolina's coming forward, though.
Carolina's coming forward with two big kicks.
Her on the end of her shots,
though. She ran right into that jab of Molly. And she's like, let's go. She's asking.
Good fakes by Molly, baiting out the kicks. She can step in and counter afterwards.
I think Carolina needs to understand she's gonna have to find that reserve because Molly I don't think Molly has much left, but
Spin!
spun
Oh my!
off an elbow and
Flatline.
knocked her unconscious.
what a
Flatline with an
Molly
elbow.
just spun an elbow.
Holy
Oh
shit!
my.
$50,000 for that woman,
She
please.
just spun an elbow. She didn't have much left,
Oh
so she
my
spins
God.
off an elbow.
Straight
Gangster.
on the money.
Oh my God, baby.
Flatlined.
Hug Dana White.
Going
You
out.
better
And
hug her.
she's giving a hug to
Oh.
Dana White.
I can't believe that just happened. That
They
was
got a belt.
absolutely.
Is she got a belt? What the hell?
She's grabbing a belt out of the crowd and running back in with it. She's
She
walking
is
around with the
going
belt.
ham.
What
She's
is this?
going ham.
Okay, that might be a bit too far. But you have just
I
knocked
know where
someone
she
out,
just
Jen.
got
That
Yeah,
might be
desktop
exactly what you want to do, though. You might want to take it a bit too far. This is how you make some noise. People,
Somebody's gonna be like,
everybody's
hopefully I
"She's
get
grabbing
that
a
belt back. Yeah, I mean,
Okay, for those of you who didn't see, there was a clinch exchange. Molly turned through
Molly
a rear
just- there was a
spinning
clinch and
elbow.
She was being very lazy. I'll get all active. She's been really lazy right here. Look, she reached in front and she was kind of hanging on that head like she was doing. And Molly spins inside and fires off an elbow and just
my
sets
God.
it. Sets it down. Look at it. Boom. Arm
Oh,
was down. She was
beautiful.
stepping in.
spinning elbow.
Textbook.
And that's her
Textbook.
first finish in 8 fights in the UFC. She's been in for 4 years, no finishes, all decisions. First finish, spinning elbow KO. Man, you know, so I'm going to ask some of the boys who were there tonight what the arena sounded like because I bet it was insane
exploded.
right
Yeah,
there.
I bet it exploded.
I bet
And it
Paddy's
just-
going mental backstage as well.
Dude, that was crazy. Look at it. She all fired up. That was beautiful.
Shadow Realm. I love it. UFC massive in Shadow Realm. Straight to the Shadow Realm. Oh man.
That was nice. I mean, it's what do you yeah, that was crazy. That was so cool. But you just don't expect it. Like you could tell she was starting to get tired, you know what I mean, kind of weaning a little bit because you could tell Carolina was just pressure, and then just boom, spins it off, which is just nuts. You know what I mean? Look at everybody's
So
back. That was
clean.
nasty. That elbow was sick.
So clean. I
Look
see
at
Paddy's
Paddy, Paddy.
reaction. He's freaking out. All right, I'll fire you up.
That was sick.
Love it.
Man,
Love that she
she's-
committed to it as well.
Tell you, man, she's a lot of fun to watch.
She is
lot
a
of fun
hell
to
of a lot of
watch.
fun to watch. I think
Yeah.
that's back to
Taking her
back
gloves off.
bonuses right there as well. You got to give her a bonus for that.
It was a heck, man. That was nuts.
She took one glove off. She might have broken her hand or something.
Both of
Oh,
them.
she took them both off. Okay.
She gave him to like her trainer or something though.
That was tight. That was unreal. Oh, that was sick.
What's her tattoo say?
Something cool, dude. Something really cool.
Something really cool. So I check it out.
Yeah, man.
Oh, man.
Whatever it says.
Doc,
Yeah. Beautiful elbow, man. So well timed to throw that from the clinch break as well. Love it.
Oh Lord,
He's
yeah.
so
the
fired
interview.
up.
Yeah, she's definitely.
Bisping saying she made history. Being the first, what was it? The first female from the UK on the main card? I'm not sure. Just she's shouting out Liverpool.
It's crazy the different
going ham.
accents that you get in the UK. Just
Yeah,
like
man.
just
She's
small like
only-
little places, and it's got the craziest different accents.
It's only about 2 hours away on a train, 2 or 3 hours away. Like,
It's just the timing of this elbow. Look, it's like she just gave it to us.
Ugh.
What a shot! I mean,
Man,
what
it
a
was
shot!
such
She
a
just reached over the
nasty
head.
elbow.
She was just kind of
she
framing
saw
him
it
and
as
just
well.
left her one avenue, and she spun it, which is sick. Which
saw
just
it in
peeled the
there,
head.
look.
Boom, and just peeled it off. Unreal.
Oh my God, it's got to feel amazing. That's got to be the best feeling in the world, that, Jens, right?
I'm telling you, it's
home
incredible.
run.
She's got to be on cloud nine. It's unreal.
Deserves it.
Yeah, that was something.
All right, let's get another fight this year. Let's go.
Everybody going, it was crazy, chat. I'm telling you, man.
Oh,
Now she's singing Paddy the Batty songs. Oh, Paddy the Batty. She's got everybody singing Oh, Paddy the Batty song. Get up out of here. I love it.
He better win now.
Teammate, man.
Oh, Patty the Batty. I like it.
Props to her. When was her pro debut, man? Molly's been doing it for time. 2015? Yeah,
She's been
man.
in for a minute.
7 years.
Her UFC debut 2018. But
Yeah. Bam, son. That's going to be on ESPN. I'll tell you what. That's on ESPN tomorrow or Monday morning, that one.
That'll be on a lot of highlights.
I hope we get to see that. That was just nasty. I love it. Look, she's still dancing. She ain't stopping. She's on cloud 9. I love it. That's badass. Oh, she's killing me. She's just rocking it.
KO of the year contender, maybe.
Yeah, definitely.
Oh, y'all got to see. See, I forgot y'all have hands on these highlights. That was so sick, that elbow. Oh, that thing was money.
Please.
Just crumpled.
What about the fact that she went and grabbed the belt?
Yeah,
that was awesome. Actually, she's like, "No, give me that belt. I'm gonna run around the belt."
Like when someone gets a knockout like that in like their hometown, like I feel like you can't really judge them for what they do next for the next.
No, they get
seconds.
you got
You're
you
just
earned
like,
it. You earned it. Don't matter.
I think it's a
Yeah,
great
you earned
move.
it.
Moreno is there
Because you're gonna get people talking too.
Someone posted a picture of him in Nando's. Oh, they made it back.
Darren Till made it. Darren Till makes it back.
Looking in much better shape now, isn't he? Since he's been hanging out with Hamzat, he's looking. It's like he looks like he's down to
Train
like
with a monster. You gotta be, man.
Blades versus Dacus, March 26th, Saturday. Grasso and Wood,
on the card.
Carter France and Askarov.
Matt Brown's maybe one of his final fights. That's a tough fight though. Brian Barberina. That's going to be a war.
Gotta be ready for that.
Look at that 125 matchup as well. Askarov taking on Kai Kara France. What a beautiful, beautiful fight. So they must be doing Figgy Moreno 4 then.
Yeah. I
Which
think
is
they're doing it
crazy.
again. That would be
That's
4,
that's
right?
our first quad fight in the UFC history, isn't it? Maybe unless like Andrei Arlovsky fought Tim Sylvia a bunch more than I remember, but I think that's the first 4. How many times did Benson and Cowboy fight? 3 or?
I'm gonna step out for just a second.
Oh, good
They only
Lord.
fought twice,
I don't know. Twice?
I think maybe you're right.
I don't think anybody's done 4
I don't
yet
think
in
anyone
that
has done
aspect. I don't know. We'll have to find out with Sato. Oh my Lord. I'm still just reeling off that was nuts. That I can't lose that elbow.
Vanderlei and Rampage, right? Twice in Pride, once in the UFC, and then once in Bellator.
Oh, good Lord, did they?
Yeah, they fought
in
4
3
times,
different
bro.
organizations.
Yeah.
They're chasing each other. They're chasing each other around. All right, I'm in it. I get it. Chat, that was the wildest thing going on. And I'm telling you, if y'all see that, if you see that, hope everybody's doing well out there. By the way, if you're out there, Facebook, YouTube, and you want to say something, make sure you go over to Twitch.tv/UFC and hit that follow button. We're going for 200,000 followers. So get over here and show the love. Much love and appreciation. I'm going to go hunt you down. I'm going to go hunt them down and see what we got. Let's go. I'm going to go check out the YouTube chat here in a minute and try to see what we're dealing with.
So Andre and Tim Sylvia did fight 4 times as well, actually.
Did they?
Yeah.
Good Lord. All right.
Affliction, baby.
Yo, Dan, thanks for doing this. Oh, please, man. Best way to watch a fight with you commentating it. Much love and appreciation. What's up, big baby? What are you looking for? All right. Everything all right? Tell Carson to take that dog out. What? Oh, yeah, no. And I thought about it for a second. Gotta go check out some YouTube real quick, chat. While they're doing the time thing here real quick. That's my chance. It's my chance to hang with chat for a second.
I mean, this fight's a great one to break down as well, but we can do
All
that
right,
in a
I'm in.
second.
Let's go. Sato and Nelson.
So we got 2 karate fighters right here, which is going to be a lot of fun to watch, right? 2 guys that like to just float on the outside and just blitz in. I said this to you before, maybe earlier on, but we're going to see a little bouncy action.
56.8% significant strike accuracy, 6 submissions at welterweight.
For Gunnar Nelson there.
So this is a catch weight. He finished 7 of 8 UFC wins by submission.
I think his debut was at a catch weight. There.
Oh,
I know
UFC
Gunny
debut was catch weight.
Gunny
That's what I
doesn't
said. Sorry,
cut a lot
UFC
of
debut was
weight.
catch weight. 6 submissions at welter.
Yeah, but obviously, so this one, so Sato's a great karate guy. He does have a kicking game, but really it's all his left hand that he loves to use. He loves to fight that left hand. It's very fast, super quick. You know, there's no flair on it at all. It right up the middle, karate style. So, I mean, like he could blitz Gunny and catch him with that straight left and just rock him and put him in big trouble. But I feel like it's going to go the other way. I think Gunny's probably going to tag Sato, chase him to the ground and lock in a sub. But
like just the overall, the jitters. I mean,
Maybe.
when's the last time
But have you ever met a man calmer than Gunnar Nelson? I
don't mean jitters like nerves, but just go out there and let me add up with this. Go out there and display your dominance right off the bat.
Right. Or
you know
apprehension to not
just walk out and
performing, maybe.
Just go right out. Bam! I'm the boss. I'm back. I'm making a statement. Shut your trap. Choke out. You know what I mean? Kind of thing. Or sit back, relax, kind of feel it out, have that feeling out process, see what you're going to look for openings or something of that nature, right?
Yeah. It's going to be a dangerous fight for both guys because, they both rely on that rear side power or that rear side hand, and they're both going to start. There's going to be open stances, so it could be over in that 30 seconds. It really could be. I love the matchup though. We talked about this a little bit before. It's also Gunnar's last couple of losses. Like he had so much hype and momentum, and then the Ponzinibbio loss slowed him down a lot. But there was a couple of eye pokes in that one. But then he hit a wall against Leon, and Leon just shut him down completely. And there was like some doubt. And then Gilbert Burns, kind of the same thing. So it was like, oh, Gunny's maybe not as good as we thought. But I was also earlier on in his career, he's had time to go away and develop. And those losses have aged really well because those guys are at the top of the division. Sato is not at the top of the division, but like you said, Jens, there's a lot of other X factors.
Well, and that's it. And so that's what I'm saying is like when you go out there, is he trying to make a statement, a fast statement? You know what I mean? Is he going to be? That's what I mean. When you take the time away, it's like I can't wait to show you all what I'm going to learn. I learned patience. I learned to sit back. I learned to be a striker. I learned to be a sniper. You know what I mean? And set things up. And I make this. I just, you know what I mean? Yeah. Dominance, so to speak. And then, or I'm just going to go out there and just boom, boom, boom. I'm back. You know. So that's the one thing I'd like to see with Gunnar is just kind of. How does he, what's he going to do in that aspect? And then, of course, with Sato, who was that was just with him? Oh, give me his name. Oh, my God. Come on. Why am I struggling on that name? No, right there, the coach. ONE FC two-weight champion. Yep. Long. Don't make me say it. I can't.
Come on.
I know who it is. Dang it.
Angla and Song.
Angla and Song. Angla and Song. Yes. Song. All right. That's who it is. And that's what I just noticed with training right there. That's a heck of a corner and someone to be working with. God, why did it take so long to say that? But
both these guys coming off a long
he is.
A long break.
Gunnar's up in Iceland at Mjolnir, which is that camp that they built in like a cave in Iceland, right? But I don't know how good the the level of competition is up there in Iceland. I don't know how many guys go up there to train. I know a lot of people do, but if he's training with Alang Song, who's a champ in one, then that's definitely another level perhaps from the training partners that Gunny's been dealing with recently. But I don't know. I haven't looked at how his camp has gone. But that's a big X factor right there, Jens. I like that.
Yeah, no, I somehow I was able to, I saw, but that's huge to have that as a partner and things like that. But again, like the highest significant strike accuracy in UFC welterweight history, 56.8, finished 16 of 17 wins, 4 knockouts, 12 submissions. Wow. What? Tied most submissions UFC welterweight history with 6. But to finish 16 of 17 wins.
17 wins have been finishes. That's
finisher,
nuts.
man. That's a finisher. 4 knockouts,
such a good
12 submissions. Wow, his grappling is.
He won at Nagas. I think he won at the IBJJFs. Let's have a look really quickly.
Highest significant strike accuracy in UFC. What? 74%
from Nelson on those predictions, huh? By the way, Sato, last 7 wins by knockout, finished 13 of 16 wins, 11 knockouts, 10 first-round finishes.
Yeah. So
Sato not playing.
Gunner's credentials. So he won a Naga championship in middleweight. And then, the IBJJFs, he won a silver medal at brown belt, a gold medal at brown belt, a gold medal at black belt, and a silver medal at black belt in gi and no gi. So, I mean, those are like the best jiu-jitsu competitions in the world, and he's picking up golds and silvers. So that's where he's at, just in terms of his pure jiu-jitsu, alongside everything else. But he kind of had got shut down by a lot of other guys at 170. So this is the beginning of a resurgence for Gunnar. So even if he makes this look easy, I don't think we can bank on this and be like, he's back, because Sato's like at a different position in the division. He's kind of got to start from the bottom and work his way up again. But I think Sato's, a tough test and a good
I mean, he's
start.
horribly tough. My man doesn't lose. Number one, he's on a huge streak.
Yep.
And how he is such a gigantic underdog. This is a good
It's because
time.
he's a little one-dimensional, Jens. It's because he's a little one-dimensional, I think.
But it's worth it. Being that big of an underdog, it's worth throwing a coin
also look
on
really
him.
cool as well. If you're just a southpaw karate guy and you just bounce and wait.
Look at this. Good Lord.
Minus 525 favorite.
Okay, that's kind of insane.
That is an insane
I don't know about that. That's pretty goddamn high.
So again, my point is he just goes out there, takes him down and submits him real quick and be like, that's what you get. Mic drop.
That's what he should do. That's really what he should do. I hope that's what he does do. But Sato, he's gonna be a tough guy, at least to close a distance on anyway.
Been about a year and a half since Sato fought, and about 2.5 years since Gunnar fought. Yeah. So
do you watching the UFC when Gunny made his?
We're getting the rust off. We're getting the rust
back
off.
in like 2012. I might have been watching a tiny bit back then.
Okay.
So I really got into watching UFC first because I was into wrestling in high school.
Right.
In junior high, but
so look, the open
yeah,
stance.
This is the bounce. We're getting the karate bounce. This is what I wanted to see. Just two guys bumping in front of each other. Open side is there for both fighters. They're just feeling each other.
Feels very Connor-like almost.
Yeah, well, Connor has a karate stance when he fights like that, really. But it's all about the lead hand in this battle and who's going to control the lead hand and who's going to control the outside foot as well to set up the angle for the straight. Sorry. Ooh.
Head kick by Nelson, blocked by Sato. And I'm trying to see who's keeping that foot out there.
Yeah, Sato's trying to pull. Straight right from Gunny, but Sato just got out of it. And he tried to turn that into a clinch attempt there. But Sato pulled out as well.
See right there, though. You notice when he fired that left, he's stepping outside. Sato's winning the foot war when he's able to step outside, fire that left hand down the pipe.
Firing lead leg kicks as well. Nice work. It's just like such a do or die style, because you got to. It's footwork. Defense is footwork, really, because you ain't really going to get that hand up, guaranteed. Gunny's being backed up to the cage a little bit and now steps in with a nice
kick there from Gunny.
Rear body kick from Gunny. The right leg. Sato looking to step his way in, control pull the lead hand to set up that straight left. Gunny's got them eyes open though.
I'm telling you, the one thing is like trying to feel it. See, he's trying to rush him, but he's doing a good job of moving backwards. Gunner's trying to close the distance. Yeah. You see that, Vis? I mean,
yes.
He's trying to close. I don't know if it's desperation just yet, but he's definitely trying to get this thing to the ground.
So I think something that's playing in Sato's favor right now is he is a judo guy, so he's very aware. As soon as that clinch happens, separate the hips, and that's what he's doing. He's keeping the hips away 100% and just relying on that. So Sato using that judo defensively to stop those clinch attempts from Gunner right now.
And then right back out to the center. I'm telling you, Chad, just feeling out process, but it's kind of back and forth, back and forth.
Yeah,
lead leg by
right now. Very technical fight
by Nelson. Now he's got the clinch.
Time up again.
He's able to break from that single collar, but Gunny's not really committing to the takedown or the level change. He's just trying to control that single collar.
Kind of just tying up with him right now.
Yeah. Sato's the one pressuring though. Gunny's against the fence line right now. It just gives him limited options about where he can go defensively against that straight, and he definitely can't go backwards.
No, and that's one thing is, again, you're sitting trying to look and see what they're trying to, what they're looking for at each fighter. I think, again, the problem is Sato, as much as Nelson tries to tie up, he lunges in, tries to get that tie up, he tries to get an underhook, something like that. Sato's too good.
There's a level
now
change.
he does a level change.
He changed it up. He's got the body lock now.
Looks
like he's going to get the takedown here.
He's already gave up
the back.
Referee
pulls him in, going to take the back here. He's got a hook in.
Yep. Gunny
this is a very bad spot.
Expect some ground and pound from Gunny here in this position.
The hand fight.
Great ground and pound, very targeted. He hits people with the hardest part of the glove. Do you know that? He works out where the glove's not soft, and he smacks you with that when he's doing his ground and pound. That's brutal. That's neck level.
I love it, but now he's working on that. He's got the wrist
minute and
control.
a half, to control from it.
Oh,
Gunny's still on the back of Sato.
Now he's got the body lock.
Body lock, figure four, throwing some shots.
Sato is in such a bad spot. Minute and a half left.
Hammer fists raining from the top from Gunny. He's got really
hammer
good
fist,
ground
elbows
and
to the ear hole, elbow.
Lovely targeted shots. He's going to just try and get one of those hands away from covering. He's swapping sides as well. He hit the left ear. He covers the left ear, switches to the right ear.
And I mean, at this point, Sato just covering up. He's not even trying to do anything about this.
Well, he's doing a great job controlling the opposite wrist as well, so he literally only has one.
Right, I see that now. Yeah, that's very true.
He's got
body
the near
triangle's gonna
wrist.
suck as well.
With that
He's
right hand.
Oh yeah,
squeezing on that body triangle for sure. The fact that he's arched back like that, he's sinking that those hips in.
A minute can't get here fast enough for Sato.
Rips him to the other
side.
Roll up,
spins him around, rolls.
Right in the back in the same spot.
But if you notice, it's cool because you see that Nelson's not trying to get the rear naked yet. He's trying to peel his hand in a little bit, but he knows he's ready, so he's just going to keep throwing these shots.
Sato's got that arm up there, so he's just blocking that this whole time. So Nelson's just like, okay, just rain some shots down on your head over and over again.
Gunny's mouthpiece is kind of falling out. I don't really know. He's like chewing on it. It's very strange right now. Like what is he doing with it? Is he He's like trying to breathe a little bit.
Release. He's waiting.
He needs a better mouthpiece.
Sato's just having this issue. Like he's doing a really good job of hand fighting check.
Right.
He got the figure 4 in the body, and he's just able to punch and soften him up. But way to job to get out of the round. I mean, good job of getting out of the round.
Just turtling.
That's in a bad spot.
Isn't it? Didn't try and be too like defensive or panic, and that's great.
There wasn't much you could do, right?
You'll be stuck in that position the whole time if you do want to do that, right? Yeah, and you don't want to expose yourself 100%. You kind of got to concede. He got me down, but Gunner's really good at that with the takedowns. He chases really well, kind of like Gustafsson. Not always on the single leg, but he'll chase the body like around until he can find the right angle to drive and finish the takedown. So he's really good at that, and that's how we got that takedown. It was good work.
Now we gotta go back. I mean, the patience of it. I mean, I like it. Gotta be now. If you're Sato, it's like, well, I don't know if I want to go to the ground no more. So I gotta freeze your hands up even more.
Want to go to the ground anyway, yeah.
I know, right? But I'm saying, if you're gonna freeze your hands up more standing up, what are you gonna do differently here? Because it's coming.
Yeah, I wish they showed the highlight of the takedown, because that was the first time he level changed. I believe he went for like a low ankle pick or like a knee tap almost, and then frame with the opposite hand, and then just chased it around the back. But apart from that, before then, he'd been going single collar. He actually committed to the level change there and got the takedown. So I expect him to probably do that again. But like you said, Jens, we'll see how he adapts to that. Sato.
Volkanovski, the Korean Zombie, Sterling versus Yan 2. What? Saturday, April 9th, 10 p.m. Eastern. Let's go. All right, here we go. Round two. They're going out to the center. Back out there. Slap hands. Slapping the lead hands.
Yeah, that lead hand control. I mean, you know all about that, Jens. The amount of orthodox guys he must have fought.
100%. Now it's just that footwork on the outside. Sato's keeping the outside.
Yeah, Sato's definitely very much aware that he wants to step across and fire that straight, but Gunny's just watching mirroring the footwork of Sato, right? He's watching his distance, how much he's closing, and trying to slide exact amounts. It's very, very little footsies game right here. Yeah,
you just got to look at what they're looking for. And I don't think anybody's really apt to try to strike in this position. Nobody's throwing punches or kicks. They're just dancing in front of each other, just like Bayliun was saying. And it's like, what are they looking for? You're looking to go to the ground. I mean, I don't know what Sato's on. We know what Nelson's doing. He's going to try to get this thing down. Sato's got to try to set something up. But as you're bouncing in, you're just you're getting this clinch, and then you got to fend from the clinch, and then you got to reset, and you're going to try to walk your way in and maybe throw that one left, and Gunner closes it back up again. So he's got to set something up. Where the face, good right hand, straight right by Nelson. Pop, Sato, snap the head back. So maybe some feints. Go ahead, Viz.
It's really interesting now that I'm thinking about it, like with the Nelson stance and with the karate, right? But there's sometimes he's not even coming in with a strike. He's coming in to tie you up.
Yep.
Yeah. Right. So with that, it's like, is he going to try to tie me up, or is he going to try to hit me? It's kind of the in between of those, and he's able to land that nasty right off of that.
Yeah, and he can sit on the outside because he knows Sato's not really going to kick him. That was the first kick he threw. It's an inside leg kick. It's a little dangerous to throw an inside leg kick because it can get checked and do a lot of damage. And so Gunner can just float and watch a lot easier because 90% of the shots are punches. I do think on the clinch breaks, Gunny has to be careful of that left hand, but apart from that, he's just going to look to time that takedown when he can. But he already nailed him with one straight right, and then Gunny pushed forward there with another one. Sato trying to wrist control again, but he's getting backed up a little now. Gunny's letting the right hand go.
Straight rights. I like that, throwing that straight right by Nelson. Goes right on the double leg.
Lovely level change.
Cuts the leg, boom, gets the takedown,
right
goes
into
straight
side control.
Side control.
Yep. So same takedown that Horiguchi was using on
such a bad spot right here, bro.
On Sergio, really, you show them the opposite stance. You show him the rear hand, and then you lean down with the lead hand to lift up the front leg. He's been doing a great job. But yeah, side control for Gunny. Oh, nice. Trying to
I'll be curious. I'll be curious what he does. I'm just holding the position.
He's waiting for Sato almost, you know.
Well, that's the thing is Sato's doing a really good job.
Trying to get his way over that cage. Knee on
staying
belly.
solid, not giving him any excuses.
Trying to flail his way out. He's got the back there. Yep, he's got it. He's going to take him right back to where it was last time.
Yeah, Sato just has to be so careful.
My man's on all fours, push up against the fence. Gunny's got a leg in, sitting on top control. And he's just holding on to those gloves.
Just trying. Maybe he wants to go 2 hands on 1, but he's. Oh no, that's his opposite wrist. Yeah, maybe he is going to go 2 on 1. Okay, he is, and he's going to try and turn into him here. But he's got the cage. I mean, Gunny's got the cage in the way, so he can't. He's
going to throw a leg in there. He's going to get that. He's going to get that single. He's going to get that leg right.
Forearm under the chin for Gunny.
On it. He's messing with the chin.
And now he's pulling. He's taking his back.
All right,
now
Chad, he's pulling him back. He's got the
fence.
cage. He's got wrist control.
But Sato's 2 hands on 1 again on the actual the top arm.
Trying to get that body lock. He's got it.
There's his body lock. Right back when we finished the last round.
Yeah, but this is 2 hands on 1 from Sato. Like, he knows if he lets go of that, he's screwed. So I would expect him to hold on to that for dear life right now. Gunny's trying to peel him away.
Unless he can figure out how to choke him with just the one arm. Maybe set something up.
About that. It would be nice to see if he could adjust the body triangle to trap or interfere with that hand fighting Sato's doing. But he probably just wants to secure position more than hunt the choke, you know?
I don't know. I just know this. When it comes to Sato, my man has been frozen. Yeah. I don't know what he's doing other than standing there and just bouncing, and then fending off the inevitable right here. Now we're going to work on. Now he's doing a great job of. He's breaking off the. You know what I mean? He's breaking off. He's defending the rear naked choke, but he's
going to come out on top. Maybe.
Nah, it's going to be so hard with that.
No, he's got the wrist control. He should come on top
with his foot on the cage.
Depends if Gunny gives up the body triangle to rotate position. No, he just sunk it back in deeper.
I'm telling you, it's got to just be horrifying to be Sato. This is what he's left doing. Then he's going to come on the 3rd round, and he's going to bounce. He's throwing nothing. He's not throwing anything. He's been frozen, and then he's taken down. And twice now, we've got this figure 4 around the body, and he's fended off this rear naked choke. I don't know what he's got to do in the 3rd round, man. You got to have to throw something. You have to set something up. Please tell me you're not I don't want to get taken down. Well, that's already happened for 2 rounds. So now you're going to have to go broke.
This is what I mentioned at the start. Broke. You looked at the record of Sato, and it's a great record, but I kind of mentioned he's a little one-dimensional. Like, his only game plan is that straight left hand. It really is. And unfortunately, against someone like Gunner, he's going to just keep his eye on that the whole time. But there's a lot of guys who have a tough time dealing with a karate fighter that can blitz from the outside. There's tons of strikers that have trouble with that. But someone like Gunny, who's also a karate guy, who's going to literally mirror the movement. And as soon as you blitz in, he can just dance back,
What it's cool combo.
For Santos.
Karate striker, but also just highly decorated.
Ridiculous on the ground.
Grappler.
Exactly. Brilliant. And it's the karate blitz sets up the takedown very similar to how GSP got so good with his level changes,
That's very true. Very true.
Good fight there.
Here we go. Round 3, chat. Round 3.
Hopefully he can find the finish in this round. It's just Sato can either decide he wants to try and go for broke and get up, or he can just sit there and defend again. So it depends what he does, really.
He seemed to pick it up a little bit. He stepped in, fired that straight left.
Still bouncing around here. It's a lot of lead hand play from Sato, but I don't know if that's going to help him land that straight left.
Ridiculous amount.
Yeah. I mean, you can come over the top of the lead hand with a hook, but he's trying to fire the left down the middle. Again, the hips, you see, because Sato's a judo guy, he knows, man, I'm going to keep them hips as far away as possible. But Gunner's got that underhook, so... Oh, no, he's out. He's pulled out.
But his hesitation, too much caution. Gunner walks in, tries to plumb on the head, closing the distance, firing that right hand.
Yeah.
And that's what now Sato's coming in, but go ahead.
If Sato had body kicks, this whole fight would be different, but he doesn't. He only has a left hand. Like, if he's throwing body kicks and things like that, granted, I'm sure he does have a body kick, Jens, and there's a lot of reasons why he's not throwing it, but I just feel like mixing up the striking would help him so much.
Well, he's got to. Yeah, plumb, do something, but he's not even throwing a jab. He's not even throwing a 1-2. Where's the 1-2-3? You know, he's got a good left. He threw that good left.
He loves his left hand. That's the problem. I think that's why he just loves it.
Yeah. You know, and that's
he's a little bloody here.
Oh, he bloodied Gunner's nose.
Yep.
Yeah, and Gunny circling off to the left-hand side this time.
I like it.
You know, and that's why Sato
and the takedowns there again, and he goes right for the back. The hooks are in.
God.
He's probably finishing this time. 3 minutes.
Hooks in. Back.
3 minutes. He's probably getting the finish, and we're right back there, baby.
And we're
nice
right
double
back
leg snatch from Gunny. Yep. Back to the body triangle to the back, same, controlling the wrist and punched away with the other hand. You know, it's nice to, I do like to see these grapplers enter these positions. You know, when Colby, you know, in the Masvidal fight recently, he's just lacing that one leg against the cage. It's like, he's been in that position for thousands of hours. Like Gunny has been in this figure four body triangle wrist control for thousands of hours. You know, he's like, oh, back here again. It's automatic almost, you know. I like watching guys and grapplers find that positional control that they really dominate and they really practice, and just sit there and be like, you can't do shit, mate. You know?
Yeah, I mean, this has got to be frustrating. It's got to be crushing in the simple fact that, right? He's stuck in this position. He can't get out. Gunner's too dang good at it, doing what he does, trying to control it. And it's just, you know, he's stuck. He's just getting the fight hands. He's not going to be able to get this off. He can't peel the feet back. You know what I mean? He's trying to
turn not even turning to the side of the body triangle, though, James.
Yeah,
you know?
He's not.
If he went to his right hip, he would
triangle.
at least change, like, you know, the complexion of that.
Oh, that's what I mean. He's just keeping this one position. He's just stuck there. And I think the one reason why he can't turn is that wrist control.
Yeah,
and it's able to, that near wrist that he's got to hold up, and he keeps messing around a little bit, working on that. I mean, it's got to be frustrating. You know, there's nothing you can do. That's how good Gunner is down there in this position.
Yeah, he's ground and pound's nasty as well. Like, these are nasty little shots he lands from this position.
Oh, they're beyond irritating.
Oh, yeah. It's just like wraps you with the knuckles, you know, it's just like uncomfortable.
You can almost see the ref stop this fight.
Yeah, you might see it.
Just because of just intelligent defense.
I would love to see it.
You know, I mean,
if he doesn't stop it, it's just going to be this for another minute and a half.
Like, Sato's not like giving him a chance to finish the fight.
Yeah,
though, right?
It's true. Sato's like, I'm
just going to answer the phone.
Going to go to a decision here.
Try to throw an elbow or throw something. Look, he's got him. We got ketchup. We got ketchup.
He's been good with that 2-on-1. Really.
There it is. He sunk it.
Don't let it happen now. Now I want you to fight.
He might get it. Yeah, he is fighting it off.
Sato, stop
He's
playing.
doing a good job defending.
He is fighting it off. Yeah.
All right, there you go. He's doing it.
2-on-1 again.
2-on-1.
Oh,
now I don't want
he
to see
switched
him get
arms
caught.
though.
Might be able to go hand-to-hand grip. Yep, he
Stop
did go
it.
hand-to-hand. Yep, he's going to get it. He's going to get it, man.
With the
It's tight. He fought it off. He's trying to still fight it off. Now it's just better. Can he do it? Hold on for 44
he's
seconds.
squeezing,
Hold
bro.
on, Sato.
Through the chin, everything.
He's trying to sneak that.
Hold on for dear life.
Right
the
hand
one where your
behind
neck starts
Sato's
popping.
head right there, but just couldn't get it.
Look at this. My man can't do anything else but just fight. Absolute domination. Absolute domination. Peeling on the chin. There you go.
That's it.
Fight it, Sato.
He's still fighting
Good
it.
job.
Don't let these two end it for you. There you go. Nice job. Now he peeled it off again. All right. More hand fighting. More hand fighting. We're sitting back. We're popping. We're popping. Oh, get to that bell.
At
Get
least
to
he
that
knows
bell.
what to work on in the next camp, you know? You got to drill them back escapes.
It's one of the.
He made it.
When you, I don't know. One of the things I heard from one of my coaches in jiu-jitsu was, if they make it to your back, you messed up a long time ago. Because it's like once they're to your back, it's like really there's things you can do, but against a guy like Gunnar Nilsson, where he's that decorated, you're like you're not getting out there. You're not. Getting out
it's
there.
pretty much true. I mean, like you can try, but I mean,
it's like don't get there in the first place. That's the
thing.
And
it's. Kick the leg, kick the inside leg, little things like that. Don't, so he can't step in. I'm not sure. Just overwhelming. You get stuck in the rut like that. You get stuck in one of those positions. But it's just tough. You just got out grappled. And I mean, you're tougher. Nails, Sato, no shame in that. But man, that was frustrating. Big brother. Thank you. That's exactly. Chisura, Sato just got big brother. That's what big brother does to little brother. He just sits there and just digs his fingers in his ear holes and miss piggies the nose and slaps on the side of him.
It's interesting because Sato's a great judoka, but like he's not gonna offensively look for judo.
Those double legs look
trips.
phenomenal. The way that he shot those doubles, and he shot them from a distance. Vince, he was on the fence, poof, shooting all the way across you, and that's I wonder how many 10-8s. Anyone?
Maybe a 10-8, yeah.
All three. 30-26.
Okay, so 1 10-8.
So at least,
Nelson. There we go. Gunnar Nelson, a win in his return to the UFC octagon. Good work.
Nice job.
Look for it.
Solid win.
So now
Tough
does
to
that
finish
bring
a guy
up
like that though?
Does that bring up what we've been waiting for? Is that not waiting for, but that's the Paddy fight?
The Paddy fight is the next fight, yeah. Yeah. Good job, Gunny. What a return, man. I appreciate that. I hope Twitch chat are as excited as we are for that one.
He was trying
those
to finish.
knuckle
I
shots.
get him. The guy just had tough. Paddy the Batty is next. Chat. Paddy the Batty is next.
Ooh,
Yes, sir.
walkout.
All right, so we have to do
I'm
that.
more excited for the walkout than I am for the fight, to be honest. Just
All right, man. Is there a way we can play the walkout? Like just the volume of it, listen to it, like turn it up, let everybody hear it. Possibly, no, but no.
give it 2 weeks. We can watch it on, on Fight Pass on stream or something.
Yeah, for sure.
Very true.
All right, look, he's back. Happy to be here. They don't like doing these interviews. I can't. Predictions are up. Chat predictions are up.
Pimblett versus Vargas.
So that's oh wow. They've already updated Wikipedia. That's kind of crazy. This fight literally just happened. There's 2 losses in a row there for Sato. He's 2-3 in his UFC run right now. But both his wins are finishes or TKOs where he stopped people. So hopefully he did really well in Pancrase, man. He was getting loads of wins over in Pancrase with loads of TKOs. Yeah.
Vargas.
Here we go.
My goal. He's gonna do it. Be the best.
I'm gonna do it.
He's gonna be the best. Chat. What do y'all think?
Gonna do it, la.
I'll be curious how y'all are betting on this bad boy.
Yeah, I mean, we broke this one down a couple of times, but we can do it again. Like,
nah, for sure. No, it's just kill time. And
what did you say, Viz, about this fight?
I was saying I see Pimblett winning it, man. I mean, there's definitely something special about this kid, right? He's a little reckless, but that probably just plays more into his into how he fights, to be honest.
I think it does. I think it also plays into his not that he does a lot of mind games, but you're fighting a bit of a hype train anyway. So if you're fighting a guy who's a hype train who's also a bit reckless and you feel like you hurt him, or there's a bit of pride involved in that as well. So I think you're right. Yeah, reckless might be the right word to use. I don't know if he'd appreciate the word reckless, but I hope we see some jiu-jitsu from Paddy tonight, because it's his best part of his game for sure. He's got a couple of flying triangles. He just throws submissions up. He's so good at just finishing them. He got his black belt in between now and his last UFC,
1-24
UFC
payout.
debut. Yeah. So, but Vargas is going to stand and slug and brawl. It's just a question of, can he stop Paddy? Can he put him out definitively? Because a lot of people have hit Paddy and caught him and rocked him, and then Paddy survived or scrambled or latched on a submission or got back to the feet and threw some crazy stuff, right? So can Vargas sustain an offense long enough before, some kind of Tony Ferguson-like recovery occurs and then the fight's completely swung in the opposite direction? I don't know. I don't think so. I think chaos happens and Paddy thrives and finds a victory by a sub or TKO.
Vargas here is saying, I have more experience than him.
He doesn't take punches well. He has a weak jaw. But if you can't hit that jaw, but he could, man, find out to boop and just blast it one time. We'll see. Right? But you got to kind of stand in there and deal with. Look, he is hittable. You can hit Paddy. His chin goes up. His arms are going wide. He swings. He'll get hit, but it's not one of those. Don't go after the you can't try to make him dizzy. You're gonna have to just turn the lights up. So, boom. You know what I mean? And blast him. Yo, the barbershop, by the way, I have to yell it out real quick because love and appreciation of the barbershop. All right. So I had to do it, but yeah, no. So that's one thing. Now here's one though. But if you're Vargas, do you just get pissed off? Do you want to just okay? And I gotta say this way.
Plays into Pimlett's game, right?
I'm gonna piss at
The more
somebody's
reckless you
Cheerios.
get, the better.
I'm gonna take a doo-doo in their Wheaties, and that's what Vargas gets to do right now.
Who's getting
right?
Can you believe that? I like how much doubt there is around Pimblett in this one, because I feel like a lot of people are saying like, is he overhyped? And I'm like, well, he's only really being hyped based on his personality, not necessarily his performance, because a lot of people are criticizing his performance. So if you've hyped up his personality, I mean, like, it doesn't matter if he's overhyped. Like, he's already delivering on the entertainment front anyway. He just has to show up tonight and do what he's been doing recently, which is getting wins. I mean, he's had 3 first-round finishes in a row. And for a guy that thrives on confidence, you better believe he's coming out there in that mindset, ready to get another first-round finish, because why not? He just beat his last 3 opponents in the first round. So yeah, I think it's the Paddy show tonight. I think Vargas clips him. I think Vargas could hit him, but I don't think he can finish him.
We're gonna see.
Vargas, can you, okay, the whirlwind is coming, right? That's Paddy Pimblett. The whirlwind is coming. But inside that whirlwind, the eye of the storm is calm. Can you get inside, relax, find that chin, find that you know what I mean, that's popped up a little bit, and just boom, and blast it. Boom, boom, and hit it. You know what I mean? Can you do it? There's going to be a lot of things happening to you. You know what I mean? There's a lot of debris flying around. I'm sticking with my storm still right here. A lot of debris. Last fight, he defeated Zhu, unanimous decision, finished 10 of 12 wins with 7 knockouts, and he's got 7 first-round finishes. Get in the eye of the storm while all that is happening. Realize that there is an opening. There is a weakness if you can find it, but you got to be able to hit it and not get just run over. And that's what Paddy does with that awkwardness of the hands down, just bombing at you. He runs you over with his confidence, so to speak, right? He just runs right at you, and you're back like, oh my Lord, this guy, what? And he's just all over you, bombing, and he just keeps going. But somehow in the middle of all that, you have to stop and you have to wait and just boom, and just blast it. You know what I mean? And blast it.
Yeah.
And I don't know if that makes sense, but that's kind of what he needs to do.
There's not many times where you look at a fighter and you say confidence is like not a key part of their game, but one of their strengths. But for Paddy, it is like he refuses to lose, I think is a better way of putting it. Like, he just says, I'm not losing to you. Like, that's... Well,
I'll tell you, the best example in the world was Conor McGregor and Jose Aldo. Jose literally is running right at him, charging him. Jose hasn't lost in so many years, and he's coming right at him, and Conor's waiting in one spot. He's waiting, and here comes this heat-seeking missile, and it's still there, and Conor's patiently waits, boom, and fires that left, boop, as that glove brushes right across his face. What I mean by having the confidence and the belief.
With their phones out right now, man.
Yeah, I'm telling this.
Having the belief in what you do. But this kid, look at him. They love him. I mean, it's nuts.
Yeah, like this is crazy.
The good thing about this is there are a lot of people who are watching the sport now that weren't around for Conor McGregor when he did this, when he showed up on the scene and told everyone he was going to beat everybody, and everyone was like, who's this guy? This guy's overrated. This guy's all hype. So sure, Paddy might not follow the same path 100%. He could have trouble tonight, he could lose tonight. But I mean, like,
he's doing something right, though.
Wrong.
He's doing
something right so far, though. I mean, because when you see this, like, this is the necessary ingredients for someone that's going to be an absolute hype train, right? So if he does come out and deliver tonight and continue to win, you can easily see.
I just love his overall personality. I love the way he looks at the fight. I love the way he walks out to the fights, the confidence in the fight. You know, I mean, there's some people that walk out there like they're doing a death march. Like, oh my God, this is gonna be so bad. And there's other people like, dude, this is the time of my life. I'm having this moment of my life. I'm gonna go out there and just have a lot of fun. Yeah. There's some that are in the middle that are angry. You know what I mean? But he's just, look at that vibe. He's loving it, and it's just, you know what I mean? 3-fight win streak, performance of the night. I mean, he loves it. Look at him.
When I met Paddy, he was really calm. You know, he was chilled out. Well, we had him on the companion, and he was just really relaxed. I was expecting like a lot of energy, but he was very, very calm. He was in a relaxed state. So it seems to be there's only one thing that fires him up that much, and it's fighting. So he's ready to go. I mean, he's also that kid that grew up in the gym, kind of, you know, fighting adults, you know, so he kind of went through that stage of being the guy that maybe people can pick on a little, and he had to come through that, and that will, yeah, I'm sure that just built his confidence, knowing eventually, you know, I've already had to face all these challenges in the gym. He's got quite a credential. He's got quite a big record for someone this young. And in his second UFC fight, like 21
Look at
fights,
Vargas now. This has got him.
Staring him down. Paddy's staring him down.
The stare, but now Paddy's staring back. Oh, look at this. Ooh, okay. The stare got me right there. I'm enjoying that, but dang, it's 36 years old, 5'8", 155 pounds, 71 and a half.
Here we go, baby.
Reach for Vargas, 27, 5'10", 155, 73-inch reach for Pimblett, but. I'll say it every time. I'm going to say it every fight, man. It's the first 30 seconds. I can't wait for the first 30 seconds. But I got to see, man, because Vargas is fired up, man. He's fired up, but I wanted, what is he going to do? Look at him. Does that make you go out there and be sloppy? Does it make you calculated? You know what I mean? You're going to go out there and just start bombing? Are you going to calculate and set him up? Or, you know what I mean? Who knows?
Vargas usually plants in the center, at least initially, and tries to camp that big left hand. So for everything that you've explained about the way to stop
the railroad's running right at you, though. So it's going to be
to sit and wait. So you have identified that as a key of victory, Jens. He'll
probably
do it.
He does it. If he does it,
I think it's just going to be chaos, to be honest. But that's what makes it exciting, doesn't it? I mean, come on.
Yeah, I know. It's worth it. It's worth it. I mean, he's a negative 675 favorite right now.
Wow.
Come on, Paddy.
Is that has to be the largest on the card, right?
I think he just took off with it. Yeah. I think he just took off.
Minus 675 favorite. That's insane
odds get changed the more people bet. So maybe a ton of money came in on Paddy as well. You got to think about that, right? That might have just slid the odds.
I can't even get enough of these with the gold, with the little the wigs, the Paddy wigs. Let's go.
Do you remember the
Look at Vargas, though. Oh, come on now.
It's about to be a brawl.
All right. I'm breathing. Chat, are you ready? Are you ready, chat?
He's looking good, though. Oh, here we go.
Right to the center.
They don't touch.
Righty versus lefty, side kick.
You're going to watch Paddy's left leg. He's got a very dexterous left leg. I reckon he could slip it over the top, but the left hand from Vargas.
Going in. Yeah, he's trying to headhunt him.
Okay.
Vargas tying him up, though. Jiu-jitsu, pulls guard.
Yeah, Vargas just crashed into Paddy right there. Big bombs. Didn't clock him clean, but now Vargas on top. Half guard. Paddy using the butterfly hooks, though. Returns it to a knife safe position.
I like that, but he walked right out there and fired two right hands. Yeah. He caught him on the chin, got right in his face and blasted him. Paddy had to sit back. Whoop. All right, we're going to pull guard right now and see what we can do down here.
And this is tough because Vargas is going to be super fresh, super strong. They're not sweaty. So I imagine the ground and pound's going to be pretty ferocious, and he's going to want to hit Paddy as much as he can from here.
Very true.
Pad's doing a good job locking down the right arm, though.
I would say I like the patience of both of them is because Vargas is not wasting time throwing shots yet. He's still working on, he's got a pass that we got an open guard. You might be able to get into half guard, slide up on the knee a little more, lock that down. There you go. Now you've got half guard, put some pressure on there, push him against the fence. And now you've got Paddy trying to scoot out to the side.
Shield. Yeah. Little knee shield there for a second.
But if you notice, nobody's throwing punches right now because they're all battling for position.
Yeah, it's all the grappling right now.
Yeah. Vargas definitely looks like the physically stronger guy, but also, when you're on top and you're a smaller, stockier person, like a DC, you get you concentrate your mass, it's easier to hold and pin, especially from half guard. This is like the perfect position for Vargas's body type. And he's not even trying to posture up, he's just trying to tag a little, put pressure. But Paddy keeps getting these butterflies.
He got the butterflies, which is allowing him, giving him a place, but being pushed up against that fence.
Got his back up against the fence. He can stand
up.
Doing
a really good job. Now he stands up.
Back to the feet.
Now Vargas is going to try to chip him down, peel that foot off. So we've got that underhook. He's got the body, the head in the pocket really well by Vargas, controlling that one wrist. Paddy's got to try to figure out how to get out of here. And that's what I would do if I was Vargas, is just be heavy. Be heavy right here. Just keep this body and just keep him pressed because it's driving Paddy nuts right now.
Vargas is really, really doing good, using his head in full guard, but now here against the fence as well. That head is really an extra anchor for him right now to push in. It looks like he's trying to, I don't know if he's trying to break wrist control. He's trying to control Paddy's left arm here. 2-on-1.
He'd like to be able to trip that leg. If he can trip that right leg of Paddy's and pull him back down, again, Paddy's doing, neither one of them are doing anything like this is jockeying for positions.
Yeah.
Everything is real small. Nobody wants to give an inch, right? even in that head position, you look right there, you two, and he's got the head in the pocket, Vince, and he's holding him up, got him pushed. You know what I mean? But Paddy doesn't feel any urgency to get away.
The hip
toss by Paddy.
Toss by Paddy.
Stepped across, elevate over the top. Paddy now on top in full guard. Vargas just trying to lock him down with a body lock, and he's going to break these
Vargas
butterflies.
got a hold of the upper body, but he's got the feet in. Nice toss.
Physicality.
Oh, he's going to take the back. He's got the back.
He's on the back, hunting the choke.
Oh, he gave him the back. Minute 42. Pimblett's on the back.
Yeah, Paddy's got a body lock.
He's got the body lock. It's the same fight.
I don't think he's Sato. I don't know if he's Sato though. To be able to hold on to this, he's stuck
Vargas
there. He's already looking for it.
Oh.
We've got to, you know what I mean? So I'm not sure 100% what he's going to do. But he's got to try to fight out of it. We'll see what happens.
Our fight stops.
That's one of the things that happens is we'll have to see.
What's happening?
We have a pause in the fight. 1 second chat. Let me know what happened. Paddy, no, I'm talking to chat. What happened? Did Paddy finish him?
Paddy finished him.
Paddy got him with that
rear naked choke.
Easy money. There we go. Yeah, as soon as he took the back, no problem. Vargas looked good on top, knew what to do to stay out of trouble, but yeah,
he gave him the back,
it's that hip toss, baby. Beautiful hip toss. I mean, he got some elevation on that thing as well.
Cannot give up your back.
Not against, Paddy.
Not against any guy that's really good at jiu-jitsu. You give him your back, it's bad. Bad.
Lovely hip toss right there, especially to use against a shorter guy, because you got to drop them hips below.
Great hip
typically
toss.
To elevate underneath, and he pulled that off, no problem. And he's got Molly in the cage as well.
That's crazy.
Look at that,
These two
both get wins.
nuts.
You love it.
Love it.
Anyone who's upset, you're just a hater. Okay.
That was really big because he had some adversity at the start of the round. Got caught by some good punches, taken down.
I said he's going to hit him
on top.
But Paddy refuses to lose. It's not like he was in loads of trouble. Clearly, Vargas is a physical guy. Straight to start the fight. Backed him up. Let's see this again.
Look at boom, the shots,
really
the punches. Look
right
at the two left. Sprawl.
Little right hook he landed there. And
This
then
hip
boom.
toss,
that hip toss. Great hip toss, man.
Took him over.
Amazing. Needed that.
And then
Vargas
he tries to scramble up without his back on the fence, and Pimblett takes it. Takes his back.
Yes.
Sinks in the hand.
So now here's the question. With Paddy, the baddie, do you give him? Who do you give him? Who's next? Because there's a lot of
what about the guy from earlier tonight?
No. Also, they're different weight classes, aren't they?
Topuria?
Yeah, Topuria is a 45er, isn't he?
45er.
Are they?
Yeah, Topuria is a 45er.
Well, he called them out, so go up to one.
That's what I mean. I still said this. Let them have their catchweight fight. Let them have their catchweight fight. I bet you Topuria would even go up.
Topuria's fought at bantamweight before, so I mean,
I would bet if the hatred's there, let's have a catchweight.
Yeah, I think they can fight. That's fine. But who'd you give Paddy? Anyone who's not in the top 15 at 155? Just anyone? A grappler who's a good. How about
for a while of him fighting Cerrone?
Cerrone, sure. Why not? I mean, you could do like Nick Lentz or something. I don't know if Nick Lentz is still in the UFC. Yeah, about Jim Miller. No, I'm joking. That's about one. There's a ton of guys at 55, right? Taking a while here. Anyway, there you go. I mean,
what's that? Cage Warriors featherweight world champ, Bama featherweight. Yeah, no, for sure. What is
Alan
the reason I got
Volkov,
stuck in. I'm trying to think of my guy. I'm just trying to think of 55. 55. It'd be cool. I'm just curious who they would give him next. But GG for sure.
Well, who fought recently, right? That's a good way of looking at things. That's usually a great way of looking at things.
Where do they rank? What did they rank Sarukian? Is he up there?
Arman Sarukian. I think that's too tough of a challenge, dude. For sure.
Please, Sarukian will crush everybody. That's why Sarukian will crush everyone.
Sarukian's a maniac, dude.
Oh man.
No, if he's already the only way you're going to beat him is he's going to beat Mokaev when they fight for the title at 55.
What about something crazy like Terrence McKinney?
There you go.
Just something like it's
what's up? Give him
McKinney.
McKinney. That'd be sick.
Yeah,
I like that one.
Well.
I like him though. I like him. He is.
We got people like
I love this kid.
Devontae Smith. That's a good fight.
Are you not entertained? I love this kid. Yeah, I love him. I'm stuck listening to him, but
4 first
He
round
got punched
finishes.
well in the face. A nice little shiner in the morning.
4 first round finishes in a row is kind of hard to argue with, to be honest.
no, he's a beast. He's a beast. Ooh. Look at you, Captain Darling. Paddy versus McGregor. McGregor dodged Paddy when he ran from in Cage Warriors to UFC. Paddy followed Connor.
Oh.
He said 7 years ago, get out of here. I was like, but you know what? I could see it. Why not?
I think
Why
Connor's
not?
fighting Usman.
Huh?
I think Connor's fighting Usman.
Really?
I mean, that I wouldn't be surprised.
That would be nuts.
I wouldn't be surprised if it happened.
I'm not hearing it. Get out of here.
I've heard talks that he's going to get
Leon's
a
got the title shot. Leon has the title shot. That's true.
I heard it though, but that would be all right. Paddy McGregor.
No,
they're not giving him that fight yet. We're
gonna give Paddy a genuine 155 or someone like Devontae Smith or something like that. That's fine, you know.
I don't have to find out. All right, got the video. Yeah, no, you tell me when. I'm in. I mean, we're just listening to him talk right now, so it's like we have a video. We have a video of Allen and Hooker coming up. Check it out. Check it out. I don't even know what he's doing. Who's he yelling at? I gotta listen. He's going off, chat.
I just want to say, I want to dedicate my fight to one of his neighbors who died a couple of weeks ago.
Oh.
He does do a ton of charity work. I mean, it's like, I don't really know. I don't know how you can hate on Paddy. He's not being a dick, is he? I mean, like, come on.
I love him.
If they're
What's
hating
he done that makes
they don't
it
like all the hype that he's getting.
Oh, but that's just jealousy, bro.
Yes,
Come on.
exactly.
What the hell
He's
does that
turning
even
it up.
mean?
He's
Exactly.
again, when people
He's talking again about it's a football related incident that happened the 97. I can't remember the specifics and I don't want to pretend I do know them because I don't follow football, but there was I believe there was a tragedy. It may have been like a crowd related incident. I can't remember, but he's basically just calling attention to that still.
That's crazy. That is crazy. He was calling out all kinds of stuff, man. He just called out Mark Zuckerberg. That oh man, everything was going ham, wasn't it?
Oh, is that Eddie Hearn whispering in Dana White's ear? I see. Okay, like the sound of that. Oh,
all right, so
AJ's
everybody,
in the
so
building.
we're gonna have a Allen and Hooker video for you all to watch. We'll see y'all in a couple of minutes. Enjoy.
I do remember getting the call. It was 6 days' notice to fight in UFC Berlin.
Welcome to the Ultimate Fighting Championship, Arnold Almighty Allen.
That was definitely a massive step up from fighting in like a little hall with maybe 1,000 people.
Nice guillotine attempt, he's got that locked up.
He's cranking out the tap. There is the victory in his octagon debut from Arnold Allen.
I've definitely come a long way since then. My whole MMA game, I think, is what I've improved the most. Just expanding my mind, like learning different things all the time, tying it all together, like becoming an actual mixed martial artist. I've won 8 in a row. If you're winning every fight, like you can't be denied that you're doing well, so all the pressure's on.
Oh, that head kick rocked Yusuf. He's hurt bad. Could be the beginning of the end here.
You can't just go out there and expect to scrape a win and that's going to be enough. The eyes are on. This is a time to shine.
The task that he's facing is just too much.
Oh, he tagged him with the left. Gilbert's in big trouble. That's it. The Hangman does it again.
This fight means everything. It's been a long road inside of the UFC and I feel like it's all directed towards this. I have the benefit of having a lot of experience in the octagon, of taking a lot of big risks, learned a lot of lessons. Very few fighters have changed their style throughout the years the way that I have changed my style. You don't know whether I'm going to come out and wrestle. You don't know whether I'm going to come out and strike. I have a lot of options.
Oh, big knockdown for Dan Hooker. Big out.
That's it.
The Hangman back in a massive way.
Like any fight and what I've been chasing, which is like a perfect performance. It's what keeps me in the gym. It's what keeps me accepting fights. It's why I want to fight the best guys in the world. regardless of this opponent or this situation. Chasing a perfect performance.
My ultimate dream is to be UFC champion. The win over Dan Hooker, it puts me in that top 5 talk.
He's a very good fighter, without a doubt. I just believe I'm the best in the world. Just a lot for him to overcome.
I believe in my power, I believe in my strengths, I believe in my submissions, and I believe I can finish.
My main motivation for this fight is taking that momentum that he has behind me. It's about my ultimate goal of having that belt wrapped around my waist.
We're having this debate in the office, the MMA on Point office, because there's different people who join the sport at different times. And there's a couple of guys who weren't there for the rise of Conor McGregor, where someone told everyone he was going to beat everybody. And a whole bunch of people were like, no, you're not. And he just did it every step of the way.
Yeah.
Like, you know, like a god by the end of it. And once you've seen that once, you kind of learn to not doubt anything. So I think there's a bunch of people who've never seen, they never saw that, right? They just saw the end product of Conor. So when someone like Paddy comes in and says, I'm going to do all this stuff, it's just like, yeah.
Same thing, right?
It's like, you weren't here for Conor McGregor, guys. You don't know what it was like.
Because then there's so many fighters out there. And it's weird because it's like, how do you, you know, I don't know if fans do that. So it's like, how do you get to do this? Why doesn't this fighter or my favorite fighter, this fighter, or this other fighter? Sometimes it's just, where is that? Why don't they have this energized, massive amount of people just running, going crazy, you know, for what you do? And it just, I guess, how do you put it? That it factor, I suppose.
Yeah,
whatever
I mean, like,
something of that nature.
That's what I mean. Like when everyone's saying before that fight, he's overrated. And it's like, well, no one's saying he's amazing based on his fighting performance right now.
Yeah.
Like everyone's just enthralled by his personality. Like, so it's like, it's hard to call him overrated when no one's really like saying like he's the best fighter of all time. But like he needs consistent performances and he needs consistent wins. And that's what he's going to try and do. He's not trying to fight for the title. He might not fight for the title for 3 or 4 years. I mean, look how long Sean O'Malley has been hanging around the contender status, picking up wins, doing what he should be doing. I mean, that's the same thing Paddy is at least going to attempt to try and do. He's not out here calling out the top 10. So I don't know why he's getting hate from a bunch of people unless they're just, you know, a bit jealous.
Just mad that
people use the word cringe, Jens. I don't like to use that word because it just sounds like if you find something cringe, it's like, well, then why are you worried about another person in that way? Like they're being them. Why is it upsetting? You know what I mean? It's kind of a weird one. So
no, I get it. I mean, I love it. I think it's, like I said, I love to see him. He's motivated. He's going out to he's just running amok. He's having the time of his life and he's backing it up. And it's a lot of fun to watch him do it. I can't see how you can hate him for that at all. But it would be funny because of that whole history, if at some moment along the line, I don't even say passing him the torch, but you know, that they have that Conor and Paddy fight just because of the you know, the Cage Warriors. It'd be crazy. It'd be crazy.
Co-main event.
Co-main event. Go ahead.
It's crazy that we were kind of talking about this when Hooker was on the watch along. But the fact that he's going down to 145 and that's Volkanovski, his teammates division, you know,
why it came up in the first place.
Yeah, you're most likely right. Huh? Didn't actually think about that. Bub.
Remember the words they said then and now. Shame on us for making the two best fighters at 145 pounds. We got to do. We got to do. Fight each other for the belt later on in life.
Yeah, this is a tough one because I don't really want to see either guy lose. You know. Arnold's on an 8-fight win streak in the UFC. The guy has just got like submissions. He's got amazing striking, really, really good just overall movement, right? Really moves like an elite athlete. And he's super strong. His dad's like a bodybuilder, or he won a couple of strongman competitions. I can't remember the specifics, but like he's got like this great athletic family. And he's a MMA fighter, man. He can do everything. So I love Alan. He's like a true representation of the sport. He's a lovely guy. I think he can go all the way to a title. It's just about putting together
that kick on Yusuf, the way that he even had his hand, but just the way it does. Like I said, he's acrobatic, man. Just the way that he shoots and he throws his kicks, he throws his punches. He's always in position. He's never off balance. But then it's just the wars that Hook. I mean, just the things that Hooker has had to do inside that cage, you know? I mean,
yeah, he's absolutely just
yeah.
Both of these guys. This is gonna be such a good fight, bro. This is gonna be a good one.
This is when I get to do that moment of I'm not rooting for anybody. I'm happy for both of them, and I just get to sit back and watch a cool fight. You know what I mean?
I think at this point, like,
you don't have to worry about it. By the way, go ahead.
No, I think Hooker needs a win, but like, you know, I think they're both just going to be happy to put on a performance, right? Like, it means a lot more for Allen, perhaps in his career, that he gets a win and continues to move up.
Well, Hooker, like you just said, though, he's coming off of some losses, so this is a big moment for Hooker as well.
Yeah, but like, he's such an entertaining guy. I don't think like he's any danger of losing his job or anything like that, you know? And he'll, even if he loses, I think he'll probably still, I don't know. You can't pretend to know how someone's going to feel or say something like that, but I think he'll wear it quite well if he loses, you know?
Chat liking it, 60% Hooker right now, and we're at 40% Allen. I'm hearing on the predictions.
Yeah,
all right.
I like that.
You know, and I think, but the other thing is for me, and with Hooker, where, you know, this is important. This fight is important because, again, the dropping down to a weight class, and maybe that's, again, I can be a 45er. These guys at 55 are too big. These guys at 170 are heavyweight back in his day. You know what I mean? When you move your weight down. And so for him to be able to go in there and make a statement, you know, that's that opportunity to be like, yeah, I'm back in my weight. I get to, you know, I'm rejuvenated. I'm good. Or if you get run over by Allen, it's like, do I got to go 35 or do I got to go, you know what I mean? It starts to get hard when you go back down to your weight, you know? Some people start dropping weights like, they'll tell themselves, I was too big or I was too small at 55. They're too big. And then we go down to 45. But the problem is you end up shrinking, your body shrinks. Now you're a 45 pounder. They're too damn big. I'm going to 35. I'm not saying that's him, but that's just kind of the mindset you have to be worried about when people are dropping to weight classes and stuff like that. So hopefully, you know, he comes out and he makes a statement, and, you know, that would be on that end. That'd be pretty sick for him. Like, I'm home. I'm where I want to be at 45. The weight cut was great. I feel good. Like, you look at his eyes right now, he doesn't look sunk in. His eyes there's no rings around it. He looks like he's filled out. You know what I mean? He looks hydrated. He looks ready to go.
Did he have at this weight class? I mean, he had a
first
bunch,
fight at
right?
featherweight since November 27, 2016. Seventh highest significant strike rate in UFC lightweight history, and 12 first-round finishes.
Return to lightweight.
6 featherweight fights.
Yeah, and he had the AFC featherweight championship, but he fought a featherweight as far back as 2012. You know, he's had a few fights at heavyweight, of course, as well. I think I don't know if those were MMA fights, so I can't remember. But yeah, if you're talking about this from a stylistic perspective, you know, Dan Hooker, he has a lot of different individual unique tools, like the knee up the middle, got a great calf kick, but he's a boxer. I don't know. He's a boxer with great head movement and really uses his length well, not only just to pop at distance, but he's really good at pulling or leaning or slipping and coming back and rolling with momentum and throwing hooks and sort of creating that space, and then using the reach is almost an advantage for the counter striking rather than keeping his opponent at bay. But Allen here, man, I think he needs to mix everything up. He's got to go to the body. Don't be afraid to clinch against the cage if he's having trouble. In a one-on-one boxing match, I don't know who wins, but I think the all-rounded game of Allen is going to play through. Like, Allen builds and builds. He's a nice guy. Like, he's like, I don't want to call him a reserve guy, but he's just a nice, normal guy. But if you watch him as the fight builds and builds, he just gets angrier, meaner, and turns into more of a marauder until he's like, you know, throwing his mouthpiece at the end because he gets so fired up. He just builds and builds and builds and builds, and he just kind of becomes unstoppable. And like Bilal Muhammad, people fade and he just gets stronger. So it will be interesting to see, especially because Hooker's been in a ton of wars. But I'm going to go Allen. By decision.
Ooh-wee! I'm telling you, the longest active win streak in UFC featherweight division with 8, tied third highest takedown accuracy among active UFC featherweights, 50%. 5 wins by knockout, 4 by submission. I like it. I mean, it's going to be, it's happened before, King of the North. It's happened before. But we'll have to find out.
About to see here.
Mac Malley's at the fights right now, dude. He's in the arena watching. Yeah.
Arnold Allen. It's a big one. It's a big one. I'm excited for this one. This is.
I feel like going into the night, this was probably the fight I was most excited for was Hooker and Allen. So.
Yeah, I think a lot of people voted for that on this poll.
75-inch reach, man. 6-footer, 145, 5-inch advantage. 5'8", 46 from Mr. Allen. Ooh-wee.
Hooker, it's like pull and return. That's how I describe Hooker's game, or the best aspects of it.
Evening. Let's go. Let's go. I don't know, chat. Bruce Wayne, huh? Look at him. He looks good. Both do. I'm pumped.
Huge height difference. About a 4-inch difference in height.
105 underdog, huh?
Yeah, I think the reach people will look at, but really, because Dan doesn't really kick a lot, apart from calf kicks and things like that, because he's more of a boxer, I don't think the reach is going to matter that much, because I expect Arnold to kick and fire that southpaw kick to the body and to the head as well. I think, that head kick could be a real weapon for Allen. Especially if Dan leans into it because he's moving his head so much.
Who is Hooker Allen's hardest opponent he's fought so far?
I really like Sadiq Youssef, man. I think
Youssef's really good as well.
Killer. Different stylistic matchup though, for sure.
Sadiq.
Like, you got to be worried about the power of Sadiq at all times. Hooker, it's like the accumulation, but he does have power. Hooker, like he clips people and sends them stumbling and finishes them. Like you still have to be careful, of course.
All right. Oh, here we go. Here we go.
But Hooker's definitely fought tougher guys. So
Dan Mokaev, he's just getting the calls. Getting the calls right now. What's that? The crowd still singing about Paddy? Probably. All right, here we go.
All right.
Arnold straight left. Good shout. Lunchbox. Great weapon.
Oi, right to the center. Here we go.
Meeting the center.
Oh God, I love Allen. He's such a good
The
fighter.
footwork, the movement, the range of Hooker.
Ooh, he's looking big though, Hooker. Pressure
looks
already
tall.
early. Using the rear teep as well. The fact that Hooker's bringing some kicks in, that's going to change this dynamic.
Look at that. He's reaching out. He's just reaching those hands out there, chat. Just kind of sitting there, just pawing with that lead, turning off that right hand a little bit.
Outside leg kick by Allen there. This is a open stance fight. So, yeah, outside leg kicks nicely there. Good head movement from Arnold there as Dan's sneaking through those straight punches. But, yeah, Dan's kicking here. So this also changes this a little bit. He's also putting Allen on the back foot, which is going to help Dan a ton.
Hooker just looks huge for 145 pounds, man.
Mm-hmm.
He looks big. Good left overhand left by Allen. But see, he's just touching him, but he's not.
Oof.
Oh, did he get wild with that hook? No. Oh, yep. 2 big shots, 3
big
shots
from Allen. Big shots from Allen.
5-6. The Hooker's trying to stand
Hooker
with
just
him.
eating him, man. He's
mad.
But then he catches Allen.
With the left
We're
hook.
both getting caught.
Allen tagged him with the left hook.
Got him hurt.
Hooker might be out on his
Holy,
feet.
what the? He's trying to hold
Allen's
on for
unloading
dear
against
life.
the
Hooker's
cage.
too tough. Allen's bombing.
This is
He's
insane.
going for a shot because he couldn't put him down, but Hooker caught him
They
with
just
one.
unleased on each other. They're both
Big
big
1-2 by Allen again.
return.
Hooker still hasn't on it all there. He's too tough.
Yeah, he's
All right,
too
here we
tough.
go.
Like,
These
wouldn't you
guys
fight
gotta
Hooker
stand
like
back.
this?
The toughest guys out there, man.
What?
Allen
He's like
unloaded.
Allen
many
unloaded right
combinations
here, but
there.
Hooker's starting to get his bearings back.
Yeah, man.
Allen just like let 20 some odd punches go. I can't believe the ref didn't stop it. GG for not doing it. Now did he punch himself out? Is Hooker going to get his bearings back?
Maybe,
What's
man.
about that?
He just got hit again. Hooker just got hit again, man.
I mean, we know how tough Hooker is, right?
Yeah, he's a
since
savage.
that Barbosa fight,
But-
absolute savage. Forget about the Paul Fowler fight and the Dustin Poirier fight. So many fights. And he can't you build confidence in that, knowing you can like stay in there.
Mm-hmm.
Allen, trying to capitalize as he's done on so many opponents, the split second by hurting him. But yeah, flurrying with Hooker like that's dangerous. You saw Hooker clipped him with a left hook as well. So gonna reset and calm down now. But what a way to start.
Zombie, dude.
Yeah, he's zombieing
Zombie,
forward right
man.
now. He's coming right at him, just walking him back down. Allen's still trying to take a breather.
Oh,
That's
another
counter 1-2.
on the
Kick
head
to the
kick.
head.
Another huge
1-2.
left
The
by
striking of Allen is ridiculous.
Hooker's on the back foot.
He needs to
Really
tie him
against
up,
the
bro.
In
cage.
trouble.
He needs to tie him
Covering
up
up.
here.
Ref's gonna stop it.
Elbows to the
There we
head,
go.
they stopped
TKO.
it.
Arnold Allen.
Wow.
Round 1, baby.
That was nasty from Allen, man.
Guy is a killer, son. Absolute killer. Dan did all he could, but the 1-2 started the whole thing.
His hands were
times.
so fast, so crisp, and so to the point. Was ridiculous.
Good stoppage by the ref as well, I think.
Yeah, that was impressive.
That was just nuts.
9 wins. That's not 9. 9 wins in a row at featherweight, second only to Max Holloway in this weight class in UFC history. That's the second best win in history.
That's
boom, boom,
dude.
1, 2,
some power in him
2,
too,
3.
bro. That's for 145 pounds. This is stunning.
He's
hooker
cranking
over and over
him. Look at
again.
he's cranking him. Boom.
Oh, his leg gave way a little bit.
Just throwing hooks, and then Hooker caught him with the lead hook right there.
They were just trading back and
forth.
forth.
Those lefts were just
away.
tattooing.
Brawl, man.
That 1-2 right there, and then
Chad,
bam,
he
head
wasn't
kick
missing.
as well by Allen.
He wasn't missing. Look, Allen is all over him.
And then elbows relentlessly against
I never
the cage
thought.
right here.
I mean, he did. He made him look horribly slow. I mean, he made Hooker look just terribly slow right there.
That was nuts.
So fast, it just unloaded on him.
The 1-2, beautiful.
That whole fight was just a flurry of punches. Just
Wow,
a flurry
that
of
was
punches. That whole
impressive.
fight.
That was nuts, Allen. The speed, holy cow! But yet, how close is he to this being his home? How close is this to being his home turf right here?
I don't know specifically. I think he's from the Midlands somewhere. Let me have a look.
I guess my reason being the crowd after what he just did, and
he's
he
from
just
Suffolk, I think. Oh, Ipswich. Okay, so that's like East England. So it's not too far at all, really. I mean, maybe.
But you hear the crowd? You hear the crowd
half?
not going? They're not going ham. When Paddy the Batty, they were going just insanity.
Yeah,
what I'm saying is, but the performance of what he just did as being close to a hometown-ish guy, they're not. Where's the buzz? Or maybe we're all in awe. I don't know. But do you see what I'm saying about that it factor we were talking about? How a minute ago everybody was just going batshit when Paddy was coming out and Paddy's fighting. You look at what Allen just did, and it was. Is
More
everybody just in awe? Is it?
Oh,
Was
of
it?
course.
I mean, I don't know, because it's very quiet because they just witnessed. You see what I'm saying? That I guess I'm going to stumble my way through what I'm trying to get at, but it's just that it factor of it all, where the
some people are just good entertainers as well, and that's what it comes down to. They're good on the mic.
Right?
They're good talking. They got that charisma.
You're getting what I'm trying to say now. You're getting it.
Yeah.
You're catching. You're getting what I'm. You know what I mean? You're catching it. That's what I was trying to figure out. Is do you see what that is? Right.
Yeah, that's the big thing about fighting. It's like you're a fighter, but you're also an entertainer at the same time. So you got to have that. You got to bring that entertainment as well.
I mean, if you interview Arnold Allen, like you can pull that side of him out, but he's not about that bravado.
Let's see.
He just said, I was told I had to wrestle, but I'm English, so I don't wrestle.
Because
so for Raz as well, for Russell Harvey, because he's over at TriStar, isn't he?
He looked good. I mean, I know how good of a striker. I know how hard I hit, but you know what I'm saying?
He loves a meal
It's
deal.
just longest active win streak. This guy is killing it. He's unreal. You know what I mean? But I'm just saying the crowd is just not going ham like that. It goes back to it. Just man. Sometimes it's just.
I want to see him fight Yair Rodriguez.
Oh,
for sure. One more fight, then a title fight.
No
for him.
nerves.
Maybe 1 or 2.
That was a bruising, mad fun. Yeah, he looked good, real good though. But he's big. Yeah, he's definitely a big featherweight for sure, Chad. He's huge, and that's, I love it. Oh, so now what does Hooker do? Right? Go back up to 55, stay at 45, fight again. He just right at the end
Tony
of the punch.
Ferguson.
Oh.
Yeah, Hooker's trying to float on the outside, but Arnold just gave him no time. Like, you can tell Hooker's trying to keep his eyes open, watch for his opportunities to return, but Arnold is just leathering him non-stop.
Yeah, no, he was letting it ride.
Power and speed and just stayed on him.
Just did not give him a chance to, poke and prod and slip and rip.
He jumped off quick. You know what I mean?
I mean, I think Yeah, Hoko, you can just put him in fun matchups, you know.
But he didn't, and then you find yourself.
I mean, at 145. I mean, where was Hooker ranked at lightweight is the question.
8.
Right, he just fought the number 6 guy at featherweight, right?
7.
Unbelievable. The
7.
speed,
He
though.
was
The
6.
speed.
Like, they keep moving him around. Leon Edwards in attendance. There we go.
Oh, but yeah, so I guess that's just my kind of a question, is how we were just talking about, you know, that whole ish factor and just what you have and so like that. But it's crazy. That's why I was curious how close he lived to home, just how nuts the fans were and the crowd was when he was walking out and stuff. But what he just did, what Alan just did right there, to who he did it to, man, it's just insane. I mean, it's absolutely insane. He's incredible. I mean, he's something.
He really is, man. And like in terms of like UK prospects or UK contenders, like he's up there on any list you could formulate. You know, he's a potential champion, the same as Aspinall.
Potential. He is deadly. He's on a win streak.
Yeah, I mean, 145.
He's nasty.
145, in my opinion, is the most stacked division. If you go through and read off those 145ers, every single one of them in the top 15 is a killer, man. There is not someone who isn't. So it's a really tough division. I mean, the fact that there's 2 guys at the top that you could interchange who are the champion of that weight class should probably tell you how tough it is.
I got it.
It will be interesting to see him fight either Volk or Max. It's just Alan's just good everywhere, really. So it would be really interesting to see how those matchups play out.
I got you. Speaking of matchups, we've got the main event. Alexander Volkov, Tom Aspinall. We've got a video for y'all to check out. So here you go. We'll see you afterwards.
Ultimate Fighting Championships back in London for a massive fight night. It is the first fight back on British soil in 3 years at a sold-out O2 arena. They are absolutely dying to cheer on their own fighters, and when you hear the support, it's almost impossible to not go out there and fight your heart out.
Every time I've been to the O2, I'm just amazed by the size of it. Like, it's just a massive, massive arena. And every time I go, I think to myself, I'm going to main event this place one day. I want to sell it out one day. And now the time is coming.
Well, they do not come much more highly touted than this man, heavyweight Tom Aspinall.
It's pretty much been the plan since Tom was able to walk that he would get here to the UFC.
This is something that has been bred into me from a young age.
Oh!
What a finish!
That's it!
Wow!
Knockout for Tom Aspinall in his debut!
Anyone outside the top 10, I'm just miles above them in terms of skill level and fight IQ and all the rest of it. Like, no one of that caliber is really going to give me a problem.
Oh! Spivak covering up early.
This is it.
Tom Aspinall still all the rage.
I'm telling you right now, we're looking at a potential champion 100%. He's the complete package.
Kid, the real deal.
The man moves like a middleweight. He has tremendous jiu-jitsu, massive punching power.
He just seems like he's born and bred to be in there.
I'm just convinced that, like, this is the life for me and this is what I'm going to do, and I'm going to go down as one of the greatest to ever do it.
Right under the chin, a tap quickly for Tom Aspinall. But he has his biggest test. At 6'7", 265, everybody has problems with Volkov.
Когда на мотивацию накладывает еще и опыт, силы и умения, сложно будет вдвойне или втройне.
Volkov has faced a lot of the top 10 in this heavyweight division and is putting those kind of guys away.
That's gonna do it! Alexander Volkov! Wow! Statement made!
The power is just on another level.
В этом плане я не уверен, что он сможет противопоставить ему что-то.
Oh, look at this! He's got him stumbling. Volkov puts out the lights of the former champion.
Volkov is for sure my biggest test today. I'm completely aware what I'm up against. But I think I have the skills, the unpredictability, the speed and the timing to knock out anybody on this earth. And I truly believe that I'm ready for it.
There he is!
Wow. Beautiful finish!
Я просто приеду на его задний двор сделать свою черную работу.
That's it! Alexander Drago Volkov upsets the home fans.
I'm just going in there to live my dream and put on the performance of my life. It's going to be a magical moment for sure.
I think it might be a little bit longer of a fight than we would
Yeah, I think
expect.
Volkov can give a ton of guys difficulty at heavyweight because there's a lot of like stagnation in development and things like that. But I don't think Aspinall is that guy. I think Aspinall has a lot of different ways to win this fight. I think he can catch him on the feet in boxing range. I think he can hurt him in the clinch with the similar elbows or against the fence. And I think he could take him down and submit him. I mean, Curtis Blades took Volkov down 14 times, I think. I mean, Curtis Blades is a big guy, but Aspinall is a legit grappler. I mean, one of the best. Maybe he might be one of the best jiu-jitsu practitioners at heavyweight in the UFC. We just haven't seen it.
We haven't. We've only seen his striking. I would love to see him.
I'm telling you, I'm going with the Aspinall. That's my. I don't pick too often, but with all of them, that's again just the younger. Just he's an all-around package, and like I said, it's hard. You don't even just by looking at him, you wouldn't know the size of him. You know what I mean? And it's crazy. The athleticism. I mean, yeah, he's tough. I mean, I can't. Yeah. I don't know if Volkov, I don't know how it's gonna happen, but I just see Aspinall doing it. I don't know why, but I just do.
I think Aspinall gets on the inside of him fairly easily and just cracks him with like a 2 up the middle or something, just a quick blitz that tags Volkov, and he just swarms him from there, either against the cage or drags him down and starts putting it on him and hunts a submission or just beats him up from there. I think Aspinall's got this. I think he's ready. I think we're going to see him move towards a title fight, and he may be the next British champion.
Well, 72% of chat believes, 72%.
I believe in Aspinall.
52% of chat believes Aspinall's going to get the dub. So we'll have to see.
Yeah.
But
and I spoke to him on Thursday. He's very much aware everyone is saying, "Oh, you've never been 5 rounds before." He's just, you know, he's not got any like discomfort. He believes in his cardio. You know, and he thinks he can beat him everywhere. So Tom is not worried
if you can't go 5, if you're worried about going 5 rounds, just end it in 1.
Exactly.
Come on, Viss.
There you go.
You could look at his record, and like Viss said, you could look at his record and be like, well, he's not really gone past the first round much. It's like because he just beats everybody. He just beats everybody. Like, so we'll have to see.
This is a big step up, though, right? I guess he had Arlovsky. And Arlovsky's, you know, he's been at this Spivak. Actually, you know, back when he fought Spivak, you know, Spivak hadn't had as many of the victories that he had.
It's a good win, though.
So yeah, his last 2 fights actually.
That elbow.
You know, it's funny that Volkov would say he's the toughest guy, which currently, but Arlovsky's got so much experience inside the octagon.
Arlovsky's the litmus test that loads of people fail at heavyweight constantly, but Tom didn't. And the good thing about that fight is Tom was doing okay on the feet, but he was just, I'm just going to take him down. And as soon as he did, he choked him out. So there's always that other side of his game at heavyweight that he can tap into. I think like, you know, like a lot of people backed Volkov going into the Garn fight, and it's kind of just like, well, you know, Volkov's good, but there are ways around his game. He's not the best striker at distance. You know, he's kind of a guy that manages a fight well more than he does execute anything. I think technically better than some fighters, but I just think Tom has too many tools and too many weapons. And I don't think Volkov is going to be able to keep up with him. You know, Volkov has been doing this for a long time now. I mean, he was like the second ever Bellator champion after Cole Conrad left. It was years
Something
ago,
like
man.
that.
You know, that's a long time ago. So yes, he's reinvented himself a little bit. You know, he bulked up and got a back tattoo, but I think Aspinall's just a new generation. Volkov's from an older era, and yes, he's done
You said new
job.
generation. All right, see, that's the youngster, right? That's the youngster aspect that I'm a fan of. I'm a big fan of. Like I said, it's. I like his style. And again, Volkov, we'll have to see if he can be able to keep him at bay. But I just think he's, you know, that's the one thing is, how do I put it? Too lumbering, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
With Volkov, there's not,
the
you know what I mean?
retraction as well, right? When you're a longer guy, it's the shot commitment and then the retraction that just leaves so much space. The longer you are, the longer it takes for your hands to come back. You know, there's a lot of vulnerabilities you have to be.
Yeah, agility, the movement, you know, and again,
especially
the size.
at a higher weight class, because it's more weight that you're distributing too.
Tom's going to chop those legs as well. You know, those legs are going to be a target right there. And he's been training with Tyson Fury all his life, and now he's been training with Rico Verhoeven. That's like the
7-fight win streak, tied second longest active UFC finisher with 4. 245 average UFC fight time.
That's crazy.
So we have to see. We'll have to see how he does. You know what I mean? Look at him. The movement.
He seems very calm. He's a very, very
He is
chilled guy,
definitely a true
right?
heavyweight. with his build and everything, man.
Oh, he's a thick bone. Yeah,
I can't believe he's 6'5". I can't believe he don't look
around some extra weight, and they could probably fight a light heavyweight. But this guy, he's just monster.
Well, that's what I'm saying, Vince. He doesn't look 6'5". When you're sitting there looking at it like this way he lines up, he just doesn't look that big. And then you see him in
you think he's like maybe like a 6'2"?
He's a 6'er. He's a 205 pounder. You know what I mean? With that,
you could easily like if you like this is a light heavyweight, you'd probably like just from the camera.
100%. Just looking at him like that's a light heavy, but then you see him. Then you see him stand next to. He's massive.
He's got a big chest as well, like side on. Like he's like there's a lot of density to him.
Now it just got dark. Ooh.
Interesting.
We watched the what? There's an exclamation watch, and it'll give you a list of ways to watch the fights. Yeah. I mean, but we'll have to see. I'm excited, man. I think did he get a pre-boo, Chainsaw Devil? That's what I was thought. I thought it was like, did I hear a pre-boo?
I think so.
Good Lord.
Volkov does have a bit of a pop on him. Sometimes people don't rate his stopping power, but it's
his
like
kicks,
the accuracy as well.
His
and the
teep
front
kicks are nasty. His front kicks are sick. That's the one thing he does have. He can fight.
I think Tom's footwork will probably keep him out of trouble from that. But I don't really want to count Volkov out because he's so good at managing a fight, right? Like if this goes past the second round, then I'll start getting more concerned for Aspinall, really, just because of the reads Volkov will start to make as well. But I think Tom gets it done in one round, to be honest.
100%. So why is he? They just want the hometown person. Why are they booing him? That's amazing.
Because it's England, dude. Come on.
I get it. Got to do it. I
gotta
guess.
Boo somebody. Got to make him feel uncomfortable. All right.
100%. No, I get it. And you know what makes me uncomfortable? Every now and then I'll be sitting there looking in the chat when someone pops in and actually asks if we can send them a pirated link of the UFC stream in the official UFC channel.
Yeah, you got to be an idiot to do that. You got to be a complete idiot to do that.
Huh? Stop it. You're doing it on purpose. All right, here we go. I had to do it though. I had to break it up. This is the second highest strike accuracy among active UFC heavyweights is 56.6. That is nasty. 22 wins by knockout, 15 first-round finishes. But that second highest strike accuracy, 56.6. That's nasty. That's nasty. Yeah, try not to
first round finishes.
I know. So this one's got to end first, right? It's got to go in the first round between
those had to have been earlier on in his career before the UFC then, though.
So he's only 33, which is kind of interesting. But when did he win the Bellator title? So he won the heavyweight tournament. Or did he win the title? Did he just win the tournament? I can't remember how Bellator.
I don't know how any of that works.
That was 2014. So that's 8 years ago.
That's when I wasn't watching any kind of fighting. So I was still sulking. I was probably in my sulking measures of 3 years of wanting nothing to do with fighting whatsoever because I had to retire and I cried. Yeah.
So he turned pro at 21. So he's been fighting since he's 21. He's 33 now. Marcin Tybura fight was a good fight. Yeah, apart from he's only lost one of his last four as well. That's pretty important to
6'7", 253. They're a 1 pound difference. It just does not. Okay, I'm gonna keep saying this over and over and over and over. Aspinall just don't look like they're just 1 pound difference. Look at him. And he's 6'5". I can't do it. I'm gonna keep saying it over and over.
He's fat on him though, Aspinall. You know, that's all like.
Yeah, he's pretty athletic build.
He's athletic. That's what I'm saying. He doesn't look like he's that. He just doesn't look like he's that big.
Man, they look.
Look at that death stare. Look at that death stare.
Scrap for sure. Let's go UFC London. Let's just come back every year, maybe 3 times a year. You know, have a good time.
I love it. Whoa, here we go, chat. Are you excited? Are you too excited? Oh, it's been a lot of fun.
Absolutely. Let's go.
I'm excited to be here, really, gents, to be honest, mate. So that's it.
I love it, man. This is very cool. Appreciate y'all. Is he going to bunny hop? Do we get a bunny hop or just a 1 foot? 1 foot.
Here's the bunny hop.
Yes, Bruce is getting better. His knees have healed. My man is bunny hopping. Yes, Boosty. What up? All right, here we go.
Here we go.
I don't know if that means as much to anybody else, but to me, the bunny hop is key. You know,
Aspinall's the favorite here, but just slightly.
He's from Wigan, and Wigan in England is where one of the first big grappling clubs, I think, in Europe, a place called the Snake Pit. If you do some research, or anyone who cares about martial arts history, look up the Snake Pit in Wigan and some of the UK wrestlers that came out of there and where they went. They were doing catchers can wrestling, and it's they were notorious. There was a really famous guy out there, but he's from around the corner there. So the area of England he's from has quite a deep history of martial arts, especially in the UK. More fun facts for you people at home.
You know, I love it. So he's the plus 105 underdog, 34.967.
Yeah, so for the odds, these guys are pretty even.
He looks ready to scrap Volkov. I don't think I've ever seen him this fired up, man.
Yeah, no, he looks ready to go. Definitely looks ready to go. And he's getting that ooh going on. He's got that ooh going happening. You know what I mean?
Oh, they do touch.
I just can't believe when they're standing there. Mind blowing. A chat, this will never. I mean, this is nuts. All right, here we go. I can't believe.
All right, let's go, baby.
All right,
main event. Here we are.
Chat, wake up. I'm just kidding.
He looks
here we
ready.
Go, here we go.
1-2 down the middle. Finishes him off.
Get out of here. Right off the bat. Pop. First 30 seconds.
I think
it's
it's
go
going to
time.
be a 1-2. I think that's what's going to start everything here, but split right down the middle.
All right. Here we go.
Ooh, southpaw from Tom. Nice.
I like it with the leg kick.
Outside. Yeah, those legs are going to be a big target for him.
Switch right back to righties. Look at how he bobs. Look, he weaves. Look, he's faint. Look, there it is. 1-2. Do you see that
fast
hook?
hands right there?
Came back with that hook with the quickness.
Before Volkov could get the left hook out there. So that's nice
work.
1-2
quick. His boxing is second. Wow.
Volkov looking to land a check hook here. And nice work by Volkov, snapping out the lead leg to the body.
I like those two lead legs to the liver side, which is perfect, but he's got to be careful because Aspinall is closing that distance fast.
Swap stances, body lock, takedown.
Yep.
Already into side control too.
Yeah, less than a minute. Gets that takedown. And I did think this would be a huge part of the game just because Volkov hasn't shown. He had like pretty bad takedown defense. Then he got a ton better, but it's still like Tom is a very good grappler. So now on top, Volkov gets half guard back. Nice
half
work.
Guard. That might be where Aspinall wants to go though. A lot of time fighters like to sit in half guard and just rain down punches.
I mean, Tom hunts a submission as well. I mean, yes, the ground pound will come, but
there you go. Look at now he's going to sit on that knee.
Staple that arm.
Look at the confidence. You know what I mean? Now the problem is what I don't like here is again with Volkov. Now he's starting to swim a hand in. He's going to have to turn in whether he likes to or not. This is going to be a long day for him because one, he's got the cage on one side, cross body with Aspinall, and he's trying to put a knee on the head. You got to dig in. You're going to have to try to.
Nasty elbows.
Yeah, he's really doing a great job of not like giving up any kind of position right here. It's just short elbows, just short
ground and pound, nasty
great ground and pound from Tom. Couple more shots right there. Volkov's really not been able to do anything. He's getting stuffed against the cage as well.
The agility of the way that how fast he's throwing these shots and the angles from how he's throwing it. The fact he's throwing that right hand from where he was.
Real heavy with those hips as well. Going to fight that Kimura. Nice
yeah, he's going for Kimura.
As soon as he isolated, brought that arm on the inside.
He's got it too. He's got the grip
too. Yup, he's going to try to peel it off.
It's going to be hard because he can't step over.
Yeah, against the cage, it's going to be really hard. Yeah, he let it go.
Knee to the
side. Oh, he's really cut Volkov up. Back of the head.
Those leg kicks as well. Back on the feet now, guys. Volkov against the cage.
I see another takedown coming here within the next minute.
It's going to be that 1-2. Yeah, Volkov's still going with that lead leg. Or we tried to throw like a.
Did you just see him try? He tried to tomahawk that. He tried to put that elbow in.
That's it. That tomahawk.
Sick. He just wow. He just tried to throw it in. That was sick. I like that. And then he just coming in with that jab, closing that distance. Boom! Big 1-2 lands by.
I'll be dead on this. Is not
Aspinall
right now. Aspinall is just feeling it, man. He's got the speed advantage.
Volkov's mouth is open already. I mean, he might have busted his jaw. He might be just breathing heavy, but
and the problem is with this situation is now is Volkov. He's not throwing anything, and he's trying to catch. Like he's wanting. But then he throws a big left hand.
I think it was a slip. Was that a slip?
Yeah.
TG slip-ish, but it was still good straight right down the pipe.
Well timed by Volkov. And it looks like he's gone all flat-footed, right? This is not like how he wants to fight. But if he's going to sit, plant, and throw those timed shots,
there it is.
Nice
There's that
slip from
takedown.
Tom, though. Another takedown. Back
Already into
onto
half guard.
again. Yeah, man.
But that's what I was saying. So, but what it's done, these takedowns, it really has frozen Volkov's feet and his hands. He's not really throwing anything. And then this is why. And then, of course, he threw that one right hand. But this
Volkov
takedown and these elbows.
back inside. He was able to get that in there a little bit. Get that knee inside now.
He's going to isolate for the Kimura instead.
Yeah, he's got it. Arm lock. Oh, he's got that. He's got the
Yes, tapped him.
First round.
Just like that. Just extended the arm.
What a
and tapped him.
performance.
UFC
What a
London.
performance, man.
England. Yes, please.
That was
Thank you, Tom.
so
Bring
good.
it home.
He gets the arm
He's
lock.
that good.
He is that good. We
Yeah,
told y'all.
He's really freaking
He is
good.
that composed. He's that good. I mean, who do you...
It looked like it was a straight armbar in the end, you know, because it didn't look like he.
No, it was straight
finished
armbar.
the
That's
armbar.
straight armbar. Straight armbar. Sat out there, just bent over the elbow, just straight armbar. Look at that. I mean,
Look at
impressive.
that.
Impressive.
All right. So, how did England do tonight? Should we have a quick look at the UK? So, Mohammed won. Jack Shaw won. Paul Craig won.
Now, here's
McKenna
a question, though.
didn't. Grundy didn't. Jai
I
didn't.
got you this. While you're making that count, here's one though for you. Since you're making that count, who do you two have for the fight of the night?
Oh man, let me hold up. We gotta look at this real fast.
Ilya Taporia, Jai Herbert was a pretty good fight. Slips the right hand.
Herbert
Slips
and
underneath
Taporia
that
was
right
good.
hand like a boss.
So the UK went 7-2 tonight. That's pretty good.
Fight of the night. Fight of the night to me had to have been.
Well,
no,
Jai was good, right?
yeah,
I liked McCann Carolina as well.
What about Craig Krylov? That was a.
That was
Who
so
do you give the
fast,
performance
though, right?
bonuses to? Who do you
See
give
what I'm saying?
bonuses to?
Performance of the night has to
Allen,
be to at least read to me.
Aspinall.
That could be the fight too. The fight because of the split decision. I'll do that one for Reed beating McKenna. That was a big fight for me. That was a big one.
Tapura. I think that's the
There's
performance.
I mean, you could give a performance to Mokaev, right? You could.
There's
You
so
could give
many.
one to
This was like
Craig.
such an insane card. When
You could give one to
finishes.
Amirkhani. You know, you could give one to Ilya as well, I guess. Molly, that's a great pushy. I mean, kind of deserves a performance. It's crazy.
I mean, you know what I'm saying? But I mean, so I guess, but performance, I want to give. Okay. So I don't know because I want to give at least because that was a big fight over Corey McKenna. I thought just the way that she looked, she did a great job, had a really good game plan and followed it to the T, which I was a fan of. But then, of course, performance, Mokaev, you know, it's Paul Craig and Snatch just going ham on that triangle choke as fast as he did in the undercard. Then, of course, you go to the main card. Allen, you can't take away Paddy, the baddie, you know what I mean? Molly, and, of course, Taporia looked sick with those hands. But
Tom's ready.
I don't know. See, he's ready. So that would be my next question is this, and this is no joke. So who do you think's next? What would be next for Aspinall? Jump up?
What does he want? Does he want Garn? There's not many people above him. See, he believes in himself, believes his dad and his coach and his teammates.
He's ready.
What rank was he coming in? 11?
11.
But
he just beat the number 6 guy, so you got to give him a top 5.
He beat 6, so give him number 4 and let him go for the belt.
I will say there's 9 finishes tonight. 9 finishes.
9 finishes. That's
1,
impressive.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
They
7
give him
of them in the
Derek
first
Lewis?
round.
Ooh,
Derek Lewis,
let him have.
yeah, sure.
There you go. Longest active UFC finish streak 5, tied to Ivasa. Let him fight Tui.
Can't kill off 2 contenders though, gents.
Oh, look.
Oh, he just called him out. He just called out Taito Ivasa. All right.
He just called the Tui Shui. Let's go.
I mean, that's a shame,
that's it.
really.
I'm ready
I don't
for
like
it.
that,
Main
but I guess
event.
it's okay.
You don't think so? I like it. I like it. But so I guess that would be what's next for Aspinall, more or less, right? But hey, man, both of you, yeah, dang, man, fight of the night. There's just I don't know. There's a lot
It's
of
so hard.
performances.
There's so many great fights.
And the fight, there was a lot of great fights. But again, man, I don't even know. I don't know. I want to go. I'd have to go on the prelim side of it. But before we do that, let's go with the usual. Both of you. Bayliun, we'll let you go first. Socials. Promote the socials and the Twitch pages, please.
All right, boom. So you can find me on Twitch, just twitch.tv/Bayliun. I do survival games, RPGs, things like that. On Twitter, it's Bayliun_plays. You can also find me on the ESFL doing esports commentary, or on the UFC esports commentary, or on MMA on Point on their YouTube channel, or on socials, YouTube MMA on Point. Boom.
This.
Awesome. Yeah. If you find me here on Twitch, TSM_Vis here on Twitch. I do a lot of battle royales, play a lot of Apex Legends right now. Also do some stuff on the fitness side, and you'll also see me here on the UFC channel quite a bit. Outside of that, Instagram, TSM_Vis, Twitter, TSM_Vis, Vis on TikTok, Vis on YouTube, baby.
Well, much love and appreciation, both of you. Thank you so much for coming through. That was a lot of fun. A lot of fun. Good card.
Absolutely. So many great fights, dude.
We did a big card. That's the first time with you, like with people, we watched every single fight.
Yeah.
So it doesn't happen often, but that was a good crew. Really good crew. I really appreciate having you both there. And for all of you out there, you YouTubers and Facebookers, I need you in this chat next time. But if you have enjoyed the content here on the UFC's Twitch channel and you haven't hit that follow button, we're going after 200K followers. So hit that follow, get in here, hit that follow button. What are you waiting for? Get in here and do it, right? We are live on here almost every day of the week, showing the best fight content on Twitch. And you definitely want to make sure that you don't miss all of the new upcoming content that we have coming for you here in 2022. And last thing, chat, subscribing is never required to watch the content here on Twitch, but all subscriptions go to the American Cancer Society. So if you have that Twitch Prime available, put it to good use and hit that sub button. I want to thank you both so much as always. And before I go,
it was awesome.
I will be back later on, Twitch TV/Jens Pulver. You know, we got to watch sumo. I'm going to hang out, let my lungs. If not, you can see me here 5 p.m. Eastern on Mondays, breaking down the fights that happened on Saturdays. And we throw in an interview. We got WEC Wednesdays, which we turn into Walkabout Wednesdays on the UFC Fight Pass. We have Fridays, 5 p.m. Eastern, where we're breaking down the fights of fighters fighting on Saturday. And on Saturday, you will always see me sitting here doing the UFC watch along. And like I said, it was incredible having you two as guests. Much love and appreciation.
Thank you.
And
appreciate
seriously, thank y'all for your time.